Keep the Bible on cop. The Most High is my rock.
TK.
Rock. The Most High is my rock.
Rock.
The Most High is my rock.
My rock. Rock.
The Most High is my rock. In the name of Messiah, the Most High is my rock.
Rock.
The Most High is my rock.
My rock.
The Most High is my rock.
My rock. My rock.
The Most High is my rock. I keep my Bible on cop. The Most High is my rock. No time for cupcake and the cutling. Hit the streets and start cutting. The Israelites are bubbling. The Israelites are coming. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. You can keep the stuffing. It's pagan, disdain, it's vain, it's nothing. The European Union about to hit the button. And I feel sorry for you if you think the Lord is bluffing. That's why I hit the booth and I tell the truth. Are you fishing with the truth? Homie, where's your fruit? If the Most High is your rock, don't treat him like a side piece. Come in this truth plan and treat you like a side piece. He's the God of mercy and wrath. So do you wanna fly or do you
Keep the Bible on cop.
The Most High is my rock.
TK.
Rock. The Most High is my rock.
Rock.
The Most High is my rock.
My rock. Rock.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Shalom, everybody online. Welcome to another live class. We're here at 8524 South Braeswood, Houston, Texas, 77071. If you're scared, go to church. All right? We here. We're live. Ready to do this thing. As y'all know, class times are every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Monday, Wednesday from 7 to 9, Friday 6 to 8, Saturday 10 to 2, or whenever we get done. We got classes in Virginia every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday from 7 to 9. Their address is 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, 23517. We got class in San Antonio. They're at 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, 78218. They're there every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 7 to 10, Saturday from 10 to 2. If you're local in any one of these areas, feel free to join us, as well as the brothers and sisters in Albuquerque on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Saturdays. We got Passover coming up, and I sent out a text. We're looking to change the date. Okay, we're looking to push it out because we may have to, because of the travel situation with this whole Corona thing. So we're looking at March the 17th. So what I need to know from brothers and sisters that are traveling, May 17th. Watch that water. May 17th, because we're in March. Right. We're looking at May 17th. What I need to know from the brothers and sisters that are traveling from out of state, I need to know if you're able to switch your hotel and plane reservations. I need to know that ASAP so we can set this date, because we don't want to get caught trying to hold it on the 12th and they ban us from being at the location, or you can't fly out, or you can't get here. So we're figuring if we push it out, some of these restrictions that they got on travel and gathering will be lifted by this time. So we're just trying to be proactive. So we're looking at March the 17th. I need to know. May 17th, I keep saying March, wow. May the 17th, we're looking at moving Passover to May the 17th. So again, look into updating or updating your travel reservations, your flight, your hotel. I mean, listen, ain't no hotels being, there's no hotels right now. So they should be able to let you push it out. They should be able to let you push it out further, seeing that they laid off like every hotel worker in the United States and every flight worker in the United States. They should be able to let you push it out to be able to get a flight out. And seeing that everybody's getting laid off and and everybody's on lockdown. I mean, is a job really a worry at this point? Probably not. So, if you can get it rescheduled, let us know. That way we can plan accordingly. We don't want to cancel the Passover. We're trying to do, remember, the scriptures tell you about the first Passover. It tells you about the Passover 30 days later for the ones that couldn't make it the first time. Trying to push it out to the second Passover, basically. All right, we ain't trying to cancel. The scriptures give us the opportunity to be able to observe the Passover the second time. So we're trying to, that second Passover. So we're trying to do that. All right, we still got the building. We just they're giving us the option to move it out a little bit. So that's what's up with Passover. Please get with us, get with me. Please, somebody, anybody, hit me up, let me know. All right? Let's see here. If you need to reach me, my number is 303-557-8979. You can reach Priest Kazakia. He's at 757. It's his phone is down, but he's at 757-300-4047. 757-300-4047. That's Kazakia's number that he can reach through. If you're able and you still would like to, we're still accepting donations for the Passover. Still gotta get the lamb money up. I know it's a rough time, but this is the time. This is the time for all that unity we talk about, all that communication, all that brotherhood, all that sisterhood. This is the time. So, we're still trying to remember, Judges 5:11 says to rehearse the righteous acts. And that's what we're trying to do. Even being here today, but we got 11 people, 12, right? But we're gonna do what we gotta do. I mean, we're gonna do what we gotta do until they stop us from doing and rehearsing the righteous acts. So we all gotta do our part. Make sure you like, share, subscribe to our other pages. Hidden Truth Bible Show, Israelite Media Corp, ISBHPK, Houston, Virginia, San Antonio, Albuquerque. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. Listen out for Blog Talk Radio with Mashaba every Tuesday and Thursday at about 10 o'clock. Again, if you'd like to give anything, we got the Wells Fargo, we got the Google Wallet, we got the business. You can go on the website. I mean, the malls are basically shut down. So if you'd like to support the business, you can go to sweetambiance.com. You can do it that way.
A couple brothers say they're able to cancel their flights.
It's gonna rain anyway, so. Who said that? Oh, they're on there?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could cancel and reschedule. I mean, I'm sure they're giving everybody credits. Shalom, I was able to cancel my hotel reservation. I'm driving from Dallas. Okay. Nice. I should be able to switch orbits. Gave me a credit for my tickets. I was not able to cancel my Delta flight until 72 hours prior to the departure date. Oh, okay. So you can do it within 72 hours. Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna work with people because they know that the whole world is on Corona lockdown. So I'm sure they'll be willing to give credits and vouchers or just reschedule without fees. So I mean, remember, we're trying to keep the Passover. So it's looking more and more like the 17th of May will be the date. All right, that's it for the announcements. Let's get into these prayers and the reading, like we do every Shabbat. Let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, we got the reading. We'll do the prayers, the reading, the questions, closing prayers. All right, so everyone, Agmayim, Wapunya, Ha, Padam. Rise and face east. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Athalanawa.
Athalanawa.
War.
War.
Zayawam.
Zayawam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures. Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Athalanawa.
Athalanawa.
Rayach.
Rayach.
Rayachacha.
Rayachacha.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. That's good.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Athalanawa.
Athalanawa.
Hashabath.
Hashabath.
Bashalom.
Hashalam.
The water.
The water.
Aman.
Aman.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath day in peace. Thank you, so be it.
This is Psalm chapter 1, verse 21. Anasha.
Anasha.
Ayanyam Yad.
Ayam Yah.
Al Haharium.
Al-Haharium.
Na'aya.
Na'aya.
Wabawa'a.
Wabu'ah.
Aizaria.
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 Wabawa'a.
Wabu'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Ba'arataza.
Ba'arataza.
La'a.
La'a.
Yanathan.
Lanathan.
Lamawat.
Amawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'a.
Yala'a.
Nawam.
Awam.
Nawam.
Nawam.
Shasha Wamar.
Shasha Wamar.
Yasher Allah.
Yasha'ala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shamaria.
Shamaria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazalia.
Tazaria.
Isle.
Isle.
Yam Yam Yad.
Yam Yam Yah.
Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'a.
Yala'a.
Akaya.
Akaya.
Bayawam.
Bayawam.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamaria.
Yashamaria.
Akal Rai.
Makal Rai.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Napashya.
Napashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamar.
Yashamar.
Hawalakia.
Awalakia.
Wabu'aya.
Wabu'aya.
Wa'aitan.
Wa'aitan.
Wa'aid.
Wa'aid.
Iwalam.
Iwalam.
Aman.
Aman.
Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
The water.
The water.
Yad.
Yad.
Aman.
Aman.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shemaya Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shemaya Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achad.
Yahweh Achad.
Shema Yasha'ala.
Shemaya Yasha'ala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Echad.
Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Abanawa. Shabbat Shemayim. Wadash. Haya. Shamka. Yahweh. Malak Wavka. Taba'ah. Ratazaka. Haya. Aisha. Ba'arataza. Kawa. Haya. Bashamayim. Nathan Lanawa. Lacham. Call. Yawam. Wasalach Nawa. Kabawaf Nawa. Kasalach Nawa. Kabawaf Yanawa. Wala'ah. Tabaya Nawa. Panasaya 1. A ball. Hawashai Nawa. Mayan. Rai. Kaya. Laka. Hamalakwa. Waha'ala. Wahatha Pa'araf. La'ai Walanyam. Amen.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Aishara. Watazawa. Which is the 10 Commandments. Number 1, La'ah. Yahaya. Laka. Alahayim. Aharyam. Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
La'ah. Aisha. Laka. Pasol. Wala'ah. Ta'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah. Dalakwak Af. Sham. Yahweh. Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar. Hayawam. Hashabath. Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad. Abaka. Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah. Daratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah. Fana'ap.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah. Thakanab.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah. Ta'aina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah. Thakamad. Call. Ashara. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Bahasham Yahushai. For water. From Yah. Aman.
Yeshabium, which means to be seated.
Alright, so once again, that was those are the morning prayers. See, we got 21 people online. Make sure you hit the thumbs up, get the video out, like, share, subscribe. For those that's been following along with us, we're in Exodus for the Sabbath reading. We're going to be in Exodus 35. And it's going to sound like we just read this because we did. This is a repeat of chapter 30. This is a repeat of chapter 12. This 35th chapter repeats chapter 12 in Exodus. Let's salute up the first reader. Let's salute up the first reader. Yeah, you can come up, Ricardo.
Ricardo, Shabbat Shah, Yashikar, Ban, Yashala.
Ricardo, Shabbat Shah, Yashakar, Ban Yashala. Aymayu. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah.
For anybody new in class or new online, just so you know, the Sabbath reading is broken into 7 portions. Each reader that comes up, he states his registry, so he said his name, Ricardo, Shabbat Shah, tribe of Yashakar, which is Issachar, Bun Yasha'ala of Israel. So each reader is going to come up and do the same thing.
Yes, sir.
All right, so that's for anybody that's a new sister in class. And for anybody new online watching us. Scriptures say to translate when you speak in an unknown language so you don't sound like a barbarian. Right?
God.
Yes, sir.
Can't do like them churches, man. It's been there speaking gibberish. If you scared, go to church.
Right.
That's gonna be titled.
That's the title of the Sabbath class. If you scared, go to church.
Yes, Lord.
Right?
Oh,
They over there doing drive-up church. They tripping. See them do drive-up church? They all in their cars. Pastor yelling at them.
Yeah. Before that, they was like, I had got an email from my old church. They said that everyone needs to keep 3 feet away from each other. Don't feel compelled to handshake or hug anyone. A slight wave or a smile is good enough.
wow.
Make sure you pay them tights.
God.
Make sure them tights.
I'm gonna say, don't leave that out.
Don't make sure they setting up GoFundMe's and Cash Apps, right?
Right.
I was watching what's the white boy? What's the old white boy? No, the old one.
Kenny Copeland.
Yeah, he was on some show. He was like, even though y'all broke, y'all better pay them tights. Basically, he was like, I don't give a damn what y'all got going on.
Oh man.
Pay your church. That's what he was on. Like he said, you go drop it, put it under the door, right? Mail it in, email it. You know, he's old and stupid, so he's like, email it in. However you do it, just do it, right?
Right.
Devil. He got the devil in him.
Right.
Yeah, man.
I mean, he is a damn devil.
Yesterday,
Man,
yes,
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
now yesterday on my way home from a friend of mine, I ran across on YouTube the 10 highest paid preachers. And Kenneth Copeland came out at number 1 at 300 million.
Oh yeah, he got dope. He been doing it for a
300
long
million
time.
a
He
year.
been raping pockets.
300 million.
Wow.
Yeah.
Listen, he been raping pockets for a very long time.
Yeah. 300, man.
Yeah, that's great. Wow.
What's up, Rock?
So Creflo Dollar set up a cash app
Yeah, he said
for
a cash app.
collecting tithes.
Collecting tights. They ain't playing with their money. They ain't playing behind their money. They want that money.
I
They
seen
ain't
one.
playing. They'll close that church
Oh
real
man,
quick.
hey, I seen one, then we can get him to read. I seen one, man, look. Him and some other pastor, can't think of this pastor, but they was throwing all the money down there on the floor.
Yeah.
On the stand on the floor.
Right.
They was running up and down like this, then all of a sudden here come Creflo running up. Ah, they were just rushing, throw that money, let me bless that money, throw that money, let me bless that money. They was stepping all over, running all over, and I mean people was coming up, man, by the hundreds, throwing down big money right there on the floor. They running on it, stepping on it, talking they blessing it.
Yeah.
But they picked it up and put it in their pocket.
Oh, yeah. Real quick.
That was sad.
It's like being in the strip club. They just throwing money.
Right.
Yeah, man. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. They don't care about the people. They'll shut the church down, but they'll get that money. Anyway, let's jump into the reading. Where we at? Exodus 35 and verse 1.
Exodus chapter 35, verse 1. And Moses gathered.
You ain't gotta hold it open. You ain't gotta hold it. Wait, why you opening it?
Wasp.
Oh. Is it inside that building?
It's on the door right now.
What?
The wasp.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 35, verse 1.
What do you get?
And Moses gathered all the congregation.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of
Right.
Israel together,
Uh-huh.
and said unto them, These are the words which the Most High hath commanded, that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there shall be to you an holy day, a Sabbath of rest to the Lord. Whosoever doeth work therein shall be put to death. You shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day.
Why does it say you shall kindle no fire? Because what does this scripture mean?
Doing your own thing.
No, you're right. You
Okay, give me more. Give me more. Somebody, if you was showing this to somebody that said, well, the scripture say we can't cook at the house on the Sabbath.
Right.
Like today, we can't cook, right? Because of this scripture. Somebody explain it. Lakarob.
Okay.
He put his hand up.
My bad.
No, it's all good.
So in verse 3, when it says, "You shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations,"
Actually, go ahead, Samuel.
No. Go ahead.
No, I don't want. He knows already. He's a teacher. He already knows. I know he knows.
I mean,
I want to see if y'all know.
That's not saying that I can't cook something, but I should just be doing it for myself.
Right.
It should be for my camp. It should be for the.
But it says kindle no fire. So how do I know that's not for myself? Lewis.
What it means is that you're basically doing something for you and your rib. Y'all kindling a fire, making a romantic dinner, getting busy. So basically you're doing all the wrong things. You're sleeping with your wife, cooking it up for her, candlelight dinners, stuff like that.
Well,
You're supposed to be with your community.
But what if I want to keep warm at the house? I can't keep warm. That's not lawful.
Yeah, it is lawful. Yeah, you can't, but you're not. It's after the community has been done. That's what I'm looking at.
Go to. First of all, go to Leviticus real quick. 23. Remember, if y'all are teaching this, you want to teach it. So you want to make sure that when you speak on it, you can edify a person.
Yeah.
So Leviticus 23, somebody look up the definition of habitation. This is one of the doctrines that Israel be stumbling over. And cats stumble over this and bust their whole lip open. Be looking like they got into the boxing ring with Mike Tyson. They stumble over this scripture so hard, it's like, wow. So, read that Leviticus 23 and verse 1.
go ahead. This is Leviticus chapter 23, verse 1.
Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning the feasts of the Lord.
Concerning the what?
The feasts of the Lord.
So the subject matter we're dealing with is the feast of the Most High, first and foremost. What's the first feast that we got? Read.
Which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations.
They shall be what?
Holy convocations.
So let's look up the word convocation. What does the word convocation mean? Remember, if you're teaching somebody, you got to be able to break these words down to give them the understanding. So what is the word convocation? Who got it?
Convocation.
Yes, sir.
A large formal assembly of people.
A large, formal assembly of people. What else?
The action of calling people together for a large formal assembly.
Right, so we're called together for a what?
For a large formal assembly.
Right, what else you got?
That's it.
What you got, William?
Assembling by summons.
That's what I want. Assembling by what?
Summons.
Right, so you were summoned. Israel was summoned to assemble. You know, like when you get that summons from court and you automatically clear your whole calendar, you automatically set up your ride if you ain't got one, and the court date ain't until 3 months out, but you make sure you mark it on the calendar. Gotta be in court.
Right.
Can't miss my court date. I've been summoned. We were summoned weekly for these feasts. The first one being the Sabbath as we read on. So an act of assembling by summons. You were called by the Most High to do these feast days. Go ahead.
God. Even these are my feasts.
Go ahead.
Verse 3. 6 days shall work be done.
Right.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest.
Right.
And holy convocation.
So the 7th day is a Sabbath of rest, but it's a assembly by summons. It's a holy gathering. We were supposed to come together. Go ahead.
Ye shall do no work therein.
Right.
It is the Sabbath of the Lord.
Right. Now remember, it said it was a feast. So you have to kindle a fire to cook something. Right? We had to cook. We ate. We got together. We treated it like a feast. Right? So let's think about all the feasts. Feast of Tabernacles. Feast of Unleavened Bread. What else we got? Purim. What else we got? Hanukkah. Pentecost. Like, did we not have fun? Feast of Trumpets. Did we just sit there to ourselves like, don't touch me, 6 feet, social distancing? Don't touch me, nigga. Right? Smile and wave. Just smile and wave, boys. Just smile and wave. Did we do that like the penguins on Madagascar? Or did we gather, feast, talk, listen to music, praise the Most High? It was all for the praise of the Most High. Right? So, I mean, obviously he wasn't there listening to Cardi B and things like that, but we had music.
That's right.
Right? We had a lot of different things going on in this gathering.
On the Lord's day, you just can't be out doing your own pleasure.
Right. See, that was the whole point. You weren't supposed to, when we go back to Exodus, go back to Exodus. And read where you at, verse 3, and then somebody look up the word habitation.
I got it.
You got it?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I thought you were going to Isaiah next.
No, not yet. Go back to Exodus, and then what you got for habitation? Read Exodus. Or
Exodus 35, verse 3.
Right?
You shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations
Go ahead.
upon the Sabbath day.
Right. So if I was supposed to gather with everyone else, I wasn't supposed to be in my habitation kindling a fire. So what we got for habitation?
Habitation.
Right?
Act of inhabiting, state of dwelling.
A state of dwelling. What else you got?
Place of abode.
Wait, place of what?
Of abode.
Right. What is your place of abode? That's each individual's home. Right? What else?
A settled dwelling.
Right?
A mansion.
Right?
A house.
A what?
A house.
A what?
A house.
So you weren't supposed to be where on the Sabbath?
House.
You weren't supposed to be in your sealed houses.
Right.
We were supposed to gather together, holy convocation, an assembly by summons. Go ahead.
Or other place in which man or any animal dwells.
Right. So, if you look at the technicality of this scripture, this had nothing to do with cooking on the Sabbath.
Right.
When you look at this scripture, they take this one, then they try to mix it with something else, and they try to say, oh, well, you can't cook on the Sabbath.
Right.
Remember, who was the first one saying not to cook on the Sabbath? Who was it? Who was the first one saying not to cook on the Sabbath?
The Pharisees and Sadducees.
Them, but then who came along after? Was it not Amalek? And then what were they doing? They were burning down their houses, trying to warm up hot plates. I remember when I used to live in New York, and I used to hear about all these fires in the Jewish community. And I'm wondering, like, why do they keep burning their houses down every Friday? And every Saturday, it's like a fire in this house. And it's always in the Jews, these fake Jews, their houses is burning down. Never understood why. Because they're on this, you can't cook nothing in your house, but you can do a hot plate. But then they'll leave a hot plate on and burn up the whole family.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mashaba, come on. Come on. Yeah, let Bonabon go.
Let Bonabon go up.
Both of y'all come up. Come on. Bro, we ain't got no street speaker. It's gonna rain.
Oh.
It's gonna pour. So y'all might as well come on. Come on down. Y'all brought the rain. Y'all brought the rain. So, yeah, they were constantly burning their houses down because they were trying to follow this scripture, but they were doing it wrong. They were using it wrong. This ain't got nothing to do with cooking on the Sabbath. This was saying, listen, you wasn't supposed to be trying to do your own thing on the Sabbath. Whether it was killing a fire for you and your rib to be cozy up, you're supposed to congregate with the nation. Right? Remember, Leviticus 23:1 said, these are my feast days. The first of all the feasts and the weekly feasts, and we've went through it many a times. I think we talked about it last week. It was the Sabbath. That was the weekly. Why did we have to weekly gather? Why did we have to gather weekly? What was going on with us?
We were self-sustained.
We were so busy that we really didn't have a reason to come and see each other.
Well, it wasn't that we were busy. We made ourselves busy.
Right.
It was like, well, I'm off doing my own thing. I got this to handle. I got my vineyard. I got my house. I got my rib.
My estate.
I got my estate. So I'm not. Think about it. We came out of a 10-day work week. We came out of a situation where we were programmed to just get it, chase the bag, right? Like niggas are now. Let me chase the bag, right? Because that's all we want to do. Chase the bag. Let me do. Oh, it's Saturday. I know it's the Sabbath, but they give an OT. I know I don't need it. I know I don't need it, but it's OT. That's that double time and a half. But then how do and then you go do it, you work, you get it, then when you get taxes, you're like, damn, I shouldn't even have worked. They put you in a whole other tax bracket, take it all in taxes and then some. And you don't get it anyway. So the Most High got a way of balancing it out, but he set it up to where I'm going to make sure that you're checking on, and it's sad that it got to be by default, or by, not default, but it's less than free will.
Right.
It's less than I'm doing this thing willingly.
Right.
The Most High have to set this up to where he going to make sure that you get together with the next man, the next woman. Like, I got to make sure y'all do this, because if this is not set in place, y'all are just going to work 7 days straight and care about yourselves 7 days straight and watch the next man suffer 7 days straight and not care about anything else but your estate, your vineyard, your wife, your cattle 7 days straight. This is why when Yahweh Shai was checking the Pharisees on what? Which one of you letting his ox fall in a ditch ain't gonna lay hold on it? He was showing them like, this is what y'all are about. So this was meant to break Israel out of that mind state of chase the bag, chase the bag, chase the bag, chase the bag.
And remember, one thing we was going over on Wednesday. Remember how Israel became effeminate as to keeping the laws of the Most High. It became all about pleasure and luxury. Like, how much work can I stack? How much more luxurious can I get? And we got very soft when it came to adhering to the laws of the Most High and keeping His ways. There was a question, was a statement I wanted to make about what you said about the Amalek, right? These guys are so devilish. In order for them to keep this law that they're talking about not killing a fire on the Sabbath, besides burning their houses up, they'll hire a Christian or a Gentile to come light a fire in their house.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I promise you. That's if you look through any commentary, a lot of commentaries, it tells you that's exactly what they do. That says, we're Jews, we can't light a candle. Come here. And pay somebody. Y'all light the fire in my house.
Wow.
But what kind of intelligence or wisdom is that?
There's no difference.
There's no difference. But now, one thing I wanted to ask you this, I didn't want to make a statement. I want to come and ask you. I want to ask the panel, as a matter of fact. I look at things contextually, and when I say in context, from last week's Sabbath readings, we were reading how 3,000 men had to die because of the golden calf. Moses had to come down. The calf was ground in powder. They had to drink it, and these 3,000 men didn't feel any remorse that they raised up this calf to worship the Most High. So then 3,000 men had to die. Then we came back into reading, and it showed us about how if somebody dies in a tent, and that it was alluded to how these 3,000 men died in their tents, and the blood was everywhere. If there's an open container, or what have you, and that there's got to be time of a broken bone is poking through the skin or whatever, how we're unclean and the process we had to go through. Then we come here this week, and Moses is having to reiterate about the Sabbath and not killing the fire. Right. Not to reiterate what you just said, but one thing I wanted to ask was this not killing a fire? Also, not just that you stay home and stay to yourself, but was it also that the Levites were the ones who had to offer the sacrifices to the Most High? That there was an order to things, and that just like we just came up with this idea of the golden calf, and we're gonna worship the Most High this way. That no, y'all like gonna stay home and offer your own offerings to the Most High. Y'all, there's an order to how the Most High is gonna be worshipped, and it was taking me thinking like even with Cain and Abel. As Cain kept trying to bring what he thought was good, it was told to him what? No, if you're gonna bring something to the Most High, you gotta ask your brother. He knows how to please me. He knows what offering to bring. So you gotta go through him. You ain't gonna just come on your own about what you think is right. Because as Israel was doing what they thought was right, how many men just got killed? 3,000 men just got killed. We don't know how many of their wives, children, whatever got killed also, but 3,000 men got killed. And in Proverbs it says, there's a way that seemeth right to a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. So if I'm just staying home by myself, and I got all type of thoughts coming up, and what I think is right, and what I want to do, whatever, what's the purpose of counsel? What's the purpose of counsel? Because there's safety in the most of the counsel. Now I've got this idea that I want to do this for the Most High. Well, hold up, before you do that, have you considered this scripture? Hold up, nah, you know what? I see where you're going with that, but you know what? The Most High is like this. The Most High is looking for this. Like just as we're going over this thing right now, was it really about not cooking any food on the Sabbath? Is that really what it was about? No. Was it really that shallow? I guess that's where I'm looking for. I can't see it was just that shallow, not to cook on the Sabbath. But look at the events that led up to this point right here. That's what my question.
It's just like, what's the other instance where the two men found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath?
Kind.
Was it about, and then they brought him to Moses because they were like, well, we found him gathering sticks on the Sabbath. What do we do? And then Moses, did he make a judgment right then and there, or did he have to go to the Most High and say, well, they found this man, what do I do?
He went to the Most High.
He went to the Most High because was it about him gathering sticks? No. It was about this man was by himself. Right. Off. So it's definitely deeper than food. It's definitely deeper than sticks. Right. It was always about put off, go to Colossians real quick. 3:1.
And with that man gathering sticks, when you do the chronology, we had been with the Most High in the wilderness at this time for like 30 years.
So you already knew.
So you had every week of the Most High on so-called Friday night giving us double for the Sabbath, so that we'd be on the 6th day. So the 7th day there was no need to go out and gather. Right. So this, like I said, when you put the chronology together, that event with that man, it almost was 30 years from the time the Most High told about the Sabbath, and had been doing this continually. So we knew damn well by this time there was no need to gather extra on the Sabbath.
What was on this man's mind where he had to feel compelled to be
exactly
by himself doing this, or using the stick gathering as an excuse to not? Cause ain't that what it is? Well, I got work, so I can't be with y'all. That's what it's always about. Well, I have this to go do. So it's never about. It wasn't about the food. It wasn't about the sticks. It was about the mind state.
Right. There you go.
Because how many times when we do get in council, somebody asks you, brother, what were you thinking? Who have you seen do stuff like that?
Nobody. That's how I hit my son.
Who are you following?
That's how I hit this guy. I'm like, you see me do that? No. Then why are you doing that? Y'all all looking at him, put him on the spot. Don't look at him. I don't know.
We all have been there. Somebody asks you, what were you thinking? When if you get your car accident, what were you thinking? Just something stupid. Somebody's there to look at you and ask you that question. What were you thinking? No one else does things that way. And so I'm in that mindset about us being by ourselves. Man, you said you were in Colossians, right?
Just read 3:1 real quick.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 1.
Right.
If ye then be risen with Christ,
Go ahead.
seek those things which are above.
He said, do what?
Seek those things which are
See,
above.
and this was the problem with Israel. We stopped seeking those things that were above. But what do we do? Read on.
Where Christ sitteth on the right hand of Yahweh.
Go ahead.
Set your affection on things above.
See, our affections were set on being by ourselves. Our affections were set on, I don't want to gather. I got to work. I got to do me. Again, no matter what, when you look at it, it's the same mentality. It just recycles itself in different verbiage.
Right.
Israel chases the bag now, right? Back in the day, get that money, right? Before it was, got to get that paper, right? Got to get rich and die trying. There's all different types of slang we put to it. Right now, it's just chase the bag. And that's what it was about back then. It was about me. Go ahead.
Verse 2. Set your affection on things above,
Right?
not on things on the earth.
Read.
For ye are dead, and your life is hid with Christ in Yahweh.
But this is the thing. A lot of men don't feel like that. A lot of women don't feel like they're dead in Christ. Or you're dead and your life is with Yahweh Shai. Why? Why? Because you can't touch you can't touch it. You can't, it's not something that's tangible that I can touch when I lay my life down like Yahweh Shai did. There's no instant gratification, no instant reward, there's no lottery ticket, there's no $1,000 Trump stipend. There's none of that. There's no food stamps that go with that. There's nothing that goes with saying, you know what? I gotta walk like Yahweh Shai. I gotta set my affections on above. Like, think about that.
Pure faith.
But where is the reward for faith? Can you go walk over to Walgreens and cash in faith?
Blah.
Can you go put faith in your gas tank? Can you pay a bill with faith? No, listen to what I'm saying. Can you walk? Can you go to damn the heating company, one of these companies, and say, I got faith here? No, right? Yeah, you get some store credit on faith. No, you can't. So the problem is I can't touch it, so I don't want to dwell where I can't use. I don't want to be where I can't use something.
Right.
I don't want to go through that turmoil where it's like, damn, I gotta wait for faith to develop, and I gotta let the Most High move the pieces, and the faith will get the bills paid.
Patience, though.
But you gotta have patience. You gotta have discipline. You gotta have love. You gotta have care. You gotta have wisdom. You gotta have all these things to have that. Not just faith. You gotta have the works behind it. But a lot of people don't want to put the work in. They don't want to exercise their senses. They don't want to go through, like it says in Corinthians, approving ourselves as the ministers of the Most High. And it goes through all the things that approve you as a minister. So instead of going through those things, the tumults, the beatings, the fastings, the necessities, instead of going through all that, I'm going to just get it a different way. I'm going to make my own way. Just like Israel in the wilderness. Well, why I got to wait till the next Sabbath? Or why I got to wait? Why I got to gather sticks for 2 days? When there's sticks right here, right now. Nigga.
Right.
I'm going to do me. Right? The bag is there. I got to chase that. I got to get that. Them sticks right there, bro. If I don't get those right now, the next man going to come up and get them sticks.
Somebody else
So
might get it, yeah.
I got to get them sticks because there's not enough wood in the wilderness, right? It wasn't like we weren't surrounded by trees or anything.
Right.
There wasn't enough wood around, but those right there, man, bruh. Them joints, man, listen, they nice and dry. They've been sitting out in the sun for a minute. Actually, I put those there like 3 weeks ago. No,
Right.
I was ready for them.
Right.
That be the mind of Israel. Y'all laughing?
Hey, what's real?
Y'all laugh, but that's the mind of Israel. I don't set my affections on things above.
You don't walk with that mentality, though, sir.
You're absolutely right.
You know?
You're absolutely right. But and
That's
to
why I
me,
said put on the new man.
that's a childish mentality,
Like
though.
who you grew up with, we saying, it's like in a job, it's saying, if you don't want the job, somebody else is going to take it from you. It's the
Right.
Same, it's the same ordeal.
Right?
You know?
Well,
I get what you're saying, though.
It is, but it's not, because as you put off the old man and put on the new, right? When I was a child, when I became a man, I put away childish things. What do you start to put your affections on?
Most High above.
Right. So I ain't got to worry about some sticks. Right? Those are going to be there.
Right.
Give no thought for tomorrow. Let tomorrow take care of itself. Right? I don't have to worry about, oh, damn, the sticks that the whole wilderness is full of trees. The Most High made it rain manna. Right? How tall was the manna and how far? The quail, right? The quail up to your waist. You said that when they was gathering 1,000 pounds.
It was 1,900 quail, about 475 pounds. And that time we was complaining about not having no meat.
Right.
Per man.
He said no, the least.
The least.
The one who gathered the least amount.
You got 400 pounds of meat, but you still had some that said, you know what?
I ain't got enough.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna be here tomorrow, so I gotta get double. I gotta go out and get it tomorrow, even though I got double the day before the Sabbath. Think about the mind.
I'm a meat addict, and I gotta have mine.
Yeah. But think about the mind state, where the Most High said, okay, I'm gonna make sure that you got double before the Sabbath. No need to go out. But was it about, let me go out and get the manna because it wasn't gonna be there? It was, you know what? I don't care enough to be around this man, this brother, this sister, my children, to have faith enough to say, you know what? The manna and the quail can wait. Let me be around the brothers. It wasn't about the sticks, the manna. It wasn't about any of that. So, I mean, I'll answer your question and say, yes, it was way deeper than food. It had, yes, of course. Well, and you know, you gotta look at it like this also. We could have sacrificed that any day. I'm pretty sure you had wicked men in their tents burning all types of strange animals up to the Most High on Monday, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, right? We could have did that any day, but the Most High was trying to set parameters for us to do things back in order.
You know, remember, Israel was still known for burning strange incense, different things there. We was all over the place, right? So I like the point he's making. He's going to the point of saying, we needed to first learn to do the Father's will, right? This was coming out of Egypt. Remember, we've been following the ways and laws of the Egyptians some people from childbirth to old age. They learned the ways of the Egyptians, right? So now we're coming into the wilderness. We need to learn to do the will of the Father. So what did I start you with? I started you by law. Come together, do these things, so that you can now start to understand my mind. We can now start to understand the Father's mind, and now coming in to do His will. Now let me just pull this scripture real quick. And then we'll go back to Colossians, right? Get back to add to what the brother's saying, right? Go to 2nd Ezra, right? Real quick. Chapter 14. And I just want you to start at verse 22. All right? 2nd Ezra, the Apocrypha, chapter 14, and read verse 22. And it adds, right? What brother's showing. If it was about deeper, the Most High couldn't take us deeper, because what do we know? We know Egypt. We think the time we come from. We're looking at it now because we're reading the stories. So as we were reading the story, we get to see both sides. They coming out, all I know is one side, know Egypt. So I start you here with the law, but I'm trying to lead you somewhere. You understand? I'm trying to lead your mind. As a people, as a nation, I'm trying to lead y'all's mind somewhere. So we'll read this real quick. 2nd Ezra, chapter, 14?
Yes, sir.
And read verse 22.
2nd Ezra, chapter 14, verse 22.
Go ahead.
But if I have found grace before thee, send the Holy Ghost into me.
So Ezra was saying, Lord, if I found grace, send the Holy Spirit to me, right? Spit it into me. Let me understand wisdom. Go ahead.
And I shall write all that hath been done in the world.
Read.
Since the beginning.
Go ahead.
Which were written in thy law.
Go ahead.
That man may find thy path.
Hold up. That man may do what?
Find thy path.
So everything that's written in the Bible, everything's written in the law, what was the purpose of it being written for? So that we can find the Most High's path. Whatever direction He's laid down, I put this here so that you can find His path, not your own. So when you killing a fire in your home, whose path are you trying to find?
Your own.
You try to create your own path.
God.
We have watched a lot of men do that. You leave because I got to go my way, man. I don't see it like that. I got to now go down my path. The Most High like, no. I put this in the law. I have you follow the law for one reason. So you can understand my path, the direction I'm taking. Go ahead.
And that they which will live in the latter days.
And that they which will live when?
In the latter days.
So everything that they were doing, the Most High had them doing back then was for what? It was for us. So now in the latter days, we would know what? Read.
In the latter days may live.
Go ahead.
And he answered me, saying.
So the point I'm getting to in that is, now we know how to live, and we understand the Most High's path because the Most High had them going through it, and it was being written down. It was being written down. It had to be strict. Y'all get together. No, come out of your sealed house. Get together. Wherever you habitate, don't burn a fire. Don't go. I want you out of your home. I want you together. No different than what is expected of us now. Gather yourselves together. Right? So he's still saying every generation has been making the same point. Y'all come together. Follow me. Right? One more real quick. Let that one go and go to Psalms go to Hebrews, right? Hebrews chapter 10. And once you read verse 7, right?
Hebrews chapter 10, verse 7. Then said I, Lo, I come, and the volume of the book, it is written of me.
Go ahead.
To do thy will.
To do what?
To do thy will.
So this whole book is written for us to learn to do whose will? The Most High's will. He said it was written for that. Go ahead.
Oh, Yahweh, above when he said.
Hold up, down. We read verse 6. This one, jump up to 6. Just jump up to 6 real quick.
Hebrews chapter 10, verse 6. And burnt offerings and sacrifices for sin, thou hast had no pleasure.
And Most High said, when it was the fact that, listen, I want y'all to come and sacrifice. No, I don't want to sacrifice. What I want to do is I want to stay home and kindle a fire. I'll make my own sacrifice, right? But when it was time for you to burn offering and sacrifice, we had no pleasure, right? Go ahead.
Then said I, Lo, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me to do thy will, O God.
Go ahead.
Above when he said, sacrifice and offering and burnt offerings and offering for sin, thou wouldest not.
Thou wouldest what?
Wouldest not.
That means when it was time for us to make a sacrifice for sin, it was time for us to burn offerings, we didn't want to do that. We kept wanting to be home. He said you didn't want to do it. Go ahead.
Neither hast pleasure therein, which are offered by the law.
So he said all these things, the pleasure in it, the blessing you were supposed to receive, you didn't want that. We didn't want that. That is what the law was offering. That's what the sacrifice was offering. But we had no pleasure in that. We wanted to be home. We wanted, like you said, we wanted to pick sticks. If it's working, we'd rather work than get the pleasure that came from being together.
Right.
You understand? Read loud, so read 9.
Then said he, Lo, I come to do thy will, O God. He taketh away the first.
He took away what?
Away the first.
Okay, then listen, I'm going to take away the sacrifice then. What do I still want? I still want you to do my will.
God.
If this is too much to deal with, fine. I'm removing this, but I still wanted one thing, to you to walk the path of doing my will. He said, take away the first. Go ahead.
That he may establish the second.
What was the second? I'm not going to go with no new law. There was no new law. I still wanted the same outcome. Y'all to come together. Y'all to still worship me. If it's that difficult for you to now have to sacrifice, fine. I still want you to come together, and I still want you to do my will. That's still the same. That's what it was always about from the beginning.
Yes, sir.
Another point too, when we came together, just like today, I know some people love this social distancing thing. They are so, niggas is like, what? It's in the law now. It's in the law. I ain't gotta come and chill. What was being avoided on some men's behalf? What were they avoiding? Not wanting to come together. Some women, some men. What were they avoiding? Men and women do it now. What was it? Come, or what about it?
Correction.
Correct. What?
Correction.
They were doing what?
Avoiding correction.
The scripture said correction is grievous and forsaking the way. So what happens is when I gather and I start opening my mouth and I start talking, I'm being examined. Right?
Right.
There was an officer or a judge, somebody, they were around. And wait, what's he talking about? Oh, that's what you've been doing all week? Okay. Or remember we talked about the pimples, right? And the different skin ailments. Like, damn, this is breaking out. What you been eating? Right? What's going on over at his house? What's happening in his tent? Right? Now you have to confess your fault. So a lot of Israel was running away from confessing their faults. They were running away from being the chastisement of the Most High. They were running away from correction. So that's another thing that the Most High was, because when you're working, doing your own thing in your vineyard, who's there to tell you anything? You're to yourself, you and your family. But now when I come together with everyone, everyone is examining. Right? It says a wise man knows the estate of his flock. Right? So you had men that would examine the people, the priests. That's what they were doing. Going around, wait, who's sick among you? Let them call for the elders. Who got this ailment? Wait, why you got that? What's going on with you? How'd that happen? Why did this calamity befall you? Well, this is what I was doing. After a while of so much of this is what I was doing, niggas was like, man, I'm just about to stay home. I ain't about to confess. I ain't about to tell what I was doing. Why? We went there already. I ain't gonna go there. John 3:16 down. Men were ashamed. Men started to condemn themselves. Men started to feel unworthy because of the little bit of sin that they commit. So the just man falls 7 times. And what happens? Instead of picking yourself up and letting the unity, says unity is a precious ointment. Instead of letting that be the healing, I'm gonna just chill. And then what happened? You fall deeper into that zone of I'm not good enough, right? I'm not worthy. Forgetting we're all our righteousness is filthy rags. Right. Oh Jacob, thou worm, like right? Nothing is clean that comes of a woman. All these different scriptures, men forgot that, and they boxed themselves into the dark because they didn't want their deeds to be reproved. So that's another reason why the gathering was so important weekly. Because think about it, if we only gathered on the feast days, they spread out. Right. If a man just sit by himself for months at a time and fall into that black hole, into that abyss, how easy would it have been to pull him out? If we were only gathering every 3 months, right? Because the feast days are kind of broken up, and then when we come into December, we got like 4 feasts, right? So think about it, how far a man would fall into his mind, into his mire. So weekly, that was an opportunity to get your mind cleansed weekly. Wash off the
circumcise your heart.
Yeah, circumcise your heart, but more importantly, drop those weights. Drop that weight, like it says in Hebrews 12, that sin, the weights that easily beset us. It was for you to drop that weight off your mind and think about something else. So if you were a wise man, you would take the opportunity weekly to do this. If you weren't not so wise, you would shut yourself in and be in your own house. Y'all get that?
Just real quick, I want to get back to the reading. Ecclesiasticus chapter 32 verse 17 in your pocket. I'll read it myself. Ecclesiasticus chapter 32 verse 17, and it says, "A sinful man will not be reproved, but findeth an excuse according to his will." So why would a person not want to come around? I want to sin. There is a condemnation that man, I don't think I'm worthy, whatever. But after a while, Mashaba, you bring 8 bullocks today, Mashaba? 8? what the hell? What's going on? And it gets to the point where now I'm on a council of men, and now for everybody's going through the exact, I don't have I can't say, y'all know what I'm going through. Y'all don't understand. The way I came up, what I got going on, y'all just don't know. Hold up, Michelle, hold up. We all just walked out of Egypt. What are you talking about? We all were there. So what extra hardship are you going through now? You just can't overcome this like the rest of us are. Then now we have the law from the Most High, but guess what? There's people who can give the example that this can be done, or the example, like it says in the scriptures. But a person gets to a point. I don't want to be reproved.
Right.
I don't want to be corrected. And that's what John 3:19 says, or 3:21. It says they don't want their deeds made manifest because they love evil. And the evil is, I like being in my own head. I like finding my own wisdom. I like finding my own way. I don't want nobody telling me what to do. And we find this, again, in Israel, ain't no man gonna tell me what to do. But if we go back to the law, you had to come confess to a man, and then the Levites had to go ahead now and pray for you. So this whole thing about, you have Israelites talking about, y'all believe in Jesus Christ, that's some BS. You don't get it. You don't get it. There's always been somebody who had to step before us.
Right, yeah.
Someone always had to go before, had to be a mediator between us and the Most High. That's been throughout our history. But these are people I don't want to come around because I don't want to be corrected. Right. And just to reiterate the point that you just brought up.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
I was going over this verse the other day with my rib, and just speaking on the point that Priest Mashaba was talking about. In James chapter 3, verse 15, it says, "This wisdom descended not from above, but it's earthly, sensual, and devilish." And it's intense. It's just like, what is going on within thy heart? What is going on within thy soul? You know, there's that John 7:38, which talks about like, believeth on me, he that believeth on me, out of his belly shall flow rivers of living water.
Right.
So if you're thinking devilish and thinking wicked and with this weird imaginations within the heart, and this is in generalization, this is not just speaking within one person or one woman or one man. In general, within thyself, is like, man, what thoughts are going in your head? What's coming out your heart? Is that the wisdom of the Most High? Nah, la. It's sensual, it's devilish, it's wicked. Check that. Multitude of counsel.
Right. That's why 13 is so valuable in that James. Who is the wise man endowed with knowledge among you? Let him show it out of a good conversation his works with meekness and wisdom. So you see it through a person's works. But let's jump back. We're only in verse 3 of the reading.
Exodus chapter 35, verse 3. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your habitations upon the Sabbath day.
So everybody understands that, right? Now let me say this real quick, just real quick. If you feel compelled not to cook on the Sabbath, that's your prerogative. You're not, it's not a sin to not. Y'all get that, right? It's not a sin not to. If you can prep Thursday and have something ready for Friday and Saturday, bro, by all means, let's get it. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of prep time anyway. Niggas about to be shut all the way down, right? We're about to be on quarantine, lockdown, shelter in place, whatever you want to call it. So you're gonna have a lot of prep time. Get your push-ups, get your reading, get your pull-up bar, get all that in because we're gonna have time. So if you have time to do that and observe the Sabbath with that complete rest and that peaceful state, y'all gonna see. Sitting in the house, not being able to do nothing, you gonna wish you gonna be around brothers. All them cats like, I'm gonna sit in my closet. I can't wait. Some brothers are gonna be hurting. They're gonna be hurting because it's a fearful thing to be by yourself. Woe to him that's left alone. You left alone with that mind, you start going all the way into the quasars. So again, not to harp on the same thing, if you have the time, the opportunity to prep before and cook and do all that, do it. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
And we have to be, I'm glad you mentioned that. As we're in these quarantine days, and the Most High is like, look, he's bringing it past, slowly but surely, Isaiah chapter 13, verse 15, that he's going to put every man with his own people. that we're gonna be with other Israelites. That's gonna get to the point where we are gonna be with other Israelites. That's the Most High's will, right? For Israel to gather together before the fierce anger of the Lord comes upon us. So as we're dealing with other Israelites out here, if there's other Israelites that don't cook on the Sabbath, cool. We're not gonna browbeat them about that. As we're having to come together and we're feeding each other our daily bread. How are the Most High gonna open us up as we pull our resources together? That yes, we're gonna Most High can provide for us as we come together. As much as this system wants to say, don't contact each other. Don't be within 6 feet of each other. Oh, there's more than 50? Break that up. The good thing about this is cool. We'll do like Christ did. We fed the 5,000. Set them in companies of 50. All right, cool. So we have 50 brothers over there, 50 brothers over there, 50 families over here. We got this. And guess what we're still going to do? We're still going to make sure everybody eats. That whatever resources we have, we're going to come together and make sure we eat. But how can we do this by ourselves?
Can't.
Let's not be like how the Most High did the Egyptians, that I stocked all this for myself, for me, and now the Most High got to bring rats and take up all your pantry. Most High got to bring maggots and lice to eat up all your pantry. Eat up all your goods because you just want to gather together with the rest of Israel because you want to be about you. All right, this is about us coming together. So as we can put this into a practical application, that as we're being quarantined and these things happen, we still got to get together and help each other. So we see the purpose of why it's good to come together. And there's brothers and sisters who don't want to cook on the Sabbath. You know, we prepared this food yesterday, so y'all can still eat. But for everybody else, these kids, they need this now. Or whoever got this medical condition, they need this right now. We're gonna take care of each other. Our safety is in the Most High. He is our protector. All we gotta do is apply these scriptures. They work. They really do work. That's what we're bring it down.
Damn. You gotta know when to hold them. You gotta know when to fold them. Kenny Rogers just died.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Damn. Kenny Rogers.
The gambler.
Gotta know when to hold them. Yeah. Anyway. Hey, they said he died of natural causes.
Who that?
What scripture said that was Isaiah 13? What?
I believe it was Isaiah chapter 13, verse 15. Get that point, Roger. I like this song too.
I like that song.
Isaiah chapter 13, verse 15. Everyone that is found shall be.
Start at 12.
12. Isaiah chapter 13, verse 12. I will make a man more precious than fine gold.
As we're coming through these days, the man who has the wisdom of the Most High, you're going to be more precious than fine gold. And knowing what it takes to please the Most High. That when everybody's weapons doesn't work, when your food storage doesn't work, you're by yourself, and that's not working. A man who knows how to please the Most High is going to be more precious than fine gold. Go ahead.
Even a man than the gold wedge of Ophir.
That's the best gold there is. That the man that knows how to please the Most High, that man who has the wisdom, knowledge, understanding of the Most High, that man's going to be more precious than anything. Read.
Therefore I will shake the heavens, and the earth shall remove out of her place.
And we know that's eventually going to happen with the final destruction of Babylon the Great. But the power structure, he's saying, I'm going to shake the power structure. That I'm shaking things up. Read.
In the wrath of the Lord of hosts,
Go ahead.
and in the days of his fierce anger. And it shall be as the chased roe, and as the sheep that no man taketh up.
Okay, go ahead.
They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee every one to his own land.
So the Most High is creating what?
Division.
But it's going to be what? Every man's going to turn to who?
His own
His own people.
So guess, for all the Israelites that say, no, all the Israelites are just black? No. Guess what the Most High is going to have us do? All of us are gathering together.
Yeah.
It's going to be because we have to wear black and gold, y'all wear purple and gold, y'all wear maroon and gold, and it's going to be separate like that? No. The Most High say he's going to have everybody turn to his own people.
Yeah.
When they had the gas shortage a few years back, everybody in their neighborhoods, what did they start doing? Remember when gas was damn near $4 a gallon? Gas was damn near $4 a gallon, and people started carpooling. But who were they carpooling with? Their own people. They was carpooling with their own people. They weren't trying to carpool with everybody. Even with that example, as the food gets short, do you think everybody are one nationality gonna really try and make sure another nationality is being taken care of, or are they gonna be looking out for their own? The Most High gonna make this happen.
Yeah.
And as much as we still want to be Americans, we want to still be accepted by this system. What's the Most High gonna still create and make happen? We still got to turn everybody to his own people,
Right.
whether we like it or not.
You know, when I would read like these prophecies and stuff, I'd be like, damn man, I wonder how the Most High is gonna do this. I wonder how he's gonna bring it to pass, right? And it's so cold. It shows, this coronavirus shows how easy it is for the Most High to make these things happen. Because he's like, coronavirus, one sickness, and look, ain't no jobs for actors. Basketball stop, football stop, baseball stop, everything. Everything. And it's like,
for everybody, okay, y'all can't come to work, but guess what? Y'all can't go to the bar either by yourself.
Yeah, just like
you can't go shoot some pool by yourself. You can't go bowling by yourself.
So you know what it shows me?
You can't go to the restaurant and eat by yourself.
You know what the coldest part about it is? There's been less than 200 deaths in America. More people have died from the flu. More people have died from drive-bys. More people have died from AIDS. More people have died from damn heart disease. More people have died from cigarettes.
Everything is done.
And look how the world has shut down because of this.
Bro,
It was very easy for the Most High to bring it to pass.
And look what everybody has put their trust in. You know, like
Toilet paper and ramen noodles.
You look how fast, like you thought you built a safe haven.
Yeah.
You really thought that. You got a lot of people, man, that thought the home I built, the cars I bought, the woman I'm with, my family, what I have, where I live, I thought I couldn't be touched. And the Most High reached out and touched everybody. It'll touch you. This is a taste. It's a taste to show you I can touch you at any time. You don't have no security. The only security you have is me. I can touch you. You thought the bank account was good? If you want to, you can't even go to the bank.
That's it.
The Bible is he can even have it to the point where if I catch you on the street, I'm locking you up. Where was you going? Man, I was going to the bank to get my money out.
Right.
You can't now, no matter how good your neighborhood is, and we getting I like the point you're making. We only getting a taste of it. This ain't even real, as we say, as everybody been saying, right? Listen, y'all, this is just a hoax. This is a hoax, man. The flu is worse than this. But if he's showing you, if he want to, if I really wanted to make this man your enemy, I could turn it up that easy. Remember, the Most High told us that, right? He said you was going to serve your enemy for one of all days. So we know we here serving our enemy. He just say turn the fire up a little. I could turn it up. We've done, but we have not built. We have not built anything. What I mean by that is, even that relation with the Father, I'm really not building something that is secure. I put my trust in Egypt, and this is what the Father been showing us. Everybody panicking because who was your trust in? Egypt. It ain't been in the Father. Because if you know the truth is, for everybody that was panicking, guess where you would have came? Straight through them doors. I know where safety is because this is the place I'm gonna come, and I know that the Father's always worked with us, figured things out when we came together. In Goshen, he took care of us together.
That's right.
But we always came to the place where we knew this was the Father was gonna take care of us. Right. Now what am I doing? I'm bunkered down at home, watching the news. I wonder what Trump gonna do. Well, I'm waiting on my $1,000 check. Because they said we supposed to get $1,000 per person. Or per adult. Come on.
And with that now, I'm sorry.
500 for each kid.
So, as an individual, that would seem like a lot. But now, imagine if there's 20 men in here right now. if 20 men come together and put that $1,000 together, how much we all got now? Now, what can we take care of with $20,000? That will help take care of all of us. As opposed to just what one family's gonna do with that $1,000. That $1,000, even though top ramen is 10 cents a package, 11 cents a package.
You can't find it.
Okay. If we put together our resources, like what the Most High keeps trying to show us, we put together our resources, what do we have? What can we take care of if we come together in this way? And all we gotta do is keep rehearsing the righteous acts. For those that I won't say it online, I'll say it on the air. If you live in Texas or you're in one of these states that your state has been declared a disaster, go get your benefits. Don't be too proud to go get your what do you call it? The SNAP food stamps. Go get it, because then you might be able to TANF. You might be able to also get your they said there's an SBC. There's some type of loan.
It's an SBC loan.
That you might be able to get for being unemployed right now.
Small business. That's for small business. The SBC.
Okay, the SBC, cool.
Yeah,
but
unemployment. Yeah.
There's unemployment. There's other type of things, and if we come together, what do we have when we come together?
Right.
We're supposed to be rehearsing the righteous acts of the Most High.
Right.
And now the Most High has put us in a position where we can see rehearsing works. If we come together, okay, so you're not working, no problem. Go get your benefits, but let's put it on the pot like we did in Acts chapter 4. Let's all make sure we're all taken care of. Bring your family over. We got childcare taken care of. We got food taken care of. And now we're going to go ahead, we're going to just do what we got to do.
Right.
And as the men, cool. We got to go teach. We got to go show the rest of Israel what's going on and why it's going on. We still have that responsibility.
Right.
But now we don't have to worry about how's my family being taken care of. If we got to leave brothers back for security, cool. Stay back for security.
Yeah.
Handle that. So the wives are together, making sure the meals are being cooked. The kids are together, making sure they're getting educated and doing whatever kids are going to be doing. Cool. We can move as a body.
Right.
And have everything taken care of, as opposed to moving as individuals. That the Most High, going over these laws, it says things written aforetime written for what? It's written for our learning. So a fool knows better. A fool knows what to do but doesn't do it.
Right.
It's something like that, right? That's the description.
Some of the fool hated knowledge. No, that's a
It's something to that effect. You know better, but then you don't do what it takes. You know what's going to happen, but you don't make no plans to prepare for it. You don't make. It says make no provisions for the flesh, but where are we making provisions for and using the instructions of the Most High?
Right.
If we're still in this mentality of thinking as individuals, the Most High is trying to get Israel out of that.
Right.
From even just going over the Torah right now, even just going over the reading right now. You mentioned earlier in the car about Achan.
Right.
No, that was Tuss Bible said that about Achan. What was Achan's problem?
Oh, the encouragement to be an individual.
Yeah, that trying to be an individual.
Yeah.
I got to stand out.
And look out for myself.
I got to have something for me. I'm tired of being like everyone else. Now I'm sorry I'm going here. That cartoon Ants. Go back.
Oh yeah.
Where he was, or it was ants or the bees or one of them.
Ants, 'cause he didn't
I'm
wanna-
tired of being like everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Be an individual.
I need to be individual. I need to stand out on my own. I'm not about, why does everybody gotta do the same thing? Just take care of the hive, just take care of the colony. Because that's what we do.
Right.
Right.
But we have this, we're getting this Esau mentality. It's gotta be about me. Where do I stand out? Where do I shine? You read scripture earlier in Colossians chapter 1. I want to put this mic down again. I'm sorry. In Colossians chapter 3, it says, our lives are hid in Christ.
Yeah.
Another positive thing with that, when you get those thoughts of, I don't know myself no more. I was talking to my family and they don't recognize me no more. Don't you realize, according to the scriptures, that's a good thing?
Ooh, Tom.
That means your life is because I'm following the camp, or as the nomenclature goes, you're in this occult thing. No, I'm following the Bible, and as I'm following the Bible, I'm being persecuted for it. Scripture said it was going to happen. That's a good thing. Look, call me by my Hebrew name. Don't call me by my given name. Even with your own mother, don't call me that, Mom. No, this is my name. I'm a Shabbat. This is who I am. I don't know you no more. I didn't raise you this way. You just seem so different now. Can I show you the scripture, Mom? My life is hid in Christ. Meaning, you don't see me no more?
Perfect.
If you don't see me no more, because I'm following Christ, and you see Christ, that's a good thing. That's not a reason for it. I need to go ahead and separate from y'all and go back and find myself. Because my mom said this. I got back on Facebook and reconnected with all my high school friends. And man, I remember I was going to be a contender. I was going to be somebody. Man, I had things and plans I wanted to get done in my life.
Right.
And now I'm in this truth, this thing called this, and now nobody recognizes me.
God.
You got to score 4 touchdowns in high school.
Right? Our lives, there's nothing wrong with your life being hid in Christ. Because I'm following Christ. No, you don't see me no more.
Right.
I don't do the same things I used to do no more. You're right. But what is Esau putting in our minds right now? That signs of depression.
Yeah.
Do you have your loved one just be feeling down all the time? You don't like doing the same things no more? You got a new set of friends? Now you got to have an intervention. Now you got to have all this other type of stuff going on because they're not being the normal them. And now all they're being led by the Bible. They're being you know, you was always this when your parents tell the truth about you, right? You know, you was always naive. You know, you was always kind of stupid.
Right.
You know, you just followed it, whatever. I'm following the Bible right now. You know how you get. I know how I was, but now I'm following the Bible.
And you know, and you mad because they're mad because they can't tell you nothing. No.
And now you can't tell me nothing.
Yeah.
Now, and I got
And
a
I'm following
scripture
the Bible.
for everything you
Right.
got to say.
Right.
And then they say what? Well, you know, too much of anything's a bad thing.
Yeah. So you just don't.
So hold on, wait. So too much of the Bible is a bad thing? Can you just put the Bible down and just you talk to me?
I've heard that lots of times.
Yeah.
My life is hid in Christ. There's nothing wrong with that. That's something positive.
Right.
I just want to bring that point out from what was going over for everything that was being brought up.
Read this real quick. Go to read Tobit chapter 4. We both got it here. But go to Tobit chapter 4 real fast. And it just adds right to
Tobit.
My shop was making too, man.
Chapter 4, verse 5.
Go ahead.
My son, be mindful of the Lord our God all thy days.
Read on.
And let not thy will be set to sin.
Then let not your what?
Let not thy will be set to sin.
Because I like what you're making. Because if your life is hid with Christ, then I don't have a will. I'm not an individual. I'm not, this ain't about me. I'm following, my mind is always on what the Most High wants. Because my life is hid with Christ.
And even Christ said, I came not to do my own will or speak my own words,
Right.
but the will and words of my Father, which in heaven. So even Yahweh Shai didn't even speak his own words.
Let's be like Jesus. Let's be like Christ then, right? So we gonna follow the Most High's will, right? Read on.
Or to transgress his commandments. Do uprightly all thy life long, and follow not the ways of unrighteousness.
Because all my deeds before were not, they were unright. They weren't right with the Father. So now that I'm hid, I'm learning the Father's will. I like what we're going to read. Because what we're reading down is the Most High's will.
Right.
Right? What we're going to read is what the Most High wants from us. Not our own will, but this is what the Father wants. Read on. Verse 6.
Verse 6. For if thou deal truly.
If you deal what?
Truly.
That means you're following the Father's will. If I'm truly following the Father's will, read on.
Thy doings shall prosperously succeed to thee.
Damn, so everything that I do, I'm going to come up. We're going to come out of this, but we ain't going to come out of it as an individual. You got to come out of this doing what? The Father's will. The Father wanted us to come together. The Father wanted us to work together. So everything that we do, this is the Father saying, you do this, this is how you're going to get out of this. This is how you're going to come out of. This is how the things you touch are going to be prosperous. Read on.
And to all them that live justly.
Go ahead.
Verse 7. Give alms of thy substance, and when thou givest alms.
You said do what?
give alms of thy substance.
So to come out of this, the first thing I start doing, I gotta start giving. Right? I gotta give alms of my substance. Okay, what I got, like Israel has done throughout the history of the Bible, every time it's been like that, we came and we worked together, right?
How do we put the tabernacle together in the beginning?
Wow, good point.
Well, the funny thing is when we read on in the reading.
Yes,
it goes right
yes.
back in the
It goes right
beginning.
into it.
No, it's perfect.
Come on.
It's perfect.
Because it goes right, listen,
Yeah.
you're making the right point. From the beginning, the Most High keeps showing. How did we put it together the first time? Like you said, everybody came willingly and gave. But the Most High the Bible will keep bringing up the same point, right? Same point. And the same thing men run from and women run from, because I gotta give. But giving is the only thing we have, because this is what the Father keeps saying gets us out of this.
The Lord loves a cheerful giver.
Read on. We're gonna talk about reading that deep voice. Go ahead.
I don't know how to do that.
No, just read. Go ahead.
Give alms of thy substance, and when thou givest alms, let not thine eye be envious.
He said, when you give alms, don't let your eye be envious. You start looking at what you don't have, or what this person got, or we start looking at each other, man. And now, as quick as we start judging how much he's given, or who didn't give, or what this person have, well, we're forgetting what this is about. We all got nothing, bro. Listen, nobody's untouched. From top to bottom, ain't nobody untouched. Right? So if no one's untouched, then the Most High said, if y'all gonna get out, y'all had to get out together. You know what I'm saying? We just don't want the sanitizer in here. Right? Because the sanitizer help fight the virus. This ain't about no virus. This is about the fact that we don't work together.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? That we don't realize that the Most High is looking. Our blessing comes from the fact that we take care of one another. That's always been how we succeeded. Everything we gave. You ain't gonna get around that. Read on.
Neither turn thy face from any poor.
Neither turn thy what?
Thy face from the poor.
And we have a big problem with that too. Because what we look at is, well, what can you do for me? I'll give to you, but I'm expecting something back from you. I'm expecting you to do my will. Something I need you to do, I'm expecting you to do that. So I'm going to give to you, expecting you to do something I need you to do.
Yeah, you owe me a favor.
That's worldly, man. We ain't the mafia.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you this money out, but you know what? I'm going to be expecting that vig.
Right.
That's the mafia movies, brother. Most of them like, nah. He said, if we give it, he said, brother, we got to give alms of your substance. He said, you see a man that's poor? We got to give. Now, I'm not sitting there saying we got to get out here, man, and we supposed to feed the homeless. We poor right now. Yeah. Together as a nation. Yes, we're in a poor condition. Come out your selfishness that's fallen already, right? And little castle you built is crumbling. It's infected, it's crumbling already. It's time for you to go on and give. We're supposed to be looking out for each other. Go ahead.
And the face of Yahweh shall not be turned away from thee.
He said the Most High said his face won't turn from you. Go ahead.
If thou hast abundance, give alms accordingly.
Read.
If thou have but a little, be not afraid to give according to that little.
Go ahead.
For thou layest up a good treasure for thyself against the day of necessity.
That means, I read that out, that means days are going to get worse, right? We went through this and we weren't ready. You look at all the panic, we wasn't ready, right? So when the next one comes, what's going to happen? We're not going to be ready. If we keep doing the same exact thing, when Esau say, hey, you know what? Okay, we found the cure for the coronavirus. Y'all come on to the hospital, get the cure. Everybody going back to work. We got over it. Let's go. All right, everybody will go to work and you watch attendants do this. Right. Dwindle back down. The most I like the alms that you give, you're supposed to be getting ready for what? The next time. If it's about the necessity, I know that we're gonna be back in this place again, back in this position again. Right. But next time we in this position, can we be more prepared?
Constantly.
What work did we do before to get ourselves prepared? How unified did we become now
Right.
so that we're prepared? That's what this is about. If we're waiting on Christ to come back, don't we have to survive till Christ come back?
Con.
So should we get prepared
Con.
for the time when he comes back?
Con.
Instead of doing what we've been doing, living day to day, just make sure I'm taken care of, stocking my little refrigerator, trying to put a little money in my bank. When Christ come back, you won't survive. The days leading up, I'm not saying he come back, should the days leading up to Christ coming back, guess where you won't be? You're not going to make it.
Right.
Because not an individual is going to make it on his own. It don't work like that. That's what that is the lesson that these things are supposed to be teaching.
Right.
As an individual, you can't make it. I don't give a damn how good the job is. The job is only good as status in America.
That's it.
The home is only good with its status in America. The car, the whatever you're doing, it's only good for your little status here in America. But America is shut down. So what good is the status?
That's right.
It ain't putting no food on your table. It ain't shielding you from anything. You don't get no special privileges.
Con. We all
He
get
said, yeah, brother, you talking about, oh, this NBA star got coronavirus. So his millions of dollars he got couldn't save him from nothing.
Right.
That's what the Most High showing us. Like the only thing that shield you from everything that's going to hit us is what? Your arms, man. The fact that you give. One more verse, read on, and I'm going to go back to, I'm going to turn it over.
Verse 10. Because that alms do deliver from death.
Alms deliver from what?
From death.
So what's going to save us from these conditions? Your alms. The fact that you give. The Most High said what you give, but the fact that you hear and you're making yourself accessible.
Con.
Right? I'm making myself accessible for whatever's needed. Brother, they got food down at the food bank. It's downtown Houston. Can you go? Come on, brother. Listen, when you go down there, it's not about getting it from your house, bring it to the school because we need what? There are families that need to be fed. Come. That's what needs to be said because that little arm that you gave, who did it help? But the Most High smiled on that eye.
Ooh.
That's what it's showing.
Nice.
Right.
The Most High smiles on those efforts out. But we're supposed to start now getting ready for the next time.
Let's stop.
Yeah, let it out, let it out.
Go to John real quick. Go to John. Actually, it's all good. Go back to the reading.
Go back to the reading. It's all good.
Exodus chapter 35, verse 4.
We're at verse 4.
God. And Moses.
It's the first reader.
God. The first 4 verses.
I wouldn't even hear what it is.
Exodus chapter
Real quick. It said, well, no, there's a question according to what
I just said.
it says. Khan, so do we have to have supplies stored up? Or stored up? Wait, Khan, we do have to have supplies stored up. You can't just live day to day. You must be prepared. Well,
I was going to answer that. If you don't mind?
Go ahead.
My sense of everything, they quote what I said. If just to say it, I'm not attacking with it, but whoever made that.
It was a system.
Or whoever said, I'm not attacking what you said. What I'm going to make is your attendance. By being around one another, we're able to now at least be able to see what is needed. If we don't talk, if we don't deal, if you're in your world and I'm in mine, I don't know what resources you have and don't have. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what resources I have and don't have.
you might have the bread and I got the butter.
There you go, man.
You might have the peanut butter and I got the jelly.
You might have the pans, but I got the food.
Right.
Yeah.
So in all of it, we don't know what resources we have, but the lack of communication with one another, about the lack of a gathering together, you never know what. See, what we're looking at is we still can't look for some worldly way to fix this problem.
Con.
I look at how the Spirit of the Most High works. The scripture said when 2 or 3 are gathered together, the Most is in the midst, right? Let's go back. When we built the temple, what was the sole purpose of having the temple? We came together and the Most High was among us, right? So we were together, all the ideas, all the things that come to us, man. Now, if it's an idea that popped up and as a body we can move on that, beautiful. We have the resources to move on. You're the resource. You see what I'm saying? Forget a can of green beans, man. You're the resources because, think about it. If your arms and my arms is what's going to save us, if the Most High is blessing that, I don't need you to store up some extra chicken. We might not eat chicken. We might not be able to do anything with it. But by the fact that you brought arms, I brought arms, he brought arms, he brought arms. This is what the Most High want as a nation anyway. It's the fact that we together giving, not what we give it.
Right.
If the Father fed us with angel food, man. There ain't nothing that the Most High can't give us what we need. But we're not giving him what he needs. I want your arms. I want you willingly giving. I want you in that seat. And I know that you're here to do whatever is required for this nation to be able to survive this time.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Not just, well, I'm storing up my supplies. Hell, if we got to move, what good with your supplies?
That's true.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? What good was the supplies if we had to move?
Can't carry it yourself.
No. So we all need to be together. So at the time we do, and if the Spirit leads us in what we're supposed to do, then fine. We're together as a body, accomplishing this goal. So to answer the question, that is the supply. You are the supplies that's needed. You know what I'm saying? You in the seat, sitting down, and as we're talking, as we're going through things, then you're able to raise your hand. Hey, you know what, brother? I got keys to a Walmart over here. You know what, brother? I own 100 acres of land over here. You do? Damn, you know what? We deliver trucks, man, and we had a whole thing of seed come in, Rob.
Somebody lost a friend.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying we had to go out and steal trailers.
We gotta spoil America.
But you never know what is going to open up. But the Most High showing us what's killing us is your resources with you. Because you're alone in your home. My resources with me. Because I'm alone in my home. We ain't accomplishing nothing. You got to now give alms. That means you got to be here ready to give. That's how, as we read, that's how it's been. We came out of Egypt. Everybody that was willing to give, had a willing heart, they pitched in. The temple was built. Right?
Gone. There's this one time hurricane.
Let me say this real quick, just to offer a little balance, because I understand what she's saying too. Yes, there's nothing wrong with like I went and did all the jugs that were back here for water. Yeah. There was like 10 of them, 50, whatever. I filled up every jug, right?
Right.
And I brought them to my house for anybody that needed water. But then I brought them back to the school. They're all in the back for whoever needs water.
Right.
There's food back there. We got toilet paper back there. All types of different paper back there if you need it. So yes, but it still goes to his point that it was all brought in a community sense.
God.
It wasn't that I took all the water and brought it to my house and was like, well, I got water.
Right,
niggas.
right,
I ain't gonna be thirsty.
And
right?
if y'all need some.
If y'all need some. Yeah, because I sent out the text. What did I say in the text? I said, whoever needs water, there's like 10 5-gallon jugs. Come get them. Right? Everybody was on top of it and got water. Right? Sister Mary needed water. Brought her some water. We have things at the school in case we got to pull from the school.
Right.
The resource. So it's still everybody coming together. We've been doing that before there's any type of situation like that. There's always food back there and things like that from feast and just brothers bringing cans. Right? It gotta be like that, but it's brought for the body.
Right.
Now, remember, Galatians 5:15, the scriptures say, Walk circumspect, not as fools, redeeming the time because the days are evil. So yes, do you have to have a little bit extra maybe at your house? Of course. Not wrong with having a few extra bars of soap, a few extra things of toilet tissue because you see what they're doing, right? So a little extra food. But you always got to keep in mind what happens when that runs out. Or what happens, again, when I have the food and somebody has the pots.
Right.
I got to be in the mind that this is all supposed to be dispensed if need be. If I jump on the text right now and say, listen, everybody bring all their food to the school, it's going down. And then we got to redistribute. Who's going to be willing to do that? Is it about, well, I bought this, I'm good, my house is safe. See, there's a difference, like just like when who brought it up about in Acts 4 and 5,
right?
Where everybody said this is what I'm gonna bring, and everybody brought it, and then what did they do? They distributed evenly, so everybody had the even amount, because that's what it's about. It might get to that point where you might get the text, hey, shalom, brothers and sisters. The grocery stores are out of everything.
Right.
Everyone bring all your food to the school, and let's make sure nobody's hungry. Who's going to be in that mind?
Yeah.
That's because that's what it's about. Who's going to bring their abundance?
Wow.
Remember, it says give alms. He went to it. It said give alms of your substance according to the little bit or to the much. Right? So who's going to be willing to bring what they have for it to be redistributed for everyone to have an equal amount? He that brought little, you didn't have much over. And it's funny, we're going to go to those scriptures. But who's going to be doing that? Who's going to be willing to be in that mind to where now my abundance is going to be equal with everybody else?
Yeah. I like the way you say it because you're going to fight a lot of demons in there during that time because you're going to be trying to hoard a lot of stuff too. You ain't going to be wanting to get it. So you're going to have to go outside of yourself and follow the Most High and what He wants you to do.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be fighting a lot of demons because they're going to be hitting you because I can see I'm thinking about what you're saying. You're saying, shit, I don't want to give that up. I don't want to give that up. I don't want to give that up. So you're gonna have to come out of yourself and.
But guess what?
Put that faith involved.
You gonna give it up because
you know what I mean?
if you're not paying attention to the news, you got kids in California going around and breaking into people's houses.
That is right.
So you got the whole nation out of school. All these little badass kids. Idleness teaches much evil.
Right.
They got nothing to do. Right? And they really ain't, they're not wanting for nothing. They're just idle. But when that trend starts to catch on where ain't no food around, but it's in people's houses, they come in not for your TV, not for your damn cell phone or your little savings or whatever the hell you got stored up.
Right.
They come in for that food, bread, water, those things. So if you want to, you could be greedy on one end and get. Trust me, you're gonna give it up.
Right.
Somewhere or somehow. One way or another. It's going to be willingly or the Most High is going to have to check you. But who's going to be in the mind to be, check this out. Go to John real quick. Go to John 10. Go to John 10 because we've been talking about it. Go to John 10 and verse 17 real quick. Because we've been talking about this giving and laying things down in our life and this and that and right? Go to John 10. Read that.
John chapter 10, verse 17.
Read.
Therefore doth my Father love me.
Why does the Most High love Yahweh Shai? Read.
Because I laid down my life.
He did what?
I laid down my life.
Willing. Will there first be a willing mind? Then it is accepted.
For what a man has, not what he has not.
For what a man have, not what he have not.
You said John what?
John 10:17. Right? Go ahead.
That I might take it again.
That I might what?
Take it again.
Right, because he that seek his life shall lose it. He that lose his life for my sake shall gain it. This is what Yahweh Shai was on. I'm going to give my life. Right? Now, obviously, we ain't saying, listen, bro, walk up to the podium and slit your throat. Right? Offer yourself. We ain't doing that.
Come drink this Kool-Aid.
Right, come drink the Kool-Aid.
We want you to be a living sacrifice.
Living sacrifice, like it says in Romans 12. Read on.
Verse 18.
Right?
No man taketh it from me.
Why? Why does no man have to take anything from Yahweh Shai? Because he willingly said, you know what? It wasn't mine to begin with. I'm going to give this up for the Most High's sake. So nobody had to come and say, listen, you owe. Nobody has to come to Yahweh Shai and say, listen, bro, you owe. You gonna give it up one way or another. Remember Fleece Johnson, right? The booty warrior. He said somebody's giving it up, right? He said I'm getting it one way or another. He said willingly or not, somebody giving it up. But no man got to take from you if you say, you know what, this is my reasonable sacrifice. Go ahead.
But I lay it down of myself.
He did what?
I lay it down of myself.
I lay it down on myself, man. Yeah. How much easier is life? How much easier are things? Like he had to check Paul. Paul, why kick us down against the pricks?
True.
Paul was fighting, right? Ignorantly, but he was fighting. Yahweh Shai, Paul, why kick us down against the pricks? From that point on, Paul was like, wait a minute. I've been trying to lay my life down, but I've been doing it wrong. Let me follow the right steps. Right. And life, it's not like life got easier for Paul, but he had more of a comfortability in his mind of why he was doing what he was doing. Right. A lot of us ain't comfortable in our spirit because you still fight and wrestle and war with the things of this world. You wrestle with what you give, when you give, how you give, where you give, how much you gonna give. When you can kill all that fighting in yourself, all that turmoil, by just saying, you know what? I'm open. I'm open. Go ahead.
I have power to lay it down.
Right. And we all have the power to lay it down. For what purpose? Read on.
And I have power to take it again.
Just so you could get that eternal life. Was he saying, I'm going to lay my life down and then, man, screw this. I'm going to go be a fisher. I'm going to go be a carpenter's son. Is that what Yahweh Shai was saying? Like, I laid my life down for 3 years. Right. Time to die? Nah, I ain't doing that, bro. I'm about to pick my life up. I'm about to go kick it over here with the 12. I'm going to go chill with the publicans and sinners. Get drunk on the side. Like, is that what he was saying? Or was he talking about picking up that eternal life? That eternal glory? Storing up, when you land, and even going to the sister's question, storing up those treasures in heaven, laying down your life, right? God. And what treasures are you building? Right. What are you storing up to pick up? Now I can depend on faith. Now I can depend on long suffering. Now I got peace. But before that, what did we have? Grief. We had sufferation. We had turmoil. We had mental anguish, right? We laid down our life to get rid of those things, to pick up eternal life. Read.
And I have power to take it again.
Uh-huh.
This commandment have I received of my Father.
You see that? This is what Yahweh Shai received of the Father, that if you lay it down willingly, if there first be a willing mind, that when I do give it back to you, it's going to be better than what you thought it was. This is what we lose a lot of the times, that when we give up, you're really giving up something that's worth. Again, Mashaba was saying it earlier. We have in the mind that we're something. Because you scored 4 touchdowns in high school, because you ran track, because you was the prom king, right? Because you was valedictorian. None of that means anything. None of that means anything. Except for what you're doing now. What you gave up, that old man, you needed to give him up. He was putting you in the grave. The life you're picking up now, that's what's going to bring you into life. But what is it all contingent on? What we read in Tobit, giving of the alms. Romans 12:1, making your life a living sacrifice. That is holy and acceptable. It said this is your reasonable sacrifice. Right? So that's what these things are contingent on. All to get what? All to get what? To survive the coronavirus? Hell nah. It said this is the beginning of sorrows. It's to be able to get past this and be able to beat the much more deeper evils that's set to come. That's what it's about. Like, y'all think it's about this? Listen, if they say go home for 2 weeks, I'm game. I already got it set up. I'm ready. But what happens when they say, what happens when they start busting the door down for us sitting up in here? and there ain't no coronavirus, what y'all gonna do? Where you gonna be at in your head? How you gonna be able to manage? How much oil you got in your lamp? See, these are the things that you should be asking yourself. Do I got enough to be able to sustain a 30-day drought of the word? Remember, it says it in Amos, there's going to be a famine, not of bread and water, but of the word. It says in the Apocrypha, the land will be barren of faith.
Come on, brother.
So who's going to be able to sustain that? Well, it starts with now. It starts with the things you do now to be able to sustain through those times.
Yeah, man.
It's going to get real. Some of us won't live to see it.
Come on.
Some of us won't live to see it, but some of us will. And if you do have to be here to endure that, how are you going to do it? Well, it starts, remember, rehearse the righteous acts. You start doing these things now. You give yourself to the unity, to the brotherhood, to the sisterhood. You do it now. That way, 20 years from now, it's not a thing. Like, damn, I gotta unite. Damn, I didn't learn that 20 years ago. All this time, I've been not practicing the things that was gonna get me through the famine, through the drought. Y'all see this? Where we at?
If I can get one. 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse 19. 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse 19. There be so much goodness. 2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse 19.
2nd Ezra chapter 15, verse 19. A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword, and spoil their goods, because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation.
Verse what you were just saying right now. If you're still trying to practice being an individual, what's going to happen to you as an individual? You're going to die an individual, but I was thinking about this. So you got all your weapons. You going to stay up all night and all day? You got nobody else to help you. So you got your booby traps.
Yeah, right.
You got all that type of stuff set up, whatever.
Set up like Rambo.
Right, you got that set up like Rambo or Macaulay Culkin movie from way back in the day, whatever. You got the hot iron on the doorknob, whatever.
Damn.
Hopefully it's freezing outside. You put water and slip down the stairs, whatever. All right, cool. But you're by yourself.
Right. Well, then that's left alone.
When you're left by yourself, even like in the world, don't they wait till you're caught slipping before they move on you? So if you're by yourself, what security? I don't care how many weapons you got. That's not gonna be enough. But if we have a community, can we have rotating watches? Can we have rotating watches and who's gonna attack people that are strong? Even Christ told us in the parable, did he not? A strong man armed keepeth his goods.
Yeah.
But if you bind him up, then you will break into his house. But if we're together, are they gonna be able to get us? No. If we're together, they can't. And I'm not talking about we need to move into that type of military mindset. I'm talking about that community mindset.
Right.
How many, now, if I'm by myself and just worry about my kids and my wife, now, if I gotta go out and get provisions, who's gonna be there to make sure my wife and kids is cool?
That's right.
But if we have a body, then I know there's people there. My kids is watched, the wives are watched, and now if men need to go out and make a move, guess what we're gonna do as men then?
Strong move.
We're gonna make some moves then,
God.
and we know which men to take with us on this move or on that move or what have you. It might not require brute force. This might require finesse. It might require somebody who does not know how to talk to people. We might have to go make negotiations. When I say negotiations, we might have to make some peace with, if it says some other Israelites.
Right.
Cool. Then who are we taking?
Not me.
We gotta be able to take. We have to be able to take those type of people in the right mindset. It might take having some sisters need to go do some talking. But we're already in the practice of rehearsing these things. We're already getting to that. What the thing that was mentioned about the oil. You know what the oil is? Experience. We have experience using these scriptures, so you know it works. if we have no experience in coming together, then when it's time to be by yourself or come together, guess what you're gonna be able to do? Because you never saw it work.
Right.
I don't think that's gonna work. But as we keep practicing these scriptures now, guess what we're gonna be able to show others as they come in? Look, we all come together. No, I know you're thinking about this union family. This is how we do things. And it's gonna work. Like, you know, we all bring everything. And the way we do it is, we all bring everything, and when it gets bad, we all have we cook one meal for everybody. And then we have it set up, it's meatless Mondays. It's,
Nice.
Rice and beans.
Rice and Beans Tuesday. It's, vegetable, it's a liquid fast Wednesday, or whatever it is, that we're already in this practice. We're already doing these things together as a body. So we're already in that practice, so we know how, as it does get worse, guess who's, there's so many parables Christ gave. The man who built his house on the rock did what? He built his house on the scriptures, on the application of the scriptures. So it says when the rains came and beat heavy on that house, what did that house do? It was able to stand. But the ones who are not going to build their house on how the scriptures is going, as we keep trying to bring out all this great edification, then when you get beat upon and think your building is going to fail, and how great is that fall going to be? It's going to be real bad. But again, if we're already in the practice of, has everybody ate? Every Sabbath, I know here recently now it's been more because we have the sewing stuff going on. But then every Sabbath, what's always being prepared back here? Some type of food, some type of meal. To make sure what? We're getting some spiritual food, then we're already in provision. We're already in the habit of what? Physical food. We're already in this. So as we take that practice, now we can take it daily. Hey, all right, this shut down, that's shut down, there's no food over here, but has everybody ate? But check it out, at the school, there'll be some food at the school everybody wants to eat. Or a central location. Or say we're going over to this brother's house. Or if you haven't ate, there's extra food being placed cooked over here at this place. Now we're already in this habit. We already got these experiences going, so we know how to survive. So now there's no cat just like, what are we gonna do? We ain't got no answers. We don't have to be left up there like that. Now when the Most High already gave us these great instructions in righteousness already, don't keep no fire by yourself in your damn house, man. Come together.
You know what? I love what you're saying now. Something I noticed when I see a herd of sheep together, that wolf, never go run up and down the attack. As soon as one of them wander off, they all by this, he out, and that sheep all by itself, here they come.
It's called social distancing.
And he said, Christ or Peter told us what? Your adversary, the devil, moves as a lion. How do lions attack a herd? They put so much pressure, so much panic to get the old, the young, whoever. You stop thinking how everybody else is moving, and you move by yourself. And what happens? It's only a matter of seconds before that gazelle, that sheep, that buffalo, that giraffe is by yourself. And it's a wrap. And we're going to talk about moving in the spirit. You see, you had to bring that up. And
I love that.
If we're going to talk about moving in the spirit, let's look at nature. How do all the birds know to leave at the same time out the wire? They leave together. And they all fly to the right together. Or they all fly to the left together. And you see that one, everybody goes left, this nigga goes right? Who's out the spirit then? You see the school of fish. They all do what? Move to the right together. Move to the left together. As the shark comes, they make a big hole. But the one that doesn't move with the rest of the body, swallowed up. So in with fowls, with fish, with animals.
Herd.
The fact that they all stay together, they're all in what? The spirit. It's not this mystical I'm just by myself, and I get the Music Soul Child rap around my head, and I'm burning some Mac chocolate, and now I'm being spiritual. And all I do is listen to gospel music, and I'm spiritual. No, if we're going to be spiritual, according to what the scripture says, we move in unity. That's moving in the spirit. We're moving together. What the Most High have us doing from the very beginning, from the first tabernacle coming out of Egypt, what was everything we did? It was all together.
Exactly.
It wasn't never about the individual. It was always moving together. That's moving in the spirit. Now, last night I had this dream, man, and this dream told me I need to go ahead and do this. Nigga, what? I'm saying that, I'm sorry. I'm saying that because how many times they say in the scriptures, go write it in a book. Go write it down. Eat the words of this book. That it's not about your dreams no more. Now it's about what? Are we following the book? Are we following the instructions? Together. That's us moving in spirit, moving together. Not you moving by yourself. You're following a spirit. You're not following the spirit. Everything the Most High has been showing us. He keeps reiterating, move together, work together, move together, work together. Let everything be done decently in order. The Most High is not the other confusion. Be ye followers of me as I am in Christ. I mean, it's all throughout the book. As it was read earlier. Christ comes in the volume of the book. Yeah. From the volume of the book, individuals, what happened to individuals? Cain moved to the individual. What happened? He wound up killing his brother, and the Most High cursed him forever. Yep. What type of thing you got going on where there's nothing you can do for God to forgive you? Right. Because before you got to that point, you was moving as an individual. Ain't gonna get smart. Am I my brother's keeper? Well, I'm supposed to look out for other people and not look out for me? Right. That got you marked and cursed forever. There is nothing you could ever do now for God to accept you. That's scary. Sure is. That's scary. And it come back after the flood with Cain, there's absolutely nothing you can do to be accepted. Wow. Nothing. Because you were always about the individual. Why did you sell your birthright? I'm thinking about what I'm going through right now. And I'm so desperate right now. Nigga, you can't wait 20 minutes? If all it took was 20 minutes to cook the meat, that was in the lentils, you just had to have it right now. No discipline. No patience. You sold your birthright. That made you hate it forever. So now, are we going to come back now as Israelites and follow the same dumb pattern? Right. Get so desperate, get no discipline, no unity, and be just like Esau? That does not make no sense to me. Just like we were only in verse 4. Why are you in your house by yourself cooking a fire? Why are you by yourself? What is that? You didn't learn that from the Most High. You didn't learn that from Israelites. Where'd you learn that from to just be by yourself? Right. That is not how we should be doing things. So the Most High has given us all types of grace. He's given us all types of mercy. He's given us all types of examples of what we can follow. Being been the 4th time ready for our learning, for us to learn from. As we're facing these days now. Right. You said we weren't getting ready. Then let's get ready. I'm going to say it like that. I don't understand this. Then let's get ready.
I do got a good one, though. Let me see. We're going to Tobit 4, right? I'm just going to read it. I'm going to read verse 17, right? Tobit chapter 4, verse 17. It says, pour out thy bread on the burial of the just. If I'm going to give, if it's talking about the burial, it's talking about the ones that have already passed, right? No. So everything we're reading about the ways and the things that our people did, or we did throughout history. You know what I'm saying? Throughout the Bible. So if I'm supposed to pour my bread on that then. I'm supposed to bank on, bank on what they did before. Sure. I got to bank on that. I got to give to that. I'm going to give to what was laid down. What I'm reading, let me invest into the things I've learned in that book. The ways, the ideas, everything else, the things have been done, that's what I'm going to bank on, right? That's what I'm going to invest in. That's where my studying comes in, right?
God.
So I get better and better in familiarizing myself with what they did back then to survive, so that I can do it now to survive. You understand? And then-
I got to what you said. I'm sorry. So, as Israel worked as a community, and that's how most that took care of everybody. America teaches us what? Always look out for self.
Right.
Now, if I'm around my family members who are not dealing with the scriptures, or ain't dealing with the Most High, they'll ask the question: Why would you give them all your stuff? You don't have enough for you. You ain't gonna have enough for you. They gonna use you. They just gonna use you. But if I'm studying to show myself approved in the Most High, if I'm studying knowing that this is the right thing to be doing in the eyes of the Most High, is the Most High gonna provide? Is the Most High gonna take care?
God.
And I have to, that's got to be my investment. You understand? If you pour your bread in that, then that's what I'm investing into. I'm investing into the things I'm learning in this Bible. Right? Because these are the words of the just. It was written down, all the things that they did, the Most High looked at it as right in his eyes. Then it says, and give not, and give nothing to the wicked. All the things I've learned in the world, I can't give to that. That's not my investment. My investment's got to be what I'm learning in this Bible. Right? It says, verse 18, ask counsel of all that are wise, and despise not any counsel that is profitable. But I'm going to get that profitable counsel where? Here. Because the same people that is telling me to invest in the Bible, they're investing into that Bible. All our ideas come from that book. Every one of our ideas. They come from that book. You understand? Verse 19. It says, bless the Lord thy power always, and desire of him that thy ways may be directed, and that all thy paths and counsels may prosper. You get that here. You get that in that environment where now we're all in the book, and we're allowing the book now to guide the directions, the decisions, and the path that we go down. That's what this has always been about. As we come to learn, I'm letting that be what guides me. I'm letting that be what goes before my decisions, not emotion. You see what I'm saying? Not the world. I'm letting the fact that I'm learning the Bible, I'm doing things the way they did them back then, that is what's going to anchor and guide the direction and the decisions that I make. Read on. It says, for every nation hath not counsel, but the Lord himself giveth all good things, and he humbleth who he will, as he will. Now therefore, my son, remember my commandments, neither let them be put out of your mind. All these things bring us back to the Father. Everything we're going through brings us back to following him. Counsel comes from him. The white man ain't got no counsel for what's going on.
That's right.
The white man ain't gonna save us in this through these situations. Only the Father. So we gotta now put our minds on what he wants. Give him what he wants, he gonna take care of the other side.
That's right.
All right?
That's right.
Let's go back to Exodus chapter 3.
Exodus 35.
35, sorry about that, y'all.
Exodus chapter 35, verse 5. It's like in verse 4. And Moses spake unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, saying, this is the thing which the Lord commanded, saying, verse 5, take ye from among you an offering unto the Lord. Whosoever is offering a willing heart, let him bring it. An offering of the Lord, gold and silver and brass and blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair and ram skins dyed red and badger skins and shittim wood and oil for the lights and spices for anointing oil and for the sweet incense and onyx stones and stones to be set for the ephod and for the breastplate. And every wise-hearted among you shall come and make all that the Lord hath commanded. This tabernacle, his tent, and his covering, his taches, and his boards, his bars, his pillars, and his sockets, the ark and the staves thereof, which the mercy seats and the veil of the covering, the table and his staves, and all his vessels, and the showbread. Verse 14. The candlestick also for the lights, and his furniture, and his lamps, with the oil for the lights, and the incense altar, and his staves, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the door at the entering in of the tabernacle. The altar of burnt offering, which is brazen grate, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver, and his foot. The hangings of the courts, his pillars and their sockets, and the hanging for the door of the courts. The pins of the tabernacle, and the pins of the courts, and their cords. The cloths of service to do service in the holy place. The holy garments for Aaron the priest, and the garments of his sons to minister in the priest's office. And all the congregation of the children of Israel departed from the presence of Moses. And they came, everyone whose heart stirred him up, and everyone whom his spirit made willing, and they brought the Lord's offering to the work of the tabernacle of the congregation, and for all his service, and for the holy garments. And they came both, men and women, as many as were willing-hearted, and brought bracelets and earrings and rings and tablets of all jewels of gold, and every man that offered an offering of gold unto the Lord. And every man with whom was found blue and purple and scarlet and fine linen and goat's hair and red skin of rams and badger skins brought them. Everyone that did offer an offering of silver and brass brought the Lord's offering, and every man with whom was found seeking wood for any work of the service brought it. And all the women that were wise-hearted did spin with their hands, and brought that which they had spun, both of blue, and of purple, and of scarlet, and of fine linen. Verse 26. And all the women whose hearts stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's hair. And the rulers brought onyx stones, and stones to be set for the ephod, and for the breastplate, and spice, and oil for the lights, and for the anointing oil, and for the sweet incense. The children of Israel brought a willing offering unto the Lord, every man and woman, whose heart made them willing to bring for all manner of work, which the Lord had commanded to be made by the hand of Moses. Verse 30.
I mean, y'all see that for some reason it just keeps saying a willing mind.
Yes, man.
For some reason. A willing offering, whose hearts were wise. Remember, not everybody gave, even at this point. Not every Israelite was like, oh yeah, let me do that. Because some was like, no, that's my linen. I got that from the Egyptians. I worked for that. I earned that. I deserve it. It's mine. It's my gold. It's my this. It's my that. So remember, it was all about a willing. He quoted it. The Most High loves a cheerful giver. If there first be a willing mind, then it is accepted. All these, it got to be willing. It got to be. It has to be in your heart to do it from the heart.
Go ahead. I like it too. In verse 10, it makes the statement right there. It says, "Every wise-hearted."
Right. Verse 10 says it.
Every wise-hearted among you shall come.
Verse 25 says it. Verse 29 says it. It keeps reiterating this theme of willing and wise-hearted, because that's the only thing the Most High wanted. He didn't want anything done. Remember, 2 Peter's 5, it says, taking the oversight, not of constraint, but of a ready mind. You know, everything had to be ready. The Most High didn't want to have to strangle anything out of you. You gonna get this? Not like either you brought it willingly, or you did give it up in a different way. It got spoiled in a different way. So you had to give up. You had to give up something. Remember, we were always in debt to the Most High. So and we still are. So you're gonna have to give it up some way. He that loses his life shall gain it. He that seek his life shall lose it. So either you give it willingly or it gets taken. And when it gets taken, it's hard to come back and repair what's been taken.
That's like one of the curses, where the Most High tell you, because you want to serve me
With joyfulness and
gladness in your heart, with the abundance of all
28
things.
and 45.
You look at it, this is what he told Moses, right? He said, because you didn't want to serve me for the abundance of all things, with joyful and gladness of heart. He said, I'm going to make you serve your enemies then. Yep. So, like you saying, you're helping to bring out that point, you're going to give it up somewhere. If you're going to do it for the Most High, then fine, serve your enemy.
You're going to walk around the wilderness for 40 years. I'm gonna make y'all think it's all good, like y'all are doing the right thing. You think that the wilderness was paradise? That shit was punishment.
Right.
You walked around, it says our clothes didn't even wax old. Think about that. It made you think you was in good shape. Like, oh, we living. Man, I got shoes and clothes. Look, got my little tent, my tabernacle over here.
Yeah.
Got my couple of my ribs, my kids, we good. The promised land been over here the whole time, and all you did was just circle around it. Circle by it.
Yes, that's it.
And then, I'm going to let you come right in. And then, when it was time to walk in there, you didn't even walk in there. Your kids did.
God.
The whole generation faded off. Like that. No, the kids is going to go. Everybody 21 and under.
God.
I was just going to say, thanks to things like Google World and Google Maps, if you do the map from Cairo, Egypt, to Jerusalem, Israel, and you can put in there walking, bus, train, or whatever. If you do that by walking, that's a 6-day walk.
2 weeks the most.
Right.
But 6 days.
6 days.
Right.
That's what the Google Map shows.
Yep.
To walk from Cairo, Egypt, to Jerusalem, walking takes 6 days.
Wow.
Just under a week. One man by himself. Cool. We had to walk for 40 years. Years.
Who's doing laps?
Because we didn't believe.
Right.
Because to have to work together and believe the words of the Most High was just too much. To not want to let go of the old man. To not want to learn this new way of doing things. Most of them, we had to waste our time on something that took 6 days to walk. If we walked 6 days straight, never stopped, it'd be 6 days. So obviously we didn't walk. We wouldn't walk 6 days straight, up night day, night day, night day, night day. We had to stop or whatever.
For the elderly,
whatever. So let's say 2 weeks then. A 2-week journey.
Why?
Took 40 years.
I gotta purge out all the
niggas.
I was gonna be more diplomatic, but I gotta purge out niggas. You took my word, right? But what I gotta purge out selfishness.
And because in the scripture, in the Apocrypha, let me clarify. Pick your mic up. It tells you about a niggard in the Apocrypha.
Niggard at the table.
How a niggard is selfish. How a niggard is greedy.
Yeah.
How a niggard only thinks about himself. So that's why I said nigger. I should have said niggard. Forgive me to be more biblical.
Well,
yeah, man. Hey,
I'm gonna say niggas.
Hey,
Bible call them niggas. I'm going
You go through. You look at. When we read, we always like that kid in the movies. You know, you always see Danger in the movie. You can talk in the movie. Look behind you.
Yep.
Y'all going in a circle. Cause we reading it, we like, y'all could have just did this. Y'all would have been gone a long time ago. So what do you think is going to be written about us? Like what kingdom did the Most High already have prepared that's been that close to get to, but guess why we not there?
That's so true.
Because we walking around with the shoes that we have on, our clothes that we wear, the place we live, and we think it's that good. No different, they walking in the wilderness. Okay, y'all want to be in the wilderness? We're going to build this temple. And every time we stop and sit down and we're gonna stop and we just gonna rebuild this temple. We're gonna pack it up, we're gonna move again, and then we're gonna do what? Rebuild the temple. Pack it back up, move over here. We could have walked through
Until y'all learn.
Right.
Until y'all learn. I'm gonna put you under this disciplinary action. This robotic. Y'all want to be carnal?
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna be carnal just with y'all.
God, you gonna
Merge.
And how to work together.
Yes.
Wow.
Build a temple.
Okay, yes. Set it up.
Break it down.
Okay. Let's make sure you got the temple set up. Cool.
God.
Now, is everybody on the west? Everybody, all the tribes, all
Yeah,
the 10
everybody
set up? All the ones on the south, north, east? Okay, everybody set up? It's all set up? Cool.
Break it down.
No, break it down.
Yeah, let's move it. Yeah, I don't like the sun over here.
Yeah.
I don't like the.
Ain't no water over here.
Ain't no water over here, man.
Ain't no water.
Or the breeze ain't right on this side. Man, let's move. Pack it up.
Now, is everybody lined up? Is everybody lined up? It's all packed up? Everybody's lined up? Put it back.
Right. You know, we had to get to the point of saying, hold on.
Wow.
Didn't we build here before? I see some of them.
Yeah.
We built over here before.
You've been here before.
Right. We built over here before. You've been going in a circle that long, but I got to get y'all to work together.
Yep.
At what point we
We
don't
did it with
work
our
together?
kids.
God.
We did it with our kids. This is my house.
Yeah.
That's when my son's back there laughing. How many times, well, you know what? Not even just with kids. A coach will do that for you in sports.
Yep.
Oh, y'all don't want to do it again?
Suicides.
Suicides.
Yeah.
Right?
You do it right?
I remember one of my worst football practices ever. We're doing films. And in this game, we supposed to blow the other team away. And we didn't. We're walking back from the play, and we're walking back to the huddle.
Ooh.
Then we're walking from the huddle up to the line of scrimmage.
Ooh.
And coach was like, he had to hit the fast forward button to make sure that we was running. He was like, no, this ain't y'all running. This is me hitting fast forward because y'all were walking. That practice, I think we ran 60 40s. He went ahead and had the other coaches pull their vehicles up to the football field and turn their lights off.
Yep.
And that's all we did. He's like, I don't care if we win this game or not. I bet y'all ain't gonna be walking.
Yeah.
Just keep going. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. We've done that in sports. We do that where if you don't get it right, do it over again.
Yep.
Do it over again. I don't care. You know what? Oh, nobody knows who did it. Nobody knows what happened. Everybody getting this whooping. Everybody gonna wash the dishes. You know what? Not just throw this in the dishwasher. Rewash every dish in the house. Rewash everything.
Wow.
And dry it. We're going to extend this. Now, all you got to do is just vacuum the living room.
Right.
Then when you do that, now we're going to vacuum everything.
The whole house.
Yep.
Even the toilet.
The whole house, even the bathroom.
Yep.
Everything. We're going to vacuum. Now we're going to make extra work.
Yeah, it would have took 20 minutes. Now it's taking 20 hours. It'll take
And your
all-
friends out there, can Michelle come play?
No.
You still doing chores?
But I like the point. We
Man, your parents is mean.
We didn't see the value in doing it right the first time.
That's it. That's the truth, man. That's the truth.
That's what it was about. Doing it right the first time. Did you finish?
I'm at 30 and I finished at 35.
Oh, go ahead.
Exodus chapter 35, verse 30. And Moses said unto the children of Israel, See, the Lord hath called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and he hath filled him with the Spirit of the Most High, in wisdom, in understanding, and in knowledge, and in all manner of workmanship, and to devise curious works, to work in gold, and in silver, and in brass, and in the cutting of stones, to set them, and in the carving of wood, to make any manner of cunning work. And he hath put in his heart that he may teach both he and Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach, of the tribe of Dan. Them hath he filled with wisdom of heart to work all manner of work of the engraver and of the cunning workman, and of the embroiderer in blue and in purple, in scarlet and in fine linen, and of the weaver, even of them that do any work, and of those that devise cunning work.
Any questions on that?
Wow.
Next reader.
Real quick. It was verse, about the women with the goats hair. What verse was that?
That was verse 25
26?
or 26.
And 26, I just went out real quick. It says, and all the women whose heart stirred them up in wisdom spun goat's hair. And the only reason I want to bring that up is okay, say you didn't have gold, but you knew how to sew.
Yeah.
So then what'd you bring?
Your sewing skills.
You brought your sewing skills.
Yeah, man.
Say you didn't have the jewels for the ephod or whatever, but you knew how to
Set the stone.
set the stone and do whatever. You brought, not everybody, you brought something.
Right.
Like we were just reading about the alms. Don't be afraid to give of your substance. Bring something. Bring something. And this was the only thing I want to point out. One thing that kept being said was for the work of the Most High. The work of the Most High. The work of the Most High. It wasn't. We know technically the temple or the tabernacle was the work of the Most High. But what was really the work of the Most High? Us working together. And it was something that all Israel would benefit from.
That was the work of the Most High, when all Israel could use it.
Right.
If you're the only one using it, or your family is the only one using it, that's not the work of the Most High. Not according to what these scriptures show. When all Israel could benefit from the work, that was the work of the Most High. If it's just you and your family, or you or whatever, benefiting, that is not the work of the Most High. I don't care how much fringe you wear. I don't care how long my beard gets. I don't care how your wife wears the headband with a veil.
Right.
And it's all fringed up.
She floats.
And she floats when she walks. Matter of fact, you going back to Deuteronomy 28 when you carry her everywhere. She don't even walk.
Wow. We know that ain't happening yet, but that ain't the work of the Most High. Just making sure you and your family taken care of is not the work of the Most High. The work of the Most High was always something the nation benefited from. And if anybody would like to challenge me on that, please do.
No.
I'm sorry.
If anybody wants to challenge that, let me know.
Let me know.
Next reader. And next reader.
Oh, boy. Samuel, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, burn Yashua.
Samuel, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah. I Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yashua Bakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshai Barakatah.
We started at 10.
God. You know me. Yeah. Wow. 10:07.
Computer was messing up, that's why.
Yeah.
I want to say
Yeah.
that.
Hey,
For Wednesday, you make sure how your struggle was messed up. You ain't got to work for that.
Yeah.
And my back was messed up too. When I had whatever 2 mile nature walk yesterday. Got my shit kind of nice.
Hey, I want to say this to y'all real quick. Before you start to read, one thing that I liked, and what we just brought up the last one, when he kept talking about a willing mind, you know the Most High kept us there. You look at it, how many times they moved the temple, and they was moving it. How many people got tired of, started figuring out, hey, we're going to the circle, or we just did this, and went up, went down. But for you to now keep going through the same thing, but the Most High still gave you one thing. Are you willing to do it? You know what I'm saying? How many people have been the truth now for a while now, and now, okay, every Saturday is Sabbath service. But now, I start making excuses why not to go. You know what I'm saying? Because now I don't, well, we already read, we done read this reading before. We reading the same reading again. There's not a new. We're not reading new chapters, right? We read the same thing over, but the Most High still gauging what now? Every time you come, you're not judging if it was read or if something deeper was brought out of it. What spirit were you when you came? What spirit are we in when we're here? Are we willing? Did you come because you wanted to come? You know what I'm saying? That's the most I keep judging, because as years keep going on, more people are less willing to serve the Most High.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Less willing to serve now. It's always something that becomes more important. Now you put the Father second. And if it's like this. You came in on fire, I'm going to let you go for a few years. And all of a sudden, you're not as willing to serve me. Let me let some more stuff happen to you. Now you're even less willing to serve me. To the point we stop seeing your face. What happened? Didn't you come in willing? So it needs to be look at all of us in the wilderness. At one point you started out willing. Those numbers start dwindling because now we're going and doing the same thing over and over, and I'm less willing. But that's the one thing the Most High is judging. I keep sliding in there. Those of a willing heart. Those women that were wise, they did this. Those men that were wise, they were willing. I keep sliding that in to the reading to keep pointing out one thing: the mindset. It wasn't the fact that if you did it or didn't do it, but what spirit were you and you did it? Even I came and did it, but I didn't want to be here. I'm showing face. I made sure I showed up. Somebody can't say that I wasn't here, but did I really want to be here? That's the Father is judging. There's always something that happened to you or something you go through, and now you're less willing to be here. You know, this is happening in my house right now. What's that got to do with you serving the Father? You know what I'm saying? It's a Sabbath day. So what does that matter? You ain't changed it anyway, right? Most things going on in our house, we ain't fixing them overnight anyway. But why did you miss class? Because I'm just not willing to go. I wasn't willing to go on time. And I keep coming up with an excuse not to willingly be there. But excuses is not something new. We reading about I guarantee the numbers dwindle. We done been how many years doing this? Numbers are going to dwindle because I'm less willing. But he keeps sliding that in to be able to show this is the mindset that we were supposed to stay in. We were supposed to stay in a willing mind. Y'all understand? Let's read.
Real quick. Go to Colossians 3:23. Somebody else get Hebrews 6 and 10. Somebody else get Deuteronomy 28:45.
About to go.
Yes, sir. Might as well. Go ahead.
Colossians chapter 3, verse 23.
Read.
And whatsoever ye do, do it heartily.
Do it what?
Do it heartily.
Meaning, there have to be a willing spirit, and you have to enjoy and love what you did. Remember, like you said, I'm not going to show up to show face because the Most High is seeing that. Or you just show up to show face, well, you ain't going to get nothing from being here.
There you go, man.
Because your spirit is not open. You're doing it for men's eyes.
Yeah.
So he said, whatsoever you do what?
Do it heartily.
Come on.
As to the Lord.
Right.
And not unto men.
Go to the next one.
Hebrews 6 and 10.
Read.
For God is not unrighteous for your work and labor of love.
Read it one more time.
For God is not to forget your work.
Read it one more time.
Forgive me.
Slow down.
For God is not unrighteous.
He's not what?
Unrighteous.
Go ahead.
To forget your work and labor of love.
Right.
Which ye have showed towards his name.
Right. So what does that mean? He's not unrighteous to forget your labor of love and work that you do towards his name. Well, it has to be a labor of love. It has to be that.
Yeah, man.
You gotta love this life. You gotta love what you do. You gotta love the position that the Most High got you in.
Yeah, man.
Right? That was the problem with Israel throughout the whole wilderness, where now let's go to Deuteronomy 28 and 45 or 46. We didn't have a labor of love towards the Most High. We didn't have a labor of love towards each other.
Okay.
We had a labor of love towards our own pocket, towards our own wife, vineyard, our own habitat.
Like we saw the Egyptians. The Egyptians lived for themselves.
Yeah.
Like we see in America, from the Donald Trumps to the Bill Gates to the Oprah Winfrey's to the Madam C.J. Walkers or whoever, all billionaires or whatever, they've got their riches how? Especially in America. Only thinking about self. Only thinking about how they gonna benefit. So let's get out of that mindset. That is not a Hebrew Israelite mindset to only think about myself. Go ahead, read that.
28:45.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 28:45. Moreover, all these curses shall come upon you.
40. Go ahead, read on. Go ahead.
And shall pursue you.
Right.
And overtake you.
Read.
You will be destroyed.
No, read it again. Read it from the top one more time. Y'all skipping
Moreover,
words.
all these curses shall come upon you.
Go ahead.
And shall pursue you.
Right.
And overtake you.
Right.
Till you be destroyed.
Right. Go ahead.
Because you are.
Because
you hearken is not unto the voice of the Most High.
So we didn't listen. Read.
To keep his commandments and his statutes which he command you.
Read on.
And they shall be upon you for a sign.
Right.
And for a wonder.
Right. I wonder why we in the ghettos. I wonder why we in the slums. Well, this is why. Go ahead.
And upon your seed forever.
Why?
Because you serve not the Lord thy God with joyfulness.
Right. You didn't have that labor of love. You didn't do what you did towards the name of the Most High. You did it for glory, vainglory. You did it to be seen of men. You did it because your husband said you had to. My parents are making me. The brothers is looking at me. I don't want to let the brothers down. Like, you ain't letting me down. It don't matter. It's not a letdown to me. I understand man. And the one thing about Israel is that we're hard-headed and we got to feel the pain before we get it.
God.
And every man's going to go through his battle and deal with what he got to deal with. So it's not a letdown to me. It's not a letdown to me. So don't think that you got to fight or go through what you go through for me or for any other man. You got to go through what you're going through because you understand the will of the Most High.
I got a scripture. It's 2 Corinthians chapter 8. Did you call that?
No, not yet. I'm gonna let him finish and you can get that. Go ahead. Finish it up.
With gladness of heart.
With what?
With gladness of heart.
No joyfulness, no gladness of heart. Go ahead.
For the abundance of all things.
Go ahead.
Therefore shall you serve your enemies.
And this is why. This is why. Somebody was. We were in class yesterday. We were in class yesterday. We do have class on Fridays. Got to remind brothers and sisters, we do have class Fridays. And there was a topic being brought up about about women, and this comes up a lot, about how married women will be more inclined to listen to their boss or their friend or their family over their husband. But this is why. These is part of the reasons why. You rather when your husband says, hey, we're gonna go do Sabbath class, or we're gonna go do a feast day, or don't put up the Christmas tree, or don't do this, there's a disgruntled, contentious spirit that comes over you. And the Most High is like, okay, well, go serve your enemies. Go be the boss's coffee woman. Go fetch his dry cleaning. Go bow down to the boss.
Is that what secretaries come into?
All that. All that. You'll do things that's outside your job description for the boss, but your husband is like, hey, we're going to do this righteous thing. And when you fall into that mind state, it's because you're still operating in a cursed mentality where I'll literally bend over backwards for my boss, for my family, for the homegirl, the homeboy, whatever it is. But if my husband, but then, I mean, let's be real, brothers do it too. I'll bend over backwards for my family and my wife, but when the brothers is like, hey, let's do this, it's like, I don't know about that one, right? So it trickles down the line.
But it happens because it's to show you what you're doing. Because the kids will do it. The kids will bend over backwards for their friends. You'll tell them, hey, go wash the dishes. They'll blow up like, the dishes? What's that? And they'll lose their damn mind when you give them chores. But they'll follow their friends up and down the street and be with them and want to be around them and divulge all their whole mind to them. And as soon as you try to talk to them, they're like, zip. Right? Lock the thing and throw away the key. Right? They don't want to talk to you. But they'll give it all up to their friends. It's all to show you the reflection of yourself. Right? But the problem is that we're back in the curse. Where we're supposed to be breaking out of that. Right? Where were you going to go, Bonabon?
It was 2 Corinthians 8, chapter 8, verse 7 and verse 8.
God. 2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 7.
Because it goes right with what you were, the point you were really bringing out. You know what I'm saying? About the spirit that you're supposed to be in doing this for the Most High, that gladness, that joy, that love. And this chapter talks about that's something that's supposed to be growing in all of us. You see what I'm saying? When you're here, these are the things that are, when you're in the book, and when you're serving the Most High, these things are growing in you. They're going to keep growing in you, right? And one time you write a scripture down, your knowledge of the Bible is growing, right? Every time you come to class, and the Most High put you to something, your faith grows. You know what I'm saying? All these things, the scripture says, as they're growing, something else also has to grow. Read that real quick. 2 Corinthians 8 and verse 7.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 7. Therefore, as ye abound in everything,
go ahead,
in faith and utterance and knowledge and in all diligence.
So as you are abounding in these things, when you come to class, somebody's making sure your knowledge of the Bible is growing, right? When you're here in class, your faith is growing, your utterance. Now you talk more about the Most High. All that has been growing. So as that is growing, and your diligence, your just coming every day, your attendance, the giving, everything you're starting to do for the Most High, putting your fringes on, to everything you're doing, that has been growing. But that's not the only thing that's supposed to grow. He said, as all these things are growing, it says, and in your love to us, read on.
See that ye abound in this grace also.
Go ahead.
I speak not by commandments, but by occasion of the forwardness of others.
So I'm not saying this like this is a commandment. He said, I'm saying this so that other people now benefit. For the forwardness of others, now it's got to be not about your growth, but it's about the growth of someone else. Right? It ain't about the commandments at this point. The most I want to see, are you about you, or now are you going to help come in and contribute to someone else's development and growth? Read on.
And to prove the sincerity of your love.
And to do what?
To prove the sincerity of your love.
And this was going to do what? It was going to prove how sincere your love really is. Anybody come and do it for themselves?
Right.
Anybody come and read, and I'm studying everything I'm doing, if it's about benefiting me, if I keep telling you, yeah, brother, when you study and you do this, the Most High will bless you. Of course you're going to keep doing it. Because you, in your mind, in all of our minds, this benefits me in my salvation. It's different now when somebody says, well, hey, you got to come in, but now you do it, and the things you do, it don't benefit you, it benefits this person. Every time now we sit down and put a class together, you be like, man, I know this for me. But I got to do it, and I got to make sure the class is on point because it's for you. But the Most High says, by you doing that, and when you execute doing it, you prove truly how sincere you really are. You see what I'm saying? Anybody can come sit down in the seat and come read for themselves. But the Father's like, nope. Listen, now what can we build so that the ones out there that don't have can benefit from it? Because by you now working and building for someone else, the Most High is proving what? How sincere your love truly is. Right. If you say you love me, feed my sheep. And then he told Peter, if you love me, feed my sheep. Then you're going to have to give to those that don't benefit. He even did Christ. Read verse 9, and I'll let it go. Read 9.
Verse 9. For ye know the grace of our Lord Yahushua, that though he was rich.
Though he was what?
Though he was rich.
Rich in spirit, rich in money. You know what I'm saying? This really didn't have to benefit him. I was already on the right hand side of the Father.
Come on.
I came from the right hand side of the Father for you. So I was already rich. I already made it. He said, but though he was rich, what did he do?
Yet for your sakes.
For whose sake?
For your sakes.
Go ahead.
He became poor, that ye through his poverty might be rich.
But what did that prove? How sincere his love was. No different than it's proven for us. But we going through the same thing. What is the Most High proving? I need to know how sincere your love really is. So I got you going through this to see how sincere your love really is. Do you have friends on because you love me? You know what I'm saying? Did you grow your beard out because you truly love me? Let's see. I'm going to put you through this to see how truly sincere your love really is.
Come on. I got it.
Where we at?
This is Exodus chapter 36, verse 1. Then wrought Bezalel and Aholiab and every wise-hearted man in whom the Lord put wisdom and understanding to know how to work all manner of work for the service of the sanctuary, according to all that the Lord had commanded. And Moses called Bezalel and Aholiab and every wise-hearted man in whose heart the Lord had put wisdom, even every one whose heart stirred him up to come unto the work to do it. And they received of Moses all the offering which the children of Israel had brought for the work of the service of the sanctuary, to make it withal. And they brought yet unto him free offerings every morning. Verse 4. And all the wise men that wrought all the work of the sanctuary came every man from his work which they made. And they spake unto Moses, saying, the people bring much more than enough for the service of the work which the Lord commanded to make. And Moses gave commandment, and they caused it to be proclaimed throughout the camp, saying, let neither man nor woman make any more work for the offering of the sanctuary. So the people were restrained from bringing. For the stuff they had was sufficient for all the work to make it, and too much. And every wise-hearted man among them that wrought the work of the tabernacle made 10 curtains of fine twined linen, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, with cherubims. Of cunning work made he them. The length of one curtain was 28 cubits, and the breadth of one curtain 4 cubits. The curtains were all of one size, and one coupled the 5 curtains one unto another, and the other 5 curtains he coupled one unto another. And he made loops of blue on the edge of one curtain from the selvage in the coupling. Likewise he made in the uttermost side of another curtain in the coupling of the second. 50 loops made he in one curtain, and 50 loops made he the edge of the curtain which was in the coupling of the second. The loops held one curtain to another. And he made 50 taches of gold, and coupled the curtains one unto another with the taches, so it became one tabernacle. Verse 14, and he made curtains of goat's hair for the tent over the tabernacle. 11 curtains he made them. The length of one curtain was 30 cubits, and 4 cubits was the breadth of one curtain. The 11 curtains were of one size. And he coupled 5 curtains by themselves, and 6 curtains by themselves. And he made 50 loops upon the uttermost edge of the curtain in the coupling, and 50 loops made he upon the edge of the curtain which coupled the second. And he made 50 taches of brass to couple the tent together, that it might be one. And he made a covering for the tent of ram skins, dyed red, and a covering of badger skins above that. Verse 20. And he made boards for the tabernacle of shittim wood standing up. The length of a board was 10 cubits, and the breadth of a board 1 cubit and a half. One board had 2 tenons, equally distanced one from another. Thus did he make for all the boards of the tabernacle. And he made boards for the tabernacle, 20 boards for the south side southward, and 40 sockets of silver he made under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under one board for his 2 tenons, and 2 sockets under another board for his 2 tenons. Verse 25. And for the other side of the tabernacle, which is toward the north corner, he made 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under one board, and 2 sockets under another board. And for the sides of the tabernacle westward, he made 6 boards, and 2 boards made he for the corners of the tabernacle and the 2 sides, and they were coupled beneath and coupled together at the head thereof to one ring. Thus he did to both of them in both the corners. Verse 30. And there were 8 boards, and their sockets were 16 sockets of silver, under every board 2 sockets. And he made bars of shittim wood, 5 for the boards of the one side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars for the boards of the tabernacle for the sides westward. And he made the middle bar to shoot through the boards from the one end to the other. Wow. And he overlaid the boards with gold, and made their rings of gold to be places for the bars, and overlaid the bars with gold. And he made a veil of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, and cherubims made he it of cunning work. And he made thereunto 4 pillars of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. Their hooks were of gold, and he cast for them 4 sockets of silver. And he made an hanging for the tabernacle door of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen of needlework, and the 5 pillars of it with their hooks, and he overlaid their chapiters and their fillets with gold, but their 5 sockets were of brass.
Were you? Oh, you went all the way down to 38?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, no, 35. It's all good. It's all good. Any questions? Any questions? Yeah, right.
Wow.
This is good, huh? Next reader.
I like to read with authority.
Louis, Shabashah, Yahawada, Bon, Yasharala.
Louis, Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yasha'Allah, I Micah. Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Brakatham.
So start at 37 and 1 to 38 and 3.
Yeah.
Exodus chapter 37 and 1. And Bezalel and the ark of shittim wood
Made the ark.
made the ark of shittim wood. 2 cubits and a half was the length of it, and a cubit and a half the breadth of it, and a cubit and a half the height of it. And he overlaid it with pure gold within and without, and made a crown of gold to it round about. And he cast for it 4 rings of gold to be set by the 4 corners of it, even 2 rings upon the one side of it, and two rings upon the other side of it. And he made staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he put the staves into the rings by the sides of the ark, to bear the ark. And he made the mercy seat of pure gold. 2 cubits and a half was the length thereof, the 1 cubit and a half the breadth thereof. And he made 2 cherubims of the gold, beaten out of 1 piece made he them, and the one on the 2 ends of the mercy seat, 1 cherub on the end of this side, and another cherub on the other end of that side. Out of the mercy seat he made the cherubims on the 2 ends thereof, and the cherubims spread out their wings on high, and covered with their wings over the mercy seat, with their faces one to another, even to the mercy seat were the faces of the cherubims. And he made a table of shittim wood. 2 cubits was the length thereof, and the cubit of the breadth thereof, and a cubit and a half the height thereof. And he overlaid it with pure gold, and made thereunto a crown of gold round about. Also he made thereunto a border of a handbreadth round about, and made a crown of gold for the border thereof round about. And he cast it 4 rings of gold, and put the rings upon the 4 corners that were in the 4 feet thereof. And over against the border were the rings, the places for the staves to bear the table. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold to bear the table. And he made the vessels which were upon the table, his dishes, and his spoons, and his bowls, and his covers to cover withal of pure gold. And he made the candlestick of pure gold, of beaten work made he the candlestick, his shaft, and his branch, his bowls, his knops, and his flowers were of the same. And 6 branches going out of the side thereof, 3 branches of the candlestick out of the one side thereof, and 3 branches of the candlestick out of the other side thereof. 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds in the branch, a knot and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almond in another branch, a knot and a flower. So throughout the 6 branches going out of the candlestick, and in the candlestick were 4 bowls made like almonds, his knops and his flowers, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, and a knot under 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches going out of it. Their knops and their branches were of the same. All of it was one beaten work of pure gold. And he made his 7 lamps, and his snuffers, and his snuff dishes of pure gold. May I ask what's a snuff dish?
Put it out.
Oh, come.
I thought the snuff. What's the snuff dish?
Yeah, it's for the incense.
Oh,
You
okay.
know how we have it.
Yeah, right there. The little,
Yeah.
see right there.
Right. What verse you at?
Verse 23.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to know because I didn't know what it was.
Right. I'm gonna just look it up real quick.
Verse 24. A talent of pure gold, and made he it, and all the vessels thereof. And he made the incense altar of shittim wood. The length of it was a cubit, and the breadth of it a cubit. It was 4 square, and 2 cubits was the height of it. The horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with pure gold, both the top of it and the sides thereof round about, and the horns of it. Also he made unto it a crown of gold round about. And he made 2 rings of gold for it under the crown thereof, by the 2 corners of it, upon the 2 sides thereof, to be places for the staves to bear it withal. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with gold. And he made it holy, and he made the holy anointing oil, and the pure incense of sweet spices, according to the work of the apothecary. And he made, chapter 38, verse 1.
Right. So when it says the snuffers and the snuff dishes, the dish was to hold the incense. The snuffers, they were like tongs to be able to pick up the coals.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, but the coals were hot, so that they were able to put new coals on.
Chapter 38, verse 1. And he made the altar of the burnt.
No, he's gonna read the verse 3.
And he made the altar of burnt offering of shittim wood. 5 cubits was the length thereof, and 5 cubits of the breadth thereof. It was 4 square, and 3 cubits the height thereof. And he made the horns thereof on the 4 corners of it. The horns thereof were of the same. And he overlaid it with brass. And he made all the vessels of the altar, the pots, and the shovels, and the basins, and all the flesh hooks, and the fire pans, all the vessels thereof made of brass. Made he of brass.
Right. Any questions? I mean, you see how meticulous you read it. You're like, damn, this is boring. Imagine having to build it.
Right.
Imagine having to build it to spec, and not just 1 or 2 of them. They have to they have to make a few of these different vessels. They didn't just have one. So we're reading it, and it reiterates, but you see how this is going into more detail than when we read in chapter 12 and 13 and 14. It talks about it, but this goes more into detail. All right. So then, obviously, it's gonna go. We're gonna read to the end of Exodus, but it's gonna go into the garments again. What were the knots? What were the knots? Let's see here. What verse was that? And a knot.
Yeah, it was the last chapter. It's 37 and
1 and 2.
20. Oh, the knops.
19.
And then, right, 22. Flush the bulls made after the fashion of almonds in the branch. A knot and a flower. Let's see.
it was the design.
Yeah, it was the way it was designed.
Like what? I don't know if you can look at it. It was you got the whole way it was made.
Yeah.
It's the carvings, the design. You had the knot.
That's the knot.
Yeah.
The top of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it would go flower. The almond. It was like it was the carving design
Yeah.
it was making.
So basically, if you look at a pillar,
yes,
it says it's the top of a pillar. So the knot was like the cap. Like let's say you look at those candles.
Yeah.
Let's say it was capped off on the top. That would be a knot. So it was telling you how it was built. It was where we at? 3 bowls made after the fashion of almonds in one branch, a knot and a flower, and 3 bowls made like almonds in the other branch, a knot and a flower. So it was the design.
Yeah.
It was designed. Like, remember it talks about the garment? It said a bell and a pomegranate, pomegranate on the garment.
There you go.
It was the design work. So remember, it said it was cunning work. It was, when it said cunning work, it was thought out. It was intricate. It wasn't just something thrown together. This was beautiful work that they made out of gold, out of brass, out of silver.
Yeah.
So you had to have. That's why I said the spirit had to be on Bezalel and Eliahab, right? And all the other men. They said that the spirit was put on them to do this. You couldn't just be some Rudy Poo metal worker thinking that you was going to come build a temple for the Most High. He wanted cats that were in the spirit, that were going to do things the right way. So it was just the design work. When you talk about, I'll get to you, John, when he talks about like Solomon's temple and the way he built, and it said the cunning work of the lilies and the different things that was going to get, you know, what they would call crown molding now. Yeah. He had all that work in the walls. He had designs up at the top. He had designs carved into the walls. It wasn't just, it wasn't throwing up wallpaper. They were carving these things into the wood. Yeah. So when you looked and you seen the wood with a lily, pomegranate, this, that, you're like, whoa. It was carving that into the wood, man.
Hey, that's expensive work.
Oh yeah, you go get some crown molding, that's expensive, but then with something carved into it, oh yeah, you add a couple more dollars.
And that's how much gold was also dedicated. Remember, the gold was on the, in Solomon's time.
Yeah.
There was so much gold that we had engraved on the walls that we engraved these things into the gold on the walls. So we dedicated a lot in order to get these things built. That's how much we gave.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was it, right? What'd you get? Yeah.
It's like the menorah.
Yep, just like the menorah.
All the designs is in the menorah.
Yep.
The crafting, the detail.
Yep.
That's the knot.
That's what it's talking about. Because even the menorah, it wasn't just a 70-pound slab of gold.
No.
That thing was designed out, and it said it was a one beaten work, right? It was like, even if you look at this menorah, it's like 4 different pieces.
Yeah.
This little menorah right here, but we had one solid structure.
Yes.
That was designed intricately. Yeah, man.
That weighs 75 pounds.
Yeah.
75 pounds of gold. Like, come on. I don't even know what that feels like. I don't think I've ever touched real gold in my life. That middle of the mall gold on a rope. I think that's all I know. I don't know what real gold is. Anyway, beautifully designed water. Yeah. Did one man no, it wasn't one man. Did one man Beziel make all these fixtures? No, it was
the overseer.
He was the overseer with Aholiab, and it says, and every wise-hearted man in whom the Lord put the wisdom and understanding to know how to work all the manner of work for the service of the sanctuary. This was Exodus 36:1. So they were the 2 overseers, and they had men under them Moses was the he was the what would Moses be considered?
The CEO of the
general contractor.
He's a general contractor, and all these other men were subcontractors under him, right? And they all knew, even the women, you know, they were overseen, but you might have had a woman that was more skilled than all the other women. What did she do? She overseen and taught.
So what we didn't have was too many chiefs and not enough Indians.
Right. It was 3 men.
We didn't have that problem.
Right.
All right, where everybody's trying to bring their idea how it's supposed to be, whatever. No, Moses laid it out, and he gave these men oversee it, and they delegated it down so that it stayed decently and in order.
Yep.
And remember, they were in charge of doing everything from the sanctuary to the garments. So they, just like anything that's done in order. A couple of men to oversee it and a couple of workers to get it done. It must have been an ultimate challenge for people who built these structures, something you could truly take pride in building. Yeah, there was definitely pride in it because of the fact of why we were doing it. That's first and foremost. And then and Mashaba said it earlier, the work. Was it the fact that I could build something with my hands? No, it was the fact that I was doing it in unity with the next man. It was the fact that I wasn't doing it the way I wanted to, but I was able to stay in order and build it to the specifications that came from Moses.
Right, that's all I was gonna say.
From the Most High. The fact that Moses sat up there for 40 days and 40 nights to get these instructions and then to have them carried out the correct way. You never really read that, oh, they built the temple and if, the curtains fell. Or they built the temple and this wall collapsed because niggas wasn't listening. They actually did this to specification. Or they built Aaron's garment and when he was walking, his the ephod fell off. You don't read that.
Right.
So they could at least take pride in that when they did build the tabernacle, when they built, when they put together the garments, when they built all the instruments for the service, that they didn't use the wrong material, and the snuffer broke or the menorah fell apart.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that's striking me, we don't immediately it was on Aaron and his sons immediately. But as Aaron and his sons kept multiplying, that means that that whole family, all those men had to have garments that was made for them.
Yeah.
And it had to be different sizes. I'm sure Aaron was one height and width or what have you, but he might have had taller sons or shorter sons or what have you, grandkids, grandsons. That this got big. This wasn't just this one-time thing. And with that being in mind, continual work. So then we can only imagine that there was like apprenticeships that was set up. Because remember how Christ talked about those that have a talent, have you spread your talent? Have you given it to others? So the Bezalel and these other
Holiab,
did they teach this to others so this can be some continual? That there had to be maintenance going on.
to be able to maintenance.
To be able to maintenance and keep this going. That this wasn't just about just the immediate, just get it made, get her done.
No.
That there had to be some type of apprenticeships that was set up, some type of mentoring that was set up, so that this can be continued. So this can keep going.
Right, the work of the tabernacle
wouldn't
stop because we ran out of garments.
And Bezalel was dead, and now
And
now we all got these holy, wore out garments because nobody knows how to.
Yeah.
Listen, even knowing how to wash the garments was important. Were they getting blood sprinkled? He was getting blood sprinkled on the garments on purpose, and then when they would sacrifice, it was splashing. So somebody had to know how to maintenance and clean.
How to clean the garments.
The garments, right? They were linen. They weren't red linen. It didn't say that. Right?
I like one thing we was reading earlier too. We kept reading about where even as they were bringing it to the temple, when they got to a point that it was like, okay,
we're good.
We got enough. We're good. It wasn't like, it took me back, it wasn't like in church, now you get the building fund, but the building fund never stopped. It's like,
even though we got it,
right. It's like,
we gonna keep taking.
They keep giving, but it's, or you look at the Catholic Church, you look at for what they do with it. They fund the armies, everything they've done with the money. You kept giving and giving. It was never like, okay, it's enough. We good. We need to go and get this done. It was never about the greed of it, like we see in America today. You know what I'm saying? Where it's become the greed of it.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I gotta look.
Yeah, and what you're saying about which is just think about the Vatican. How elaborate is the Vatican and the Pope's clothes and the cardinals and everything? I mean, they really go all out for those things. So then, if they did that for the Pope, then what do we do as Israelites coming out of Egypt and we're honoring the Most High the way we did? So how elaborate was this? How majestic and elaborate and beautiful and magnificent, whatever adjectives we come up with, was the putting together of these things, and of these garments.
Yeah. Listen, I think I like one thing. You know, read the stories and we look at, you know where I know where a lot of our minds be at? How does this help in now what I'm going through now? You know what I'm saying? Or how is it relevant? But that's why I said when you read, and Mr. Rashad was talking about this coming up. As we keep reading the stories out, we gotta keep getting in the spirit of doing one thing. If I'm in the spirit of what the Most High showing me, where's the love in it? You know, where do I see the spirit of love? Where do I see the spirit of diligence? Where do I see the spirit of the things that's supposed to be developed within us? there was something that was supposed to grow. When you really bring, and like you're talking about the manure, and the Moses said, I want the knot, I want the flour, the almond, I want the shit like the almond. But now when this man is going in, he going into the spirit of trying to think about what the Most High wanted. And I gotta build this to be as beautiful as he would be able to say, yeah, Khan, I like that.
Right.
That is exactly what I wanted. So where you start looking at it, okay, I'm specific, but I'm specific for a reason. I want you to give your mind to building it the way I want you to build it. No different than yourself. The scripture says present your body as a living sacrifice, right? Holy, acceptable to the Most High, which is your reasonable service. So as the Most High gets specific, even in this, when you building if your body is the temple of the Father, specifically now, how does he want it built? And I'm going through all the scriptures now to be able to say, this is now learning to become that vessel that the Father will use. I'm working on that, but we're looking and seeing he's specific.
So he's
you know what I'm saying?
It's my thought process, what you're saying. He's demanding perfection. He's turning you perfect.
God.
Right?
Yeah, but because all the things I'm doing, I'm erasing your thought pattern, and I'm instilling mine. I'm already laying down the blueprint, the blueprints of what I want you to build. Now you have to go in that book and now allow that Bible, that book, to build me the way the Father wants me to be built. You see what I'm saying? He's specific. Everything we're reading, from the brass, this got to be of gold. This got to have brass, this certain wood, but it's got to be covered in gold. So you can't just come in and just build it the way you want to build it. You see what I'm saying? You can't just do what you want to do. I'm already laying the instruction out of how I want it built. Perfect. We can follow that. Now, if I move forward, and it's about my spirit, the Father's still looking to have it built a certain way. I just can't do what I want to do. You see what I'm saying? I got to now study so that I know as I'm building that house, I know I'm building my spirit up to the Father. I know I'm building the type of spirit that he is going to be pleased with. And not just, I'm trying to throw something together. That only works with church. Let you know that. The only place you can go be as you are is in church. Because everything else is going to be, the most I lay out specifics, I got to now meet those specifics now. From the manure, certain specifics, got to meet those. Beams, certain specifics. I'm telling you what can be brass, what's supposed to be with gold. I'm laying it out, so this is the way Moses came. Moses, this is how I want y'all to build a temple. No different, we get the Bible. If I want you to build a man, if you're going to be the fruits of the Spirit, when they read the Bible, this is what I want developed. I want this man's love to grow. I want his patience to grow. I want his endurance to grow. I want his mercy to grow. These are the fruits that come from him being in the Bible. So as a teacher, I'm working on now developing that art that the Most High said he's trying to, that is supposed to be created. Right. This is what I want it to look like. No problem. I got to know, sit down now and use wisdom and create this the way the Father said he wanted it to look like. So in the Spirit is the same thing. You got to now look like what the Father wanted you to look like. We got to go build it now. Let's take the Bible and let's work on these qualities so that you become that vessel that the Father can appreciate. The Father's going to be used. You understand? So that's why I say I like reading it that way, because you're reading the specifics. No problem. That's perfect. Now to go build it, I got to be just as specific. So when I read the Bible, I'm taking it as this is what the Father is asking for. To let me work on learning now, figuring out how to mold what it is he's looking for. Or build it the way he wants me to build it.
Constantly working on it.
So he asks, I tell him that it take them to erect the sanctuary and construct it each time they moved it. Well, the instruction was given in Exodus 19:1. That was in the 3rd month. It was commanded for us to erect it in the 2nd year in Exodus 40:2. So that was,
10 months right there?
about 9-10 months. right? I mean, that was to erect it. Now, each time we broke it down, I'd have to look further into that.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it gives a time frame of each time we broke it down, how long it took. And I'm pretty sure we got good at it after a while. We got very skilled at breaking it down and putting it back up. But Exodus 19:1-11 tells us that that's when it was instructed. That was the third month. Then when you go to Exodus 40 and verse 2, on the first day of the first month shalt thou set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. So this is the next year. This is year 2. We already had the first month, remember? First month we came out was Passover, the Exodus, crossing the Red Sea. That was the first month. So we already went a year into the wilderness by the time we got to Exodus 40. And this is when we were commanded to erect it. So things were being built. Now it's about erecting it, putting it up. So if it took us 9 months to erect it after it was all the pieces were, because remember, all he was giving us was instruction on the pieces.
Right.
This is the linen. This is what you're going to do with each plank of wood. Overlay it with gold, the brass, the this, the that. We were building pieces. Now we have to put all the pieces together. So that's when we put it all together in the second year of the first month. Y'all see that? So I'd have to look more to see how long it took us every time we broke it down. But we have to do it, I would imagine we have to do it quickly. Because we was on the move. But then again, it could have took us 9 months. That's the humor behind the Most High. That's the humor. That's part of the 40 years. I'm gonna let y'all do these. I'm gonna let you guys suffer this punishment and learn, like we've been saying, unity, charity, working for each other, working with each other, communication. Right? But I'll look more. We'll look more to see if there's anything else that says exactly how long it took to erect, break it down, and then put it back up again. That's a good question. Let's see, and you see the building fund, and you see that the building fund go to work in an amazing way. These structures sound gorgeous. We also built America. This is our Egypt. Yeah, this is definitely the scriptures. Deuteronomy says you're gonna build a house and not dwell therein.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. No, not with that. I'm just, as I'm thinking about this, the question. Even this had to be done in a unified effort, because remember, there was only certain parts that certain Levites could carry.
Yeah.
So that only the Holy of Holies could be broken down by Aaron and his sons. Yep. And then you had the outer tent of that court, that only certain priests could touch those things.
Yep.
And then the whole, just the outside, that 7.5 story high curtain around the whole thing. Only certain priests could carry that.
Only certain priests could carry the Ark of the Covenant.
Right, exactly. So you had
families. So.
It was still a concerted group effort.
Yep, that's true.
That it still took everybody doing their part to break it down, pack it, carry it, and then even when we had to move, there was an order we had to move in. Yes. Where you had to have, if it was a Judah, Benjamin, Levi to the north, had to form up. Then the tribes from the west had to form up. Then the tribes from the south, the tribes from the west, we all had to get in line. We're talking a couple million people had to get in order.
Yep.
Come on.
Then we moved. Then we stopped. Had to set this up. The Most High was making, if this is the Most High making us work together,
that's right.
To the last minute detail,
right.
When you read this, when you read, okay, so Exodus 40, and the way this sounds is that they were able to erect the temple in one day. Bear with me. Remember, everything that we were building, that we've been reading, and we're going to get to this anyway, but everything we've been reading is the pieces being made to be constructed. So, Exodus 40:2, on the first day of the first month, thou shalt set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. Let's jump over to verse 17. And it came to pass on the first month, in the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. That's what it says. Then it goes through how Moses did it. It goes through, and Moses reared up the tabernacle and fastened its sockets and set up his boards thereof and put in bars thereof and reared up his pillars. And it goes through all the way down to about 30. Right? And he reared up the court round about the tabernacle. Verse 34, and the cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And so, I mean, by the way it reads, is as if we constructed it within a day's time. We were able to construct it. Remember, the building of the pieces and constructing is two different things.
True.
So the way it reads, go build that on this day. Moses was able to rear it up on that day. Him and all the people. Remember, it wasn't just one man or two men. We had thousands of men.
Exactly.
So they wonder how we built the pyramids. We had thousands of men. How we built all these other pyramids, it was thousands of Israelites. All right. So yes, we did move it. We did move it for 40 years. I mean, you can only imagine if it took 9 months to break it down and 9 months to build it up, Israel would have left it.
Yeah, man.
So we'd been like, man, you know how Israel moves from one house to another? Like, yeah, leave the couch because it can't fit through the door. It was too hard to get it into the house. So we was going to leave that. We're going to leave that for the next people that move in. You know how Israel do it. Come on. Leave a big couch, right? That's the good couch. That's the couch that turns into a bed. But yeah, you know, it was a bitch getting that through the door. So we're going to leave him here. That's somebody else's problem. So, I mean, that's what it says. Again, we'll look for some more.
It's bad. 40 planks, man.
Yeah, 40 basically tells how it was built.
Yeah.
But where did we end off at?
Where should you stop? Did you build that?
You went to verse 3.
38 and 3.
38 and 3. All right, next reader. Let's do it. My Levite brother.
Ça passé.
Shaquat, Shabbat Shah, Loya, Banya Shala.
Shaquat, Shabbat Shah, Loya, Banya Shala. I imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Brakatham. For a while. Yeah, we probably had that tabernacle snapped together like Legos. The way it would look, you just fasten this, fasten that, boom, boom, boom. Put everything inside the staves, inside the holes. It wasn't anything that was too difficult to construct, but it had to withstand weather. It had to have insulation. It had to be beautiful.
And then this is your repeated job. This is all you do.
Yep.
This is what you do.
You're in charge of these instruments.
To get the rhythm going, to get the
experience.
Yeah, kind.
Yeah.
And so where are we at?
We're at Exodus chapter 8 and verse 4. You're going to read the 39 and verse 7.
38 and verse 4.
Yes, sir.
Exodus chapter 38, verse 4. And he made for the altar a brassen grat of network under the compass thereof beneath, unto the midst of it. And he cast 4 rings for the 4 ends of the grate of brass to be places for the staves. And he made the staves of shittim wood, and overlaid them with brass. And he put the staves into the rings on the sides of the altar, to bear it withal. He made the altar hollow. He made the altar hollow with boards. And he made the laver of brass, and the foot of it of brass, of the looking glasses of the women as assembling, which assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he made the court on the south side, southward. The hangings of the court were of fine twined linen, and 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their brazen sockets 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets were of silver. And for the north side, the hangings were in 100 cubits. Their pillars were 20, and their sockets of brass 20. The hooks of the pillars and their fillets of silver. And the west side were hangings of 50 cubits. Their pillars 10, and their sockets 10. The hooks of the pillars and the fillets of silver. And for the east side, eastward, 50 cubits. The hangings of the one side of the gate were 15 cubits. Their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. And for the other side of the court gate, on this hand and that hand, were hangings of 15 cubits. Their pillars 3, and their sockets 3. All the hangings of the court round about were of fine twined linen, and the sockets for the pillars were of brass. The hooks of the pillars and the fillets of silver, and the overlaying of the chapiters of silver. And all the pillars of the court were filleted with silver. And the hanging for the gate of the court was needlework of blue and purple and scarlet and fine twined linen, and 20 cubits was the length. And the height in the breadth was 5 cubits, answerable to the hangings of the court. And their pillars were 4, and their sockets of brass 4, their hooks of silver, and the overlaying of the chapiters and their fillets of silver. And all the pins of the tabernacle and of the court round about were of brass. This is the sum of the tabernacle, even of the tabernacle of testimony, as it was counted according to the commandment of Moses. For the service of the Levites by the hand of Ithamar, son to Aaron, the priest, and Bezalel, the son of Uriah, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, made all that the Lord commanded Moses. And with him was Aholiab, the son of Asamach, of the tribe of Dan, an engraver. 23. And an embroiderer in blue, and in purple, and in scarlet, and fine linen. All the gold that was occupied for the work and all the work of the holy place, even the gold of the offering, was 29 talents, and 730 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And the silver of them that were numbered of the congregation was 100 talents, and 1,760 shekels, after the shekel of the sanctuary. A bakah for every man, that is half a shekel, after the shekel of the sanctuary, for every one that went to the number from 20 years old and upward, for 600,000 and 3,550 men. And of the 100 talents of silver were cast the sockets of the sanctuary, and the sockets of the veil, and 100 sockets of the 100 talents, a talent for a socket, and of the 1,770 and 5 shekels he made hooks for the pillars, and overlaid their chapiters and filleted them. And the brass of the offering was 70 talents, and 2,400 shekels. And therewith he made the sockets to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the brazen altar and the brazen grate for it, and all the vessels of the altar, and the altar of the court round about, and the sockets of the court gate, and all the pins of the tabernacle, and all the pins of the court round about. Exodus chapter 39.
And you're going to go chapter 39, 1 through 7.
Exodus chapter 39, verse 1. And of the blue and purple and scarlet they made cloths of service, to do service in the holy place, and made the holy garments for Aaron, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he made the ephod of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. And they did beat the gold into into thin plates, and cut it into wires to work it in the blue, and in the purple, and in the scarlet, and in the fine linen with cunning work. They made shoulder pieces for it. To couple it together, by the two edges was it coupled together. And the curious girdle of his ephod that was upon it was of the same, according to the work thereof, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen, as the Lord commanded Moses. And they wrought onyx stones enclosed in ouches of gold, graven as signets are graven, with the names of the children of Israel. And he put them on the shoulders of the ephod, that they should be stones for a memorial to the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses.
Was that it? No. Any questions?
Yeah, I got a quick question.
Yes, sir, John.
The shekel of the sanctuary was a different weight than the regular shekel, right? Or was they the same?
I'm hitting Google right now.
I believe they were different.
I think
But
we
we don't
talked
look it
about
up.
that.
Yeah, you had this, you had the, cause you had different weights. But Shah wasn't gonna get that. He's the shekel man.
Because I do like one thing too, man. Like you're right. And when you keep reading, every time we've read, you do see the detail get more. Like we didn't read. Like we read about the gold that was woven into the
Went into the
into
garments.
the garment. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, that's
But
cold.
it's getting more and more detailed.
That's how you hung the pomegranate.
God.
That's how they hung the bell, the
Yes.
pomegranate. They hung that
So
from gold wires.
I love it. I love it in that mind frame because you look at when you thought, yeah, this is something that made quick. Okay, we got the purple. We throw some purple up there.
Yep.
Throw the scarlet up there. Nah, we want. You're gonna get the material, but this is what you got to do with the material. As you read on, you got the material, but this is what you got to do to it.
Yep.
This what, you know what I'm saying? You got to put real gold in it. You got to do this. So I like when we're reading and we're seeing the Most High get more and more detail. You know?
John, I'm gonna need a little more time looking this up. It's
a lot
going on.
When you start hitting them shekels, it starts giving you this shekel and the weight of this and this country. And all right, so
that was all of it.
One, you read right?
You read it?
Yeah.
William, Sabbath Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasharala.
William, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah. I'm Michael. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakatam. Details, man. The details, the details.
Oh, that was them. That's just good.
God. One was at one end of the wall, the other was the other.
Oh, before you do that, real quick. This is from the Hebrew Christians.
Oh, that gives you the.
They got something crazy going on.
Oh yeah, we just reading all the way straight through.
So we read here.
You got you, right?
It went over here.
It works, man.
And then
This is the same as that.
except this goes to 2 Corinthians 9.
So we on to 2 Corinthians 9.
First
Read that.
Corinthians. Cool.
Yeah, it should be, yeah. That and that is the same.
Where are we getting this from? Are we getting this from here?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Because look, Ezekiel, Corinthians 9,
Okay.
Corinthians, that, we can scratch that out, and then Hebrews 13.
Cool.
It's because of the Passover.
Yeah, exactly. Got it.
So,
So now we're in Ezekiel.
No, we're still in Exodus. We're gonna read all the way to Exodus, the 40th chapter. We're gonna finish our Exodus.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
You read Exodus 39, 8 through 42.
Exodus chapter 39, verse 8. And he made the breastplate of cunning work, like the work of the ephod, of gold, blue, and purple, and scarlet, and fine twined linen. It was 4 square. They made the breastplate double. A span was the length thereof, and a span was the breadth thereof, being doubled. And they set it in four rows of stone. The first row was a sardius, a topaz, and a carbuncle. This was the first row. And the second row, an emerald, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row, a ligure, an agate, and an anthemus. And the fourth row, a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They were enclosed in ouches of gold in their enclosings. And the stones were according to the names of the children of Israel, the 12 tribes according to their names, like the engravings of the signet, everyone with his name according to the 12 tribes. And they made upon the breastplate chains at the ends of work of Salak. And they made upon the breastplate chains at the ends of wreathen work of pure gold. And they made 2 ouches of gold and 2 gold rings, and put the 2 rings in the 2 ends of the breastplate. And they put the 2 wreathens chains of gold in the 2 rings on the ends of the breastplate. Verse 18. And the 2 ends of the 2 wreathen chains they fastened in the 2 ouches, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the ephod before it. And they made 2 rings of the gold, and put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate, upon the border of it, which was on the side of the ephod inward. And they made 2 other golden rings, and put them on the 2 sides of the ephod underneath, toward the forepart of it, over against the other coupling thereof, above the curious girdle of the ephod. Verse 21. And they did bind the breastplate by his rings unto the rings of the ephod with a lace of blue, that it might be above the curious girdle of the ephod, and that the breastplate might not be loosened from the ephod, as the Most High commanded Moses. And he made the robe of the ephod of woven work, all of blue. And there was a hole in the midst of the robe, as the hole of an harbingen, with a band round about the hole, that it should not rend. And they made upon the hems of the robe pomegranates of blue, and purple, and scarlet, and twined linen. And they made the bells of pure gold, and put the bells between the pomegranates upon the hem of the robe, round about between the pomegranates. A bell and a pomegranate, a bell and a pomegranate, round about the hem of the robe, to minister in. And the Most High commanded as the Most High commanded Moses. And they made the coats of fine linen of woven work for Aaron and for his sons, and a mitre of fine linen, and goodly bonnets of fine linen, and linen breeches of fine twined linen, and a girdle of fine twined linen, and a blue and purple and scarlet of needlework, as the Most High commanded Moses. And they made the and they made the plate of holy crown of pure gold, and wrote upon it a writing like to the engravings of a signet, holiness to the Most High. And they tied unto it a lace of blue to fasten it on a hop slot. And they tied unto it a lace of blue, to fasten it on high upon the mitre, as the Most High commanded Moses. Thus was all the work of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation finished. And the children of Yasharal did according to the law, to all that the Most High commanded Moses, so did they. And they brought the tabernacle unto Moses, and the tent, and all his furniture, his taches, his boards, his bars, and his pillars, and his sockets, and the covering of ram skin dyed red, and the coverings of badger skins, and the veil of coverings, the ark of the testimony, and the staves thereof, and the mercy seat, the tabernacle, and all the vessels thereof, and the shewbread, and the pure candlestick with the lamps thereof, even with the lamps to be set in order, and all the vessels thereof, and the oil for light, and the golden altar, and the anointing oil, and the sweet incense, and the hanging for the tabernacle door, and the brazen altar, and his gate of brass, his staves, and all his vessels, the laver, and his foot, the hangings of the court, his pillars, and his sockets, and the hangings of the court gate, his cords, and his pins, and all the vessels of the service of the tabernacle for the tent of the congregation, the cloths of service to do service in the holy place, and the holy garments for Aaron the priest and his sons, garments to minister in the priest's office, according to all that the Most High commanded Moses. So the children of Yasharal made all the work. And Moses did look.
Do the whole chapter, right?
What was it, 42?
Stop on 42.
Stop at 42, right? Or do you want to go on?
We'll go back.
I'll read it. It's us, right? He's right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Exodus chapter 39 and verse 43. And Moses did look upon all the work, and behold, they had done it as the Lord had commanded. Even so had they done it. And Moses blessed them. Verse 40:1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, On the first day of the first month shalt thou set up the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation. And thou shalt put thereon the ark of the testimony, and cover the ark with the veil. And thou shalt bring in the table, and set in order the things that are to be set in order upon it. And thou shalt bring in the candlestick, and light the lamps thereof. And thou shalt set the ark of gold for the incense before the ark of the testimony, and put the hangings of the door to the tabernacle. And thou shalt set the ark of the burnt offering before the door of the tabernacle, of the tent of the congregation. And thou shalt set the lever between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and shalt put water therein. And thou shalt set up the court round about, and hang up the hangings at the court gate. Verse 9. And thou shalt take the anointing oil, and anoint the tabernacle, and all that is therein, and shall hallow it, and all the vessels thereof, and it shall be holy. Verse 10. And thou shalt anoint the altar of the burnt offering, and all these vessels, and sanctify the altar, and it shall be an altar most holy. And thou shalt anoint the laver and his foot, and sanctify it. And thou shalt bring Aaron and his sons unto the door of the congregation, of the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and wash them with water. And thou shalt put upon Aaron the holy garments, and anoint them, and sanctify them, that he may minister unto me in the priest's offering, in the priest's office. And thou shalt bring his sons, and clothe them with clothes, and thou shalt anoint them as thou didst anoint their father, that they may minister unto me in the priest's office. For their anointing shall surely be an everlasting priesthood throughout their generation. And like the point on that point, Shabbat here said that it wasn't just those old men that the Most High said, I appointed this man, he was the one that was going to grade. Or I appointed Aaron, he was going to be the priest. It was passed down to the next generation. In that generation, those men that got anointed, they were going to be the priest. You see what I'm saying? For that generation, for Israel. All right? Verse 16. Thus did Moses, according to all that the Lord commanded him, so did he. Verse 17. And it came to pass in the first month of the second year, on the first day of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. And like Quatzop was saying, they took that one day, they threw it up, right? They went and put it up. And Moses reared up the tabernacle and fastened aside.
2 weeks for Passover.
Nice. Good. And Moses reared up the tabernacle and fastened the socks and set up the boards thereof and put in the bars thereof and reared up his pillars. And he spread abroad the tent over the tabernacle and put the covering of the tent upon it, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he took and put the testimony, and he took and put the testimony into the ark, and set the staffs on the ark, and put the mercy seat above upon the ark. And he brought the ark into the tabernacle, and set up the veil of the covering, and covered the ark of the testimony, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he put the tabernacle, and he put the table in the tent of the congregation, upon the side of the tabernacle northward, without the veil. And he set the bread in order, upon it before the Lord, as the Lord had commanded Moses. 24. And he put the candlestick in the tent of the congregation over against the table on the side of the tabernacle southward. And he lighted the lamps before the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he put the golden altar in the tent of the congregation before the veil. And he burnt sweet incense thereon, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he set up the hanging at the door of the tabernacle. And he put the altar of burnt offering by the door of the tabernacle of the tent of the congregation, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the meat offering, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he set up the lever between the tent of the congregation and the altar, and he put water there and washed withal. And Moses and Aaron and his sons washed their hands and their feet thereat. When they went into the tent of the congregation, and when they came near unto the altar, they washed, as the Lord commanded Moses. And he reared up the court round about the tabernacle and the altar, and set up the hanging of the court gate, as Moses finished the work. Verse 34. Then a cloud covered the tent of the congregation, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. So until he went through all of that, doing exactly what the Most High commanded him to do. Then at the end of it, when he finished, then the Most High came. So I like the specifics, because he kept going into as the Most High commanded Moses. So Moses wasn't doing what he wanted to do, it was specific steps that the Most High required. Then the Father came in his glory.
So I'm the sixth reader, seventh, which one reader?
Seven. What are you reading? I read 6.
Oh. Who read that?
Let's count.
Yeah, he was telling me that. Roddy was telling me that we had 8 readers. So yeah, I mean, you can read it or I can read it.
Go for it.
Oh, it's supposed to be 7 readers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Exodus 40 and 35, and Moses went, and Moses was not able. And Moses was not able to enter into the tent of the congregation because the cloud abode thereon, and the glory of the Lord filled the tabernacle. And when the cloud was taken up from over the tabernacle, the children of Israel went onward in all their journeys. But if the cloud were not taken up, then they journeyed not till the day that it was taken up. For the cloud of the Lord was upon the tabernacle by day, and fire was on it by night, in the sight of all the house of Israel throughout all their journeys. So let's jump over to Ezekiel 45. What's that? Oh, I thought I heard a sister's voice.
I said it in a squeaky voice.
Oh, okay. So Ezekiel 45. And verse 16?
Yeah, 16, God.
46 and 18. Ezekiel 45 and verse 16. All the people of the land shall give this oblation for the prince in Israel. And it shall be the prince's part to give burnt offerings and meat offerings and drink offerings in the feasts and in the new moons and in the Sabbaths and in all the solemnities of the house of Israel. He shall prepare the sin offering and the meat offering and the burnt offering and the peace offerings to make reconciliation for the house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord power, in the first month, in the first day of the month, thou shalt take a young bullock without blemish and cleanse the sanctuary. And the priest shall take of the blood of the sin offering and put it upon the posts of the house, and upon the four corners of the settle of the altar, and upon the posts of the gate and of the inner court. And thou shalt do the seventh day of the month, and so thou shalt do the seventh day of the month for every one that erreth, and for him that is simple, so shall you reconcile the house. In the first month, in the 14th day of the month, ye shall have the Passover, a feast of 7 days. Unleavened bread shall be eaten. And as y'all know, the Passover is what is upon us.
So is this a New Year celebration?
Sound like it. Sound like it's the first day. It says, and thou shalt, thus saith the Lord, in the first month, in the first day of the month, thou shalt take a young bullock without blemish and cleanse the sanctuary.
Okay, but it's not a convocation.
But it's not saying it's a convocation. This is just a cleansing.
A cleansing.
Then it goes into the Passover.
Right.
It's almost like like an atonement, right? A beginning of the year atonement.
Yeah, but spring cleaning.
Spring cleaning, yeah. Right? Verse 22, and upon that day shall the prince prepare for himself and for all the people of the land a bullock for a sin offering. And 7 days of the feast he shall prepare a burnt offering to the Lord, 7 bullocks and 7 rams without blemish daily, and daily the 7 days, and the kid of goats daily for a sin offering. So there was a lot of meat getting burnt up. There was a lot of tasty goodness.
And a lot of blood though too.
Oh yeah, a lot of blood being shed, man. Wow. That's what, 7 times 7, 41?
That's 49.
49, you times that by 2, that's 98. right? Plus you add a goat, that's 106. It's 106 animals in 7 days.
And then we still don't know what the Passover offering was.
Right. Verse 24. And he shall prepare a meat offering of an ephah for a bullock, and an ephah for a ram, and an hin of oil for an ephah. In the 7th month, in the 15th day of the month, shall he do the like in the feast of the 7 days, according to the sin offering, according to the burnt offering, according to the meat offering, according to the oil.
So that's tabernacles then.
Tabernacles, yep. So we did the same thing in the 7th month. Wow. We had it. That's the one thing we know. Your mics are super low. Can barely hear you guys. Turn my... Is it me? I know.
I have not been using the microphone.
I know I'm loud up in here. Right, so I'm going to verse 18. Thus saith Ezekiel 46:1. Thus saith the Lord power, the gate of the inner court that looketh towards the east shall be shut the 6 working days, but on the Sabbath day it shall be open. And in that day, the new moon, it shall be open. And the prince shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate without, and shall stand by the post of the gate. And the priest shall prepare his burnt offerings and his peace offerings, and he shall worship at the threshold of the gate. Then he shall go forth, but the gate shall not be shut until the evening. Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the door of this gate before the Lord in the Sabbaths and in the new moons. And the burnt offerings that the prince shall offer unto the Lord in the Sabbath days shall be 6 lambs without blemish, a ram without blemish. And the meat offerings shall be an ephah for a ram, and the meat offerings for the lambs as he shall be able to give, and an hin of oil to an ephah. And in the day of the new moon it shall be a young bullock without blemish, and 6 lambs, a ram, they shall be without blemish. And he shall prepare a meat offering, an ephah for a bullock, and an ephah for a ram, and for the lambs according to his hand shall attain unto, and a hin of oil to an ephah. And when the prince shall enter, he shall go in by the way of the porch of the gate, and he shall go forth by the way thereof. But when the people of the land shall come before the Lord in the solemn feast, he that entereth in by the way of the north gate to worship shall go out by the way of the south gate. He that enter in by the way of the south gate shall go forth by the way of the north gate. He shall not return by the way of the gate whereby he came in, but shall go forth over against it. And the prince in the midst of them, when they go in, shall go in, and when they go forth, shall go forth. And in the feast and in the solemnities, the meat offering shall be an ephah to a bullock, and an ephah to a ram, and to the lambs as is able to give, and a hin of oil to an ephah. Verse 12.
One question. What's the ephah?
It's a measurement.
Okay.
You gonna get it?
Yeah, I'll look it up.
He'll look that up. Now, when the prince shall prepare a voluntary burnt offering or peace offerings voluntarily unto the Lord, one shall then open him the gate that looketh towards the east, and he shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offering, as he did on the Sabbath day. Then he shall go forth, and after his going forth, one shall shut the gate. Thou shalt daily prepare a burnt offering unto the Lord of a lamb of the first year without blemish. Thou shalt prepare it every morning. And thou shalt prepare a meat offering for it every morning, the 6th part of an ephah, and the 3rd part of an hin of oil, to temper with the fine flour, a meat offering continually by a perpetual ordinance unto the Lord. Thus shall they prepare the lamb and the meat offering and the oil every morning for a continual burnt offering. Thus saith the Lord power, if the prince give a gift unto any of his sons, the inheritance thereof shall be his sons, and it shall be their possession by the inheritance. But if he give a gift of his inheritance to one of his servants, then it shall be his to the year of liberty. After it shall return to the prince, but his inheritance shall be his sons for them. Moreover, the prince shall not take of the people's inheritance by oppression, but he shall give his sons inheritance out of his own possession, that my people be not scattered every one from his possessions. Now we go from there, 2 Corinthians 9 and 6.
So an ephah, according to the Google, is an ephah also used, ephah is a noun, an ancient Hebrew unit of dry measure, equal to a tenth of a homer, or about 1 bushel, which equals 35 liters. Yeah.
That was a lot. 35 liters?
But look at how many lambs and how much was being killed.
So, but that was an ephah of what? Flour. Yeah. That makes sense. It was flour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense because it had to be mingled. Get your nice little batter.
I want to cook this. Looking at the sanctuary, the shekel of the sanctuary, the shekel is the basic science.
Oh, it's the same?
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, it was 11.34 grams, 34 grams, is about 546.48 on March 21st, 2020.
Okay.
Oh, that's a conversion still? Okay. Nice. 2 Corinthians 9 and 6. And we
were the same thing for first
here and then
we'll
jump down to first.
Hebrews, cool.
And I mean, this all goes to what we were saying earlier. As you can see, we're not doing much expounding because all this that we talked about earlier is going right into the reading. 2 Corinthians 9 and 6. But this I say, he which soweth sparingly shall reap also sparingly. He which soweth bountifully shall reap also bountifully. Every man according as he proposeth in his heart. So let him give, not grudgingly or of necessity, for the Most High loveth a cheerful giver. Verse 8, and this is my favorite. This is one of my favorite verses. And the Most High is able to make all grace abound towards you, that ye always, having all sufficiency in all things, may abound to every good work. As it is written, he hath dispersed abroad, he hath given to the poor, his righteousness remaineth forever. Now he that ministereth seed to the sower both minister bread for your food, and multiply your seed sown, and increase the fruits of your righteousness, being enriched in everything to all bountifulness, which causeth through us thanksgiving to the Most High. So y'all get that, right? Basically, what you put in is what you're going to get out. What you sow bountifully, you sow a lot of seeds, you sow, and what are we sowing to? Well, see, it says that he that sow to the flesh will reap death. He that sows to the spirit will reap life. So what are we sowing to, and how much are you putting in? Remember, when you did Christmas, when you did birthdays, when you did New Year's, remember when you did Christmas and you did the ugly sweater contest with your household, and you know, Papa was putting up the Christmas tree and the lights, and he took all the time to decorate, and you decorated the tree as a family, and you spun all the little spinners around, and you decked the halls with boughs of folly, and you did all this while you sang, and there was a gingerbread smell, right? And y'all was pouring up eggnog, right? And you had Jackson 5. Yeah, we didn't do that. Y'all didn't do that. And you had Jackson 5 Christmas in the background, all the Luther Vandross singing Mariah Carey Christmas, Boys and Men Christmas, right? Nat King Cole, 12 Days of Christmas. You had the Temptations Christmas album. You had all the Christmas albums. Selena, whoever you listen to. They had a Christmas album and you had it. And for all them days in December, you was decking the halls with boughs of folly and gingerbread man and what's up?
What is boughs of folly?
I don't know. I never decked the halls. It's a plant. Yeah. It's boughs of holly. I'm messing the words up. boughs of holly. It's a plant. And you got your mistletoe. No, wait, what?
And it represents a god's genitalia.
Yeah.
A gods, not the Most High. But that's what people was putting up.
Nimrod and Herod and Christmas is a put together, and I'm using Christmas because
that satanic stuff that we always say, you know, that Satan clause.
Yes, but I'm expounding so much because think about when you took joy in Xmas, in Christmas. Oh, we're gonna go shop today, no matter how bad the traffic is, right? We're gonna sit around and drive around the mall for 3 hours looking for one parking spot, right? We're gonna do all that. Now, as we come into this realm and we put off Christmas and New Year's and 4th of July when you dress up like the American flag, remember that? Right? You barbecued all the pork, all the chitterlings, all the hot links, whatever you barbecued. When you Easter, when you lied to the kids and said that the bunnies laid eggs, that mammals laid eggs, right?
St. Patrick's pronounced green.
With St. Patrick's Day, you was acting like you was Irish. When you pledged Greek in your fraternity and got spanked with a paddle and did all those weird things, ice bucket challenges and plank challenges, all the challenges of the world, right? When you was a Crip, Blood, gangbanger, right? When you was a rolling 60, when you was a rolling 50, whatever they got out there. Latin King, Latin lover, whatever it was. When you put your spirit into that, now that we put those things off, we're supposed to put and sow more into the spiritual things, right? We got Passover coming up. Who's looking forward to Passover? Are y'all happy that we got to push it back? We got to be looking. That's the Super Bowl of our holidays, man.
Yes, it is.
That if you want to title it that, that's what we're supposed to be looking forward to. And then that brings us into the new year. Boom. And then just repeat the cycle. Rehearsing the righteous acts. Getting together. Reading the Sabbath reading all over again. We supposed to be looking forward to these spiritual things that the Most High is showing us. Right. You know what I love to see? It's funny, man. I was sitting in my house yesterday, and you know, I'm looking out the window, and it's gloomy, and it's dark, and I'm like, just do it, y'all. Just do it. Just do it. I'm like, just do it, please. Just send him to crack that sky. I'm looking right to the east, like, at any moment. Right? And I'm sitting there, I'm like, but am I ready? But I'm tired. Right? I'm tired of this. Yeah, they're all tired. You know, but it's what are we putting, what are we sowing to? Right. It's supposed to be to each other, it's supposed to be to the spirit, it's supposed to be to the spiritual things. And as much as you did birthdays and Christmas and New Year's and all those things, as much as you did the independent, I'm an independent man, I'm a rock, right? I'm an independent woman. My mama taught me. I'm a go-getter. As much as we did that, we got to do much more. That's why he said it. But I say, he which soweth sparingly shall reap also sparingly. If you're not increasing spiritually, there's a reason why. It's not because the Most High don't want you to. They call it the rule of the universe or universal law. What you put out, what you throw out comes back. But it says it, the Most High is not mocked. What a man reap, he will also sow. So remember, we got to reap to the spirit, and we got to reap abundantly. You got to put it in. You got to put that work in. Right. All right?
You read earlier one about whatever you do heartily unto the Lord.
Yeah. Colossians 3:23. Whatsoever you do it heartily unto the Most High, and not unto men. Yeah, we always got to remember that, man. That the Most High, no matter what, he always looking. He's always looking at it. And listen. None of us are exempt from not feeling like doing something at the time. None of us are exempt from that feeling. I get the feeling where I'm like, man, I'll fight go to class today. But then I got to instantly snap myself and say, no. I can't carry that thought around. I can't even let that even be a thing that dwells in me. Because then that's going to be the thought process for everything. So always put in your mind, Satan is always trying to hit your thoughts, the reason why not to, the reason why. You always have to keep in your mind, why am I doing it? Who's watching? Who's looking? The Most High. Right. Beholding the ways of men. The darkest, deepest, he knows. So it's really about being real with yourself and coming to terms with, this is where the Most High has me. If you feel like you're in a lower state, well, be patient when I are brought to a lower state.
True.
If you feel like Barakatah Yahweh, this is it, and you're living good, well, be happy in that.
Yeah, man.
I don't think there's anybody in there.
It's locked.
It might need to be. It was like that for me. I just have to turn it.
I did.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, it's the paint. It's making the door stick. But you got to be just happy in where the Most High has you. And listen, I'm gonna say this: it could be worse. You could be in one of them hospital beds with your lungs filled up with mucus.
That's right.
Just saying.
That's right.
You could be quarantined for life in a coffin. Just saying. I mean, we see what's going on. Right? Let me go to 1 Corinthians 3:11. 1 Corinthians 3 and verse 11. No. 1 Corinthians 3 and 11. And we talked about this earlier, about the foundation. You know, again, what are you trying to sow into? What type of ground? You got men that try to plant things on sand. What's going to grow from that? Nothing grows in sand. What regular dirt, mud. There's a condition that you sow seed into. There's a certain type of soil, a certain type of land, a foundation that you use. Right? So this is going to go into it. 1 Corinthians 3:11. For other foundation can no man lay that is laid, which is Yahweh Shai. A lot of us try to set our house on a different foundation, the foundation of love. That's not a foundation. The foundation of just wanting to be happy. That's not a foundation. The foundation of what the world tells us is a foundation. Yeah. Financial. Well, look, your favorite athlete, he's jobless. Your favorite actor is jobless. All that, your favorite financial institute is not opening for you today. You see that? So your favorite stock that you invested in, it crashed. Your 401k, I see the cat put on here, he lost $3,000 in his 401k. He's my age. I'm like, well, that shouldn't have been your foundation. That shouldn't have been your foundation, because then it wouldn't even be a loss. Right? Verse 12. Now, if any man build upon this foundation, and we went through this on Monday's class, man, about the foundation in a relationship. But think about it. There was a foundation, and then there was also a way to build on your foundation. The different type of material. Gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, and stubble. Now, everybody think like, oh, gold is the way, right? Wouldn't you want to build with gold? Why?
Shoot, it's the best thing. I mean, it's the best piece of the, it's real. What's the word?
It's the best material out of these carnal things, right? But who's building with the spirit? Who's building on faith? Who's building on long suffering? Because you can build with gold, but there's going to be a certain temperature that can melt gold. That's why it goes back in Peter and says the trial of your faith, which is much more precious than gold, though it is tried with fire. It ain't supposed to melt away. So, yeah, we can build with gold, silver, precious stones, wood, and hay, and stubble, but I want faith. I want long suffering. I want perseverance. I want humility. Because you can build with, just because it's not there don't mean that you can't. You see that? Every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire. Now tell me, well, and the scriptures say it, we can go there real quick. Go to 1 Peter 1:7. I know I just quoted it, probably wrong. My quotes ain't good, man. 1 Peter 1:7.
1 Peter chapter 1 verse 7.
Go ahead.
That the trial of your faith,
go ahead,
being much more precious than of gold.
Right, because if gold is the most precious substance on the earth, and that can melt away, I gotta find something better. I gotta find treasure that moth and rust will not destroy. I gotta put my treasures in heaven. I gotta build with the spiritual things. Go ahead.
That perishing,
right,
though it be tried with fire,
right,
might be found unto praise and honor.
Right. See, the spiritual things, joy, peace, long-suffering, charity, humility, brotherhood, communication, these things are going to be honorable to the Most High. Not how well you build your golden mansion or your golden streets or how well you put together. You think that it was about, again, we talk about it. Was it how well and how much gold they used for the tabernacle in the wilderness? Or was it the fact that men and women could put down their pride, put down their misjudgment, their lack of judgment, their lack of, put down their egos and say, you know what, let's do this together. That's what it was about. So even when we're building, and I'm building my spiritual house, guess what I need? Guess what I need? I need a brother there to show me. I might be cutting corners, or I might be working too fast. Iron sharpeneth iron. So I need somebody there to say, whoa, hold on, bro. I see you building, but that foundation ain't the right foundation. I see you building, got a lot of windows, right? A lot of windows, got the curtains, but you missed a brick right here. So
where's the walls?
Right, or you missed a wall, or you need to put a window in this wall.
Where's the doors?
Where's the doors for right? Oh, the flooring. Wait a minute, you can't just put tile on the top ceiling and not base that floor and shore it up, else the tile will crash the ceiling through.
Speaking of ceiling, where's the roof?
Where's the roof? Right, but we need people there to show us. But it's really about what? I'm gonna use the word teaching moments. I like saying that because it makes it seem more Edomitish. Teaching moments and constructive criticism is what Israel don't like. Where that's all it is a man trying to show you, man, when you build this house and it rains, you ain't gonna have no leaks in your roof.
There you go.
When it snows, you ain't gonna freeze. When it's too hot, you ain't gonna melt. Because, let me put insulation in the walls.
Right.
How many people, listen, I done see people build a house and build a wall and you touch it and the whole wall fall. Because they built the wall and forgot to nail it into the damn ground.
Yeah.
Or they didn't frame the wall right. We over here doing, Ricardo's doing Tahawum's house, doing his bathroom. And my knowledge of building is when you grab drywall, you're supposed to take a sheet of drywall, stick it to a wall, and it fits between two studs, 48 inches. We trying to put the drywall up, and you miss the stud because whoever framed the house or whoever framed the kitchen did it wrong. So it doesn't meet the measurements of the drywall. So you got to do extra work. Cut, paste, and it makes it take longer. But if they framed it the right way, boom, drywall, right up on the wall. Drywall, right next to it, drywall. You work just like Issachar does. You put it up, and it's already screwed instantly. Put it up. Like they just throw the damn nails in there. You see how Issachar do it?
With them stills.
Yeah, they just move. Right? But it makes it harder when things aren't built the right way, so there has to be someone there to guide us and to show us. Finish it up.
Might be found unto praise.
Wait, it might be what?
Found unto praise.
This is how your works get praised, man. Your works get praised when they stand the test of time. Because what's the point of you building it and it falls a week later?
True.
What's the point of you building yourself up just for you to fall and never be able to rise? A just man falls 7 times. Right? What's the point of you building to a point where when you fall, it's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm finished. I can't move on. I can't pick myself up. We're supposed to be building in a way where if I fall, or if I don't have enough, if I lack, guess what? Hey, Mashaba. Hey, brother, I'm falling short in this area. You got me? Come. And then now, it goes in. Even in Corinthians, it talks about the supply for the one. My supply is for the one. Your supply is for the one. And that way we're equal. But if I fall short, you got me. If you fall short, I'm supposed to have you. And if I don't, somebody else is going to have you. That's how that's supposed to work. That's what the glory of the Most High is looking for. Read on.
And honor
right?
and glory
read
at the appearing of Yahweh Shai HaMashiach.
Because when he appears, it's going to be, what did you build? what did you build? And you think he's going to be like, well, oh, you built your credit? You think he coming to check credit? Wow. You think he coming to check financial? Let me see that Wells Fargo account. Oh, you built up a stockpile of vehicles, and then like he's not looking at that. Spiritually, what did you invest? Spiritually, you went from this level, and you were around for this amount of time. You should be here. Jump back to Corinthians 3 and verse
13.
13, right?
You finish going into 14. Going into 14.
Right. Go ahead.
Oh, first.
Oh, I'm reading, right?
No.
Damn. 1 Corinthians 3 and verse 14. 13. For the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire. And if the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. If any man's work abide which he hath built thereupon, he shall receive a reward. Well done, my servant.
Good and faithful servant.
Good and faithful servant. You can enter into the kingdom. If any man's work abide, he shall receive a reward. Verse 15. If any man's work shall be burned, he gonna suffer a loss. But he himself shall be saved, yet so as by fire. 16. Know ye not that ye are the temple of the Most High, and that the Spirit of the Most High dwelleth in you? If any man defile the temple of the Most High, him shall the Most High destroy. For the temple of the Most High is holy, which temple ye are. So, what was it talking about, man? The foundation was Yahweh Shai, and we were supposed to be building ourselves on that. And patterning ourselves after Yahweh Shai and the apostles. I talked about it in that Monday's class. What was one of the attributes? It said that the stone was Yahweh Shai. It said that it was built up on the apostles in Christ. What was it about the apostles in Christ that was so, not just the apostles in Christ, but Elisha and Elijah, John the Baptist in Christ, who else? Moses and Joshua.
They followed the leadership.
It was a man following another man. Not just because he said so, but he understood, wait a minute, I got to gain certain attributes to be able to step into this job.
I would say we can look at how Saul had nobody to follow.
There it is.
He fell.
And
even David
was
able to now look at Saul's example. Pull the good, throw out the bad.
God.
And he was able to still get that mentoring that's required, being under governors and tutors until the time appointed.
Yes, sir. Well said. I'll read on. Verse 18. Let no man deceive himself. If any man among you seemeth to be wise in this world, let him become as a fool, that he may be wise. Because what does the wisdom of this world teach? Well, but what is it about? It's about what you can taste, touch, see, feel.
Lust of the flesh.
The lust of the flesh.
Pride of life.
Right. The wisdom of this world is, if you can't see it, you can't believe it. And even if you do see it, don't believe it, right? Like, ain't that the wisdom of this world? Like, if seeing is believing, but you can't believe everything you see. Like, nigga, which one is it? It tastes like chips. Wait, it looks like a chip, but it tastes like a burger.
Right.
That's them Lays, right? It looks like a chip, but it tastes like chicken and waffles. So I can't believe everything. It looks like they went to the moon, but wait a minute, the moon is in the firmament. So I can't believe it. I can't believe everything I see. The wisdom of this world is how you just upside down and backwards. So he said, if you're taking the wisdom of this world and thinking that you're wise, you got to dumb it down. You got to come back to the knowledge.
Let me read the scripture. This is bad, man. If it goes right for an example of not, even Christ said was showing them not to follow the wisdom of this world. Right? Go to Matthew chapter 16 real quick, right? Just one brother, please, man. I'll about to read for you, right? Matthew chapter 16, and we're going to start at verse 5. Just a story, right? Matthew chapter 16 and verse 5.
Matthew chapter 16, verse 5.
Go ahead.
And when his disciples would come to the other side, they had forgotten to take bread.
He said when the disciples had gone to the other side, says right after they get to dealing with in this story, they had just got through dealing with the scribes and the Pharisees, right? They left, and when they left, they had forgot their bread. Go ahead.
Then Yahushua said unto them, take heed and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees.
So when he told them, he said, take heed, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They was like, what is he talking about? Like, is he talking about real bread? Like what?
They're baking.
Yeah, we just got through saying we left our bread on the other bake. Now you say about some leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees. Okay, what is this talking about? Read on.
And they reasoned among themselves, saying, it is because we have taken no bread.
Is he saying this because we left our bread? Like, what was the point that you brought that up? Go ahead.
Which when Yahushua perceived, he said unto them.
When he saw that this what y'all thinking? Or y'all don't understand. So when I see that y'all understand, this is what I said. Go ahead.
O ye of little faith, why reason ye among yourselves? Because ye have brought no bread.
Do you really think that I'm talking about bread? Is this what you think I'm talking about?
Wow.
Do you really think I'm talking about bread? Read on.
Do ye not yet understand? Neither remember the 5 loaves of the 5,000, and how many baskets ye took up?
You notice I'm not talking about bread. When you guys left y'all's bread, or when you guys fed the 5,000, I made sure that there was bread for y'all to even take.
That many people died today.
You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Neither the 7 loaves of the 4,000, and how many baskets ye took up.
Read.
How is it that ye do not understand that I spake it not to you concerning bread, that ye should beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees?
Read verse 12.
Then understood they how that he bade them not beware of the leaven of the bread.
When he explained to them that this wasn't about your bread. This wasn't about the actual act of bread, because I would have already taken care of that for y'all. I've already examined or shown you that when y'all needed, I was there taking care of you. But he said they understood that it wasn't about the bread. Read.
That he bade them not beware of the leaven of the bread, but of the doctrine of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees.
He said this was telling us to beware of the doctrine. I'm not going to follow the wisdom of the world. You're not supposed to follow the wisdom of the Pharisees and Sadducees. Beware of that. Don't beware of, this ain't about bread. So to go with the point you were making about the wisdom of this world.
Yep.
This ain't going to save us out here. This ain't going to provide for us. So even Christ was telling them, don't follow that. Don't follow their wisdom. Don't follow that doctrine. Stay with the book. Stay with what you've been taught and what I've shown you the whole way. And they understood what he was talking about. Right. So you get into that point of showing this wisdom, the wisdom we're supposed to be following, the most is supposed to be of him, not of the world.
Yeah, that foundation. Keep with the foundation. Keep with the proper building and the proper building tools. Stick to the script. Because the Pharisees, we know they went off on a whole different way of building, a whole different way, a whole different foundation. They went to themselves. Hebrews 13 and verse 10.
You gotta do 9. You gotta start at 9. There's no way.
Yeah, because it's weird.
9, yeah.
It's weird. Are we?
What you just brought out?
Right.
You gotta do 9.
Absolutely right.
Got you.
Hebrews chapter 13 and verse 9. Be not carried about with diverse and strange doctrines, or that leaven of the Pharisees,
or the wisdom of this
or
world.
the wisdom of this world.
That's it.
For it is a good thing that the heart be established with grace, not with meats.
Right. Right. It wasn't about the bread.
It wasn't about the bread.
It's not. It's about the acts. You know what I'm saying? When I mean by acts, I mean look at the things that I've done. Look at the blessings I've been there for you. When we follow the Most High, in every instant, He's taking care of us.
God.
He's always come through. Though that's the grace that I should be following, not what you have. But please read. I'll keep reading.
It's like if I'm understanding, man, like what you read in Corinthians. Then it's like what we read in Corinthians about every man's work will be tried by fire.
God.
So it wasn't about that. We still got to go through gain these experiences and prove the Most High's work. And prove our faith in these scriptures.
Nice.
And that we're going to be tested. It's going to happen. But then we're going to see that the Most High's way does work. But it wasn't about the meat.
Nice.
Just like back in the day, it wasn't about the tabernacle,
Right.
the actual building, because it says we are the temple of the Most High.
There you go.
So it was about what work are we doing together, and as we get tested together, are we gonna stand together, or is our work gonna be burned with fire, and now we got to start all over again?
Yeah, I watched the next man suffer loss, but I'm good.
God.
It says, for the heart to be established with grace, not with meats, which have not profited them that have been occupied therein.
Wow. That's
Right?
bad.
And that meats is talking about doctrine.
Yeah.
It's talking about doctrine.
Yeah,
Right? And you even got to see in these days, I just read right now, it's hard for me to believe, but they said 780 people died in 24 hours in Italy.
Wow.
Like, they ain't got that many people in Italy, damn it.
But that's crazy, man.
Bro, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
But as things ramp up over in these other countries, and then they make America panic, and we talked about it earlier.
Yep.
You think the first thing a brother, if I see a cat with fringes on, you think the first thing I'm gonna be doing is, hey, what's the mark of the beast?
I'm not doing
I'm not doing that.
But guess what? You know what's sad? You're gonna have some brothers that's gonna do that.
Yep.
What's the mark of the beast, brother? Hey, what about shalom?
God, man.
What about we going through? Yeah, have you eaten?
How's your family?
How about we going through? America is in crisis, and just because we wear the fringes and we rock the beard don't make us exempt.
Right.
How about hey, let's get each other's back? Let's look out for each other. But you're gonna have some because they have no grace, they have no mercy, they have no brotherhood. It's all about meats. What you eating over there? What y'all teaching? You off? You told them they couldn't cook on the Sabbath.
Who's Cornelius?
Yeah, was he an Israelite? Was he y'all over there teaching more? Y'all got more than one rib? Y'all off. Y'all speaking Hebrew? Like all these different meats, all these different doctrines. You laughing? So that's gonna get stomped out after a while, man. But you think now is the time to be debating? Wow. Now's the time for unity. But again, these stumbling stones, these stumbling blocks, Israel stumbles over unity.
Yeah, man.
Israel stumbles over brotherhood because you worried about what meat you putting in your mouth. If you got a steak or a T-bone, what kind of steak you got? Is it a T-bone or is it filet mignon? Because filet mignons is unlawful. And this and that. And if the bone ain't a direct T, then it ain't a steak. And they like, come on, man. But that's where Israel's on. Right? I'll finish it up. Verse 10. We have an altar whereof they have no right to eat which serve the tabernacle. That's that.
We know that like the showbread. We know like the showbread back in the day, that was
Right.
only for the Levites.
Right.
There are certain offerings that was only for the high priest.
Right.
But the Most High has not set this up to where it's just individuals being taken care of by themselves. Especially these times now, like you said, we see another Israelite, bro, how's your family? Y'all good? Y'all straight? Hey, if y'all need anything, our school's over here, this is what we got going on.
Yep.
Making sure we're all being taken care of. Not just this thing where, well, we the priest, we have commanding general whoever at our building, and if you're not with us, you can't eat.
Man.
Or
If you speaking that Hebrew,
if you're speaking that Hebrew,
if you ain't saying Ahaya,
Ahaya or Yeshaya or
Yeshua, or if you ain't baptizing,
that then you can't eat with us.
we can all go stand in the rain. I mean,
what is that? How is that taking care of Israel?
Yep.
Whereas trying to still keep this old ordinance of only the Levites can eat this food.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is supposed to take care of all Israel. We're supposed to take care of all Israel because are y'all seeing it from the beginning? The Most High was really trying to push this concept of us working together. Every one of our convocations is about what? How Israel worked together, how we were either saved together, how we lived together, how all sacrificed on one day, the Day of Atonement. It was all about doing everything together, not being separate. Not being separate. So as we're in these days now, is it about being separate? I hope that's the message that we're all getting. This is not about us being separate.
Any questions on the reading? No, there was a question online.
Hold on real quick.
The sister asked the question, I can't see it. Very simple question. And the question is, oh, wait a minute. The question was retracted. I'm gonna still answer it. Let's get a few things straight. The question was taken off. Anyway, the question was, because I remember it in my data bank. The question was, basically, what if your husband doesn't want you to go to class without him? What if your husband does not want you to go to class without him? I mean, you gotta follow First Peter's 3:1. There's a reason why, you know, when sisters are in the world, and brothers, when y'all be in the world and you pray for this godly man, like, Yahweh, send me a Bible-fearing man. And then he sends you the bro that is sitting in class with the hairy face, with the fringes, a little rough around the edges, but he's in that Bible. The Most High is giving you what you want. And he's pulling you from certain things that you did in the world. Now, you get that man sometimes that's like, yeah, you're not going to do anything without my say-so, because why? Esau done given you this false sense of freedom for your whole life. This false independence. So now this man is there to do what? Shut that down. So there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with your husband saying, don't go to class without me. You got to follow what he says. Read that. 1 Peter 3:1.
1 Peter 3:1.
Read.
Likewise, ye wives,
right?
Be subjection to your own husbands.
Right. It says be subject to your own husband. Go ahead.
That, if any obey not the word, they also may, without the word, be won.
Right. So it's about being in order with your husband, first and foremost. Now, I could take this and give you another perspective. I'm not going to. I'm going to leave it right there.
Gotcha.
You know why? Because y'all don't need the other perspective. Some of y'all have a problem with you'll find a way to overstep your husband's reach by I'll make myself available for the school. You got sisters that have done this in the past. I'm gonna do this and this for the school, my husband, but when my husband tells me to do something, I'm gonna act like I don't hear it. So some of y'all have to be put in that subjection and follow your husband until you're mature enough to be let out, to not think for yourself, but to do as your husband would do.
Couldn't she think a little creatively and say, well, if I can't go to class, can we study together at home, or can we watch class together at home?
Oh, yeah.
Go through the Bible. You have to be creative sometimes, and if not going against the wishes of your husband, but still being able to get what you need also.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Where I don't want to go to this part. I just want to leave it where it's at. I want to go to where I want to go. You're absolutely right. You got to get creative in the spirit.
I gotta say this, in agreeing with everything. I'm not going to give another perspective. But we know Matthew chapter 6 verse 33 says what?
Seek ye first the kingdom.
Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High and what?
And his righteousness.
His righteousness.
Yep.
What does the Most High find to be right? By doing his righteousness, then he said what? Then everything will be added to you.
Yep.
So is it right for a wife to learn from her husband? Yes, that is right. That is proper. But because we're living in these times, a person might be panicked, a person might be emotional, and feel like this person doesn't really care about my well-being, my spirit, don't really care about me. So they're trying to do this, that, and the third. But if we're going to do the Most High's righteousness, is it right for this husband to say, if you're going to learn something, I want you to learn with me? Or for this wife to get creative? You know, I had a question about this. Would you mind, could you show me about this right here? I had, this scripture says this. Could you show me about this right here?
Don't make me go there. Yeah. Don't make me go there,
Now, what is the problem with, and what is the issue that arises when the wife goes to the husband, hey, can you show me such, such, and such, and such? And he don't know. What does he got to do?
The right thing to do would come get counsel.
The right, that's the right thing to do, right?
Yeah.
That's the common sense thing, but not everybody does that.
The right thing to do, like it's been done many times with us.
Yeah.
That's a great question. Let me go talk to the brothers.
Yeah,
and I'll get back with you.
Get back with you,
Yeah.
but not every man knows
But
to
the immaturity.
operate. Again, it's about a level of maturity.
The immaturity thing is
Now, there's many different reasons. I can point out a lot of different reasons why, if you want to look at it, why would a man say, don't go to class without me?
He's insecure.
Bam. That's one. Right? Evil suspicion has overthrown many.
True.
I don't want nobody looking at my rib. I don't want this. I don't want that. Like, all these different thoughts pop up.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's that man's right to say, listen, no. When I go to class, you go to class. When I don't go, you don't go. That's his right. That's his right at the end of the day. But the reasoning, the reasoning has to be sufficient, because if that man doesn't have what he needs to give to that woman, then how is she going to grow?
Right.
So I didn't want to go to this part of it, but I have to, because we got to be balanced. No, just in the name of being balanced, you have to, because brothers got to see it too. Where if I can only go to class once a week, right, and I got my rib under the restriction of going to class with me, that means she's only going to go to class once a week. Now, what if she can go and be around the sisterhood and do that more than once a week? Isn't that going to be better for her spirit? Right. So there's a way that a man, if he's using the wisdom, if he's using counsel, if he's understanding, the scriptures say, know those that labor amongst you. If you know the ones, if you come around enough to know those that are around you, the thought, and I'm not saying that this is what's going on, but the evil, suspicious thoughts of, oh, they looking at my rib, or somebody's going to try to take her, or I don't want no brother talking to her, those wouldn't even arise. Because then you know those that labor amongst you.
But you're also thinking of the man. He's thinking of being the old man come get to you at that time.
Yeah.
You're sitting there saying, well, if I can't give it to her, another man's gonna give it to her. If I can't give her this knowledge and understanding that she needs to know, this other man can be able to.
But the funny part is,
he's not using the wisdom of the Most High.
Well, let me say this:
right.
if a man and a wife come sit right here and learn, the husband ain't teaching her nothing.
Yeah, come.
It's us up here. So either way, she's getting taught by another man. I mean, technically, right? That's what it is. But that's all it is. So again, I wasn't trying to go to this part of it, because I'm not trying to say that this is what it is.
Right.
But you do have to say, well, what is it? Am I following the Bible? Scripture say if a woman asks anything, let her ask her husband at home, right?
Right.
Don't it say that? But what if he don't got the answer? What if he don't got the answer? And what if he don't want to seek out the answer?
I was going to say this one thing. Honestly, you're right on one thing. It would depend on the circumstances. You know what I'm saying? Because that's like a open-ended question. You know what I mean? Because you never know. You don't know what's really going on.
Right.
So you could say, okay, sis, he's wrong. But what's causing him, and you really think of some of the laws when we first started the classes, right? Moses was given the law. I had to give the law of this circumstance. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Not every circumstance is the same, and if I don't have all the details to a circumstance, that's hard to answer that question, to judge that question. Because I could say, oh yeah, sis, well you're supposed to, if your man is gonna teach you, then you come to class. But then she get to class and she's a demon. So then all of a sudden now, you know what I mean, we gave the wrong counsel. Yep. in that incident, he was right. Or it could be the other way. You're right. It could be the fact that he's insecure. We give that counsel. In both instances, you got to have all the facts to be able to give a good counsel on that.
Or he knows his woman. She could be the one with the gazing eyes.
Yep.
And I don't want you around no other men. I need to watch what the hell you looking at. Like, it's so many different reasons why.
That's true.
But if we go to the scriptures say, wives, be subject to your own husband. So if he says, hey, you going to class when I go, boom.
Right, you still
that's it.
learn.
You still go home, yeah.
And then,
and there's nothing wrong.
And if you're online, right now, if I'm online, if I was just watch the class online, what was I going to get different in class that I just got online, right? Didn't they? Everybody online just got the same thing that you guys got. So it's still in the spirit. He's still allowing you to be in class. You just there's nobody to gaze at. It's just the camera
screen,
the TV screen, right? And you still got. If it's about working on myself, then let me go ask him. Hey, what is it? What is it about our relationship that has you feeling this way? And like sister, let me get creative enough. Let me not do the things that create that insecurity in this man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, you got to look at it that way. Where that's both of them would have to be in that question so that he can at least say, okay, this is
the reason why.
Yeah. So that way you can give a right answer to that question. You know.
But is it wrong? I think the question was, is it wrong? No, it's not.
Right.
It's not wrong for your husband to say, no, you're gonna go. He's not telling you to go to the crack house when I go.
Right, exactly.
He's not saying that. He's establishing his leadership in the house according to what he's understanding.
There you go.
1 Peter 1:3 solidifies that.
Yeah,
Ephesians 5. Yeah, there's a few other scriptures that say, listen, you got to be subject to your own husband.
Yeah.
Right?
And then trust that the Most High know what he's doing. Let me trust enough that if the Father got me with this man, then obviously the Father is going to, through this man, give me in the spirit what I need.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? We don't have all the answers for everybody. We don't know everybody's situation. And there's certain things that this woman has opened up and told that man that the Most High is going to use that man to deal with his woman.
Yeah.
She's being molded in his image anyway, right? She's being molded to serve that man, right? We can't teach her how to serve her husband.
Nope.
We can't do that. This is what he have to do that. How he like his eggs, I don't know. How is she doing? How does he like his clothes folded? I don't know that.
All we can say is you got to cook for him.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So at this point, if it's just about learning the law and learning how to live right in the eyes of the Most High, right and wrong, that we all get that. You know what I'm saying? At all that point, we can keep teaching right and wrong in the eyes of the Most High. But if there's some personal going on, that's something between that family or that man and woman. They got to figure it out for themselves. That would be the answer I would give. But I think it's not wrong.
No, it's not wrong.
He ain't doing nothing really that's wrong, but allow you. This is the level and this is the pace that this woman is going to grow right now.
Yep. Right.
Maybe in her spirit is what she needs. I need to grow at this pace.
Yep.
So he may not have all the wisdom. We didn't.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I had to remember when I first came in, I know I didn't have them breakdowns. I know I made a lot of
mistakes.
I'm gonna say in my youth, you know what I'm saying? A lot of errors because of my lack of understanding.
Yeah.
But you know what I love? I love the fact that, you know what, my wife was at least humble enough to understand. Okay, I'm still growing like we both growing. We didn't come in perfect. We came out the world at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So if this is where we're growing, then this is where we're growing at. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? That if he's not asking me to go against the commandments of the Father, you know what I'm saying? I can see if the question was, hey, you know what? My husband's trying to get me to eat pork. Okay, then we can say, well, sister, the law says not to do that. But I don't, if he's not asking me to turn against the Father, then fine. If he want to teach me, then let me be ready to receive at whatever level this man is teaching at, because that is what the Most High put me with what I need. And remember, this was her choice. You chose this husband. When y'all first got together in the spirit, it was like, hey, you know what? This is the man for you. You said that because you made that choice. Like any woman, my woman made the choice. This is my husband. Okay, you didn't have a problem with how we talked before. You know what I'm saying? I was guiding, doing this. I never professed to be the wisest. I never said that I had all the scriptures and all the wisdom. But if I'm trying to teach, then I'm trying to teach. I'm trying to deal with your spirit. Be patient. That would be my advice. Be patient enough and let the man grow so that he can grow. And if the situation changes up and the brothers, if y'all get a call and it's more information, then we can deal accordingly to that. But if it's just about he want to teach you, then let him teach you. What can it hurt? We all learn the Bible the same way anyway, right?
With that, with everything I was saying, I had follow-up questions last night after Friday's class, right, with Priest I1. And the scripture he gave to me in the sense that he was like, all right, Ricardo, we can see you growing. Good job. Now, what you need to work on, right, is Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 7. It says, blame not before thou hast examined the truth. Understand first, and then rebuke. Verse 8, answer not before thou hast heard the cause, neither interrupt men in the midst of their talk. So, there's a lot of things within this moment of where I'm at right now, of what I had told him was like, all right, I can feel this spiritual level up that I know I can see it coming. Like the foreseeing of what's going to come to pass. But if I don't see it and if I don't catch it, if I stay blind to that, then I'm going to miss my mark. So he was like, all right, so this is what you need to do. Right? Rather than getting out of character, getting out of spirit, acting a fool, and then just, shit on yourself. And that scripture which I was speaking on, from a woman's point of view to a man's point of view to a small household's point of view, it's like, all right, priest, this is what I gotta do. Really, really pay attention, be observant, and not react and respond like a cholo, but respond as a Hebrew Israelite under a multitude of counsel and priests and elders and teachers that been brought before me, so I can utilize the resources in a mature manner.
Yep. That's how you're able to respond maturely, by trying to get as much information before you cast your judgment or whatever the case may be. Anything else before we wrap it up? No?
Wow. Yeah. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 12 and 4. They go in with going on today.
What does it say?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 12, verse 4.
Ecclesiastes or Ecclesiastes?
In the Bible.
Oh,
in the Bible.
Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 4. And the doors shall be shut in the streets, when the sound of the grinding is low. And he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low.
I'll let you get that. Right now, a little bit more on that than me. I got this reading context.
Ecclesiastes 12.
This is going into death, actual death.
This is talking about death, because when you go into verse 6 and verse 7, verse 6 and verse 7, when you start at verse 4, wait, what? When you start at verse 3 and you get down to verse 7, this is going into death. Yeah. This is going to actual verse 6, or ever the silver cord be loosed, or the golden bowl be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel be broken at the cistern. Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return unto the Most High who gave it. Vanities of vanities, saith the preacher, all his vanities. So that's what it's going into.
And it's a lot of death today.
Yeah. It's a lot of death. I got one for you. There's one in Isaiah that talks about the one. I think the one you're looking for is in Isaiah, where it talks about every man go into the house, shut the doors.
Oh,
Yeah. But there's a lot. Watch, read
Right, from verse 7, verse 5, as you're getting that. He says, and then you're going to his long home. That's talking about what? When your body's dead. This was, remember, pretty much a lot of Ecclesiastes, this is what Solomon keeps reiterating. That whether you be rich or whether you be poor, whether you be whoever, we're all going to one place. And he said, man, this is vanity. That no matter what happens, in the end, we're all going to die. That's why he said at the end of this, he says, what? So what's the whole duty of man then? So what is it we got to do? Fear God, keep his commandments. That's what's going to wind up being. But in the end, we're all going to one place. We're all going to die. And that's what he was. That's what he was just kind of giving another example or metaphor in what he was reading about right now. Now we could say, yeah, how people have to lock themselves within their homes right now, and there's a fear out here. True, we could use it that way, but that wasn't the original way that Solomon was using it here in Ecclesiastes. Okay? What I want to be careful of is that in reading this gets misconstrued for us not to continue to work to come together. That Israel's safety has always been in our coming together. I know you're going to come on Isaiah, you said you had one for it. I'm looking for it. Well, he's still looking for that. Give me real quick Revelations 12 and 17. Well, let's read Revelation chapter 12, verse 12, and then Revelation chapter 12, verse 17.
Revelation chapter 12, verse 12. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to thee, inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time.
We know that because the time is getting shorter, that the devil's will come down upon us having great wrath. We know that when we couple this, I don't want to read it right now, but when we couple this with Matthew chapter 24, so right now, how do we know when Christ is coming? Famines, pestilences, earthquakes in diverse places, the sword. He says, all these are the beginning of sorrows. Then shall they begin to persecute us. All right, so we know that there's going to be a lot more wrath that he's going to come down with. All right, that even in our gathering together, we don't know if Esau is going to release some type of nuclear or biological warfare in the air just to prove that there's a real coronavirus. He just might do this. He just might. This type of maniac is in charge right now. And says he's going to come down having great wrath because he knows he has a little bit of time. Jump down to verse 17.
Revelation chapter 12, verse 17. And the dragon was wroth with the woman.
And we know the dragon, the devil, serpent, they're all the same, right? And the woman is talking about Israel. That the dragon, the devil, Satan, the serpent, they're all the same entity, is going to come down having great wrath because they have a little bit of time, and it's going to come after the woman. The woman here is referring to the nation of Israel. Right. They're coming after us. Let's not get it twisted. This got nothing to do with China. This got nothing to do with Italy. This is about how we're going to set the Israelites up to get rid of the us. Read.
And went to make war with the remnant of her seed.
Read on.
which keep the commandments of the Most High.
So this war that he's going to come with is going to be after the woman, but the remnant of her seed that does what?
Keep the commandments.
That's keeping the commandments. We see from all the commandments of the Most High is what? Love your neighbors, love yourself. Come together. So what are they going to try to prevent? They're going to try to prevent Israel from coming together. That's why there's shelter in place. There's no more than 2 people gathered together, or they're going to say something. No more than 50 people gathered together. No more than 5. What are they trying to do? They're trying to stop us from gathering together. They're trying to stop us. Now, if we can't gather together, then we can't go teach nobody. So the streets is empty. These people are demented. But we got to see what their plan is. So now, are we going to fall subject to this? Are we going to fall subject to not keeping commandments for safety, for whatever? Nah, we know our safety is in keeping the commandments of the Most High. But yeah, the thing in Isaiah,
can't find it.
How's it go?
It says something about going to your houses.
The doors.
I got it. Is that, you got it?
Isaiah 25?
Matthew, it's Isaiah. It's Isaiah.
Is it 25?
I think it is 25.
I was thinking about that when
Because they go to the whole chapter's bad, man.
Is it?
us gathering, I was thinking about when they talk about the famine of the word.
God.
And I always would say we always have the streets, but if they shut the streets down first, that would be more of a famine of a word than like
True.
controlling YouTube.
But the Most High said that teachers should not be pushed to a corner no more. That they can what the plans they want to, but the council Most High won't stand.
It's 26, man.
So we still have to. The teaching still got to get out because Israel needs to see. It said, though the Lord gives the brave adversity and the water of affliction, yet shall thy eyes see thy teachers. And thou shalt hear a word behind thee saying, this is the way, walk ye in it, when you turn to the right hand or turn to the left. This teaching does continue. If it's on YouTube or however it's going to be, the teaching has still got to continue. Our people still have to have the word of the Most High. That's that. The Most High is not going to let this stop His word. It ain't going to happen. All right, it's not going to happen.
Now check this out.
That's it.
Check this out. Now listen, I'm gonna let you break down the 20, but you know what? When you read this part, when you read Isaiah chapter 26 and verse 1, I'm just gonna read it real quick, right? It says, "In that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city, salvation will the Most High appoint for walls and bulwarks," right? "Open up the gates, that the righteous nation shall keep the truth. The righteous nation which keep the truth may enter in. Thou wilt keep them in perfect peace, whose minds," it says, "whose minds is stayed on these, because he trusts in thee. Trust ye in the Lord forever, for he is Yahweh of everlasting strength," right? Then you jump down to verse 20, because it's telling you what the city is.
Yep.
It's telling you what type of, the city that's for us. He said the walls are salvation.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? The walls, our protection is uprightness and living right. That is the protection. You know what I'm saying?
And the only way you get in is if you keep the law.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And you trust the Most High enough to keep the commandments and live right, and that's how you stay safe in these borders.
Because we know that you're going to shut your house up. Because verse 20 tells you,
Yes,
"Come, my people, enter into thy chambers, shut thy doors about thee, hide thyself as it were for a little moment, until the indignation overpass."
Right.
Now, we know that just because you shut your doors, it ain't going to stop the
There
Most
you
High
go.
from touching you.
Come on. And the idea is going to be, well, okay, I'm going to go in my house, shut the door until till Corona ends.
My bunker.
Yes.
I'm going to go in my bunker, shut the doors, be wicked, but I'm going to be wicked in my doors.
God.
Be a lion in my house. I got pork ramen.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody keeps talking about this ramen with pork in it. Does ramen got pork? Does it got like shellfish seasoning or something? Does it?
And the shrimp. You know the shrimp, because when there ain't no food, we're going to say, well, you know, we had these.
Why'd you buy that? Well, no, I heard like the chicken flavor got like shellfish seasoning or something. Y'all better stop it. Y'all better stop it. That's what they saying.
But my house, that's how I'm gonna see the scripture.
Yep.
I'm gonna see it like that and not realize when you read the beginning, he said no. He said that house he was talking about was the one that you was gonna build in righteousness.
Yep.
Being together.
Yep.
That was gonna be the song, man. We came together.
Keep
we came together, we kept the laws, and we lived right. Man, the Most High was sheltering us. The Most High took care of us. That's the song. But if we never come together, we can't sing it.
Yeah.
If you don't come together, you can't sing this song.
Yeah.
Psalms 91:1. I'm gonna read it myself.
I hit this last night in class. No, go ahead. You got that. Nah, that's a try. I didn't read that last night. Go ahead. You got it. Read it.
Psalms chapter 91, verse 1. I guess most high speech once say twice. So
Oh,
we're
yeah.
gonna take it there.
Oh, yeah.
He says, "He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge."
No, I was like, somebody said, yeah, baby.
I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my power, in Him will I trust. Surely He shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with His feathers, and under His wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night, nor of the arrow that flieth by day, nor of the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked. Because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh unto thy dwelling. For He shall give His angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hands, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon a lion and an adder, the young lion and the dragon shalt thou tremble underfoot. Because He has set His love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high, because he hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him and show him my salvation.
With that, Barakatah Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. That's cold. Any questions? Imagine Wapanya? Or no?
This is what the Hebrew, the English is?
Yeah, you want to do it?
You do the Hebrew, I do the English, right? That's how I was
Oh, that's fine. You want to do that? You don't want to exercise that Hebrew?
I'm not there yet. Gonna hack everything all crazy.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Atapalaf Nawa.
Atapalaf Nawa.
Shalai Bajukah.
Shalai Bajukah.
Zawar.
Zawar.
We ask Yahweh.
We ask Yahweh.
Baruch Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Maya Ka'ala.
Maya Ka'ala.
Wa'alahayim.
Wa'alahayim.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai.
Aita.
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 Baruch Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Izar.
Izar.
Magun.
Magun.
Hagun.
Hagun.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Samak.
Samak.
Yasha'Allah.
Yasha'Allah.
Your people.
Your people.
We ask Yahweh.
We ask Yahweh.
Shalach.
Shalach.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Knowledge and understanding.
Knowledge and understanding.
Spiritual gifts.
Spiritual gifts.
Patience.
Patience.
Faith.
Faith.
Brotherhood.
Brotherhood.
And forgive us of our sins.
And forgive us of our sins.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
The water.
The water.
From Yad.
From Yad.
Aman.
Aman.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hawa'ah. Matalanawa. Hathawara.
Bless you, Yahweh. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Hawa'ah. Matalanawa. Award. Lara'ah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. Matalanawa. Ha'ayah. Quara'ah. Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Hawa'ah. Nathanawa. Shaman. Zayath. Lamashath. Yasha'Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
I need y'all to hit me off. I need y'all to anoint me. At the end. Please.
What about you?
God. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To sing praise unto thy name.
To sing praise unto thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the harp with the solemn sound.
And upon the harp with the solemn sound.
For thou, O Yahweh.
For thou, O Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou,
O
Yahweh, are most high forevermore.
Are most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
For
lo thine enemies shall perish.
For lo thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn. Shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn.
Shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ear shall hear.
And my ear shall hear.
The desire of the wicked.
The desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
Shall flourish in the courts of the Most High.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and
To
flourishing.
show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
The water.
The water.
From Yah.
From Yah.
Aman.
Aman.
William, get Psalms 133. And then this is Psalms 133 in Hebrew. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawat.
Hamalawat.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Matuwa.
Latuwa.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akyam.
Akyam.
Gum.
Gum.
Yahad.
Yahad.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatawab.
Hatawab.
Al.
Al.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Al.
Al.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharan.
Aharan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al Paya.
Al Paya.
Madawatyawa.
Madawatyawa.
Katal.
Katal.
Haram1.
Haram1.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al.
Al.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Tazayawan.
Tazayawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawad.
Tazawad.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Hayam Yam.
Hayam Yam.
Ai.
Ai.
Habalam.
Habalam.
Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai.
The water.
The water.
From Yah.
From Yah.
Aman.
Aman.
We'll circle up.
Call it.
Akim, Amadu, Barak,
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Kumishwala,
Kumishwala.
Kumishwala,
Kumishwala.
Kumishwala,
Kumishwala.
Yada Matah. Let's turn to face the sisters. Oh, we know y'all don't, sisters, please rise. We'll salute y'all. We know y'all don't know it. It's all good. It's all good. Call it.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amadu, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Yahweh Hashem Yahushua.
So what you gonna say? You gonna put your hand over Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Shamar,
Shamar,
Al,
Al,
Athan,
Athan,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bahasham,
Bahasham,
Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai.
And what we said
Was God in the name of Christ watch over you? And you said it back to us. What we said when we saluted each other was God in the name of Christ bless you. And then we just said it to each other. I forgot that we got it.
And then rise Israel.
Rise Israel. Kum Yasha'Allah is rise Israel, rise Israel, rise Israel. Everything else we said in Hebrew we translated. All right? Let's salute them online.
Shalom.
Shalom. We'll see y'all back here on Monday.
Let me stop this real quick.
Yeah,
What you laughing about? What you laughing about?
Is it translated?
Nah. You supposed to know that. Rashawn, you know that off the top of your head. Stop.
I used to.
Record Yahweh, Yahweh.
The one y'all did the last Passover?
Yeah. Could we add it? We added. I got it though if you need it.
This was different. This was different from what we learned back in New York.
Yeah, could we add it to that? Or they added to it. I got it though, translated.
Yeah, I don't mess it up.
Yeah, I got you. Oh, y'all want you to see the bar with? Oh, that's fine. Yeah, you can put it.
She can have it.
Well, no, she got one. You just need the bar. Yeah.
Do you have this translated?
Yeah, I do. Give me one second.
Yeah.
Let me just.